Chapter 3377. The Empyrean Pole Dojo Master and Guard Captain Bai exchanged moves very quickly. All of this fell into Lin Fei's eyes. With the upgrade system, Lin Fei had a clearer view of the situation. He was actually very surprised by the Empyrean Pole Dojo's method. He originally thought that there would be a solution, but it turned out to be this. This Captain Bai is also very powerful. The other party's Cosmos Saber arts were very powerful, and every single one of them was incomparably sharp. Just like what he said, they specialized in breaking through body refinement. The Cosmos Divine weapon in his hands was also very impressive, and it could indirectly increase his attack speed. With their assistance, Guard Captain Bai had an even greater advantage. The fighting strength of the Empyrean Skypole Dojo's master was also explosive. His strength was ferocious and frightening. However, it just so happened that he encountered Captain Bai's saber technique, which was able to restrain him to a certain extent. Although Captain Bai had the upper hand, he was still unable to defeat the Empyrean Pole Dojo Master in a short period of time. That powerful fleshy body was filled with many blade scars, yet he could not injure Celestial Peak Tavern Master at all. This was a battle between cosmos gods. If it wasn't absolute power, it wouldn't be that easy to suppress. The formation is about to break. The Celestial River Guard's breaking array was an eye-opener for Lin Fei. To think that such a method existed in the universe. Fierce, absolutely fierce to the point of being a complete mess. I can't let this continue. This matter started because of me. I can't let the Empyrean Pole Dojo's master take the blame. Moreover, the Imperial Guard Captain has come this time. His status in the Celestial River Guard isn't low. Such a character is truly a good thing. Lin Fei laughed. Guard Captain Bai continued to attack the Empyrean Pole Dojo Master. The Universe Saber technique was executed without restraint. The Empyrean Fate Dojo's master was constantly in the middle of the saber technique's attacks. Every saber light was like the wind. Master of the Empyrean Pole Dojo, your great array is about to be broken. Your disciples will be slaughtered. It's a pity if they die. If you surrender now, you can spare their lives. Bodyguard Bai slashed with his saber and glanced at the formation that was about to be broken. Shameless. With a thought, the Empyrean Pole Dojo's master suffered several more wounds on his body. Dream on. The Empyrean Pole Dojo master kept smashing his fists against the incoming blade lights. Unfortunately, the blade lights had a certain degree of penetration. Seal. A low voice sounded in everyone's ears. A vast expanse of white cold air appeared. The cold air landed on the Celestial River Guard's body at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, it passed through the spatial protection, and a layer of white frost appeared on the soles of his feet and quickly covered his entire body. The speed at which the cold air covered was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, the Celestial River Guards had all turned into ice sculptures. Who is it? Guard Captain Bai brandished his sword in an impenetrable manner in an attempt to block the onslaught of the cold air. However, when the blade light struck the cold air, the blade light was completely frozen. The cold continued to invade. The White Guard Captain retreated. The terrifying cold intent gushed over. His Cosmos Divine weapon started to be covered in cold chi, turning into a sheet of ice. His strength was unable to withstand the cold chi, and the cold chi flowed along the blade of his saber, forcing him to give up on his Cosmos Divine weapon. The owner of the Empyrean Pole Dojo was also dumbfounded. This cold chi made him feel fearful, and it was a kind of cold chi that couldn't be resisted. Captain Bai retreated quickly, but he couldn't withstand the speed of the cold air. First it hit his feet. After shattering them, the cold air continued to cover his lower body, and finally his upper body. I am actually frozen. How powerful was the White Guard Captain? Yet at this moment he couldn't move at all. Only his head was left, and his entire body was no different from an ice sculpture. Heaven's Limit Dojo Master. There is actually such an expert hidden in your dojo. The frozen White Guard Captain did not die. All the energy in his body was frozen. At this moment, the Heaven's Limit Dojo Master was confused. Other than him, there were no other experts in his Limit Dojo. But the current situation was truly out of his expectations. Sir White, my teacher has passed away in meditation. Naturally, he would leave behind some techniques. Are you convinced of your defeat? The Heaven's Limit Dojo master seemed to have guessed who the other party was. Thus, he acted mysterious as he spoke to the White Guard captain. Good. I have truly underestimated you. The White Guard captain felt his heart trembling. He had truly forgotten about the fame of the ultimate cosmos god in the past. That person was famous across the entire eternal cosmos. But your Limit Dojo should be prepared to wait for the revenge of the Celestial River Guards. Just a moment ago, I have already sent out the news that you are dead. After a huge somersault, the White Guard captain looked at the Heaven's Limit Dojo master with eyes filled with killing intent and resentment. Then I am truly sorry. This news of yours can no longer be sent out. Within the array a figure walked out. It was a smiling Lin Fei. I have to thank you for sending me such a talent from afar. It's you killed someone from the Li clan. The White Guard captain seemed to have understood something. Just now it was you who acted. This was the first time the Heaven's Limit Dojo master discovered that he had underestimated this junior disciple brother of his. The other party was much more mysterious than he had imagined. This White Guard captain had a combat power that even he could not suppress, yet he could not even block a single move from his junior disciple brother. Such unfathomable methods. You guessed it. Lin Fei beamed. The Li clan is truly persevering. They could actually find out who I am. What a pity that they sent the wrong person. Don't be too pleased with yourself. Today your extreme dojo is finished. And you brat, no matter what methods you use, the Star River Guard will not let you off. The White Guard captain sneered. You sealed me in ice because you don't dare to kill me. Now you better let us go. Maybe I will leave your corpse intact. Intact corpse? In your dreams. Lin Fei shook his head. I'm not going to talk nonsense with you. Enslave. Lin Fei extended his hands and drew two strange runes. A Jingguang rushed out from the runes and entered the terrified White Guard captain's body. The White Guard captain's face turned sinister. You don't even think about it. The White Guard captain, who was resisting with all his might, could not last for more than 3 breaths of time. His expression suddenly changed and the ice on his body dissipated. By Outyin greets master. His expression became incomparably fanatical. The Heaven's Limit Dojo master sucked in a breath of cold air. Junior disciple brother, you controlled him. Lin Fei nodded. That's right. The Heaven's Limit Dojo master secretly rejoiced that he didn't have any thoughts about this junior disciple brother. Mysterious. This was the Heaven's Limit Dojo master's words. He couldn't even see through such a method. It was as if it appeared out of thin air. Junior disciple brother is amazing. If master knew, he would definitely be very happy. The Heaven's Limit Dojo master smiled. What about the others? Just kill them. Lin Fei said. As long as the White Guard captain is here, everything will be fine. Bai Outyin lowered his head. Master is right. It doesn't matter if a mere Star River Guard dies, as long as someone is willing to take the blame. Then who do you think can do it? Dark City's City Lord Luo Junting. Bai Outyin said. Chapter 3378. Star River Guard Captain Bai brought his men into the dojo of Limits. Who knows how many people were secretly gloating. The only thing he was unhappy about was that the Star River Guard had beaten him to it. The items left behind by the ultimate cosmos gods had landed in the hands of the Celestial River Guards, and it was not an easy task to get them out. On one hand, everyone was gloating. On the other hand, they were conflicted. Should they ambush the Star River Guard? It was a very simple question. Unfortunately, no matter how they thought about it, they couldn't find a suitable method. The Star River Guards were not easy to deal with. From the bottom of their hearts, they only hoped that the Dojo of Limits and the Star River Guard would have a big fight. It would be best if both sides suffered heavy losses. That would be the happiest thing for everyone. Maybe they could even call their friends and have a few drinks. The Dojo of Limits looked calm and peaceful. If it wasn't for the Dojo of Limits formation, they really wouldn't mind going in to take a look. Soon a day had passed. Guard Bai still didn't come out, nor did he see anyone from the Dojo of Limits. Everyone's hearts were hanging in suspense. Everyone wanted to know the final result. No one thought the Dojo of Limits would resist. They were from the Eternal Church after all. Just hearing the words Eternal Church was enough to move anyone, let alone attack. They're out. In the middle of the night, the White Guard captain from the Extreme Dojo came out. Behind him was the Heaven's Pole Dojo's master. The two were chatting and laughing, but they didn't see the black-clothed man. Strange, why did Guard Captain Bai come out empty-handed? What about him? Don't tell me he's been killed. When the people in the distance saw this, they were all stunned. Then they couldn't help but feel a burst of joy. It was good that they didn't catch him. Guard Bai brought his people and left the dojo of Limits. The people who followed him saw the captain of the White Guard leave the Dark City. His actions were truly unexpected. Was this the end of it? No matter how one looked at it, it was inconceivable. Isn't that man in black at the dojo of Limits? For a moment, everyone couldn't help but admire the methods of the Empyrean Pole Dojo's master. That Guard Captain Bai had a great background, yet he was still able to convince him in such a situation. If this wasn't a good method, then what else could it be? Not good, the Star River Guard has been ambushed outside. Not long after the Star River Guard left, a piece of bad news spread. Some people saw Captain Bai returning to the Dark City with injuries all over his body. Everyone's heart tightened when they saw this scene. They all started guessing who had the guts to make such a move. Was it worth it? Regardless of whether it was worth it or not, something big had happened. Anyone who dared to make a move against the Celestial River Guards would never have a good ending. The big shots of Darkness City started to worry, and they started to suspect each other. They were even cursing each other in their hearts for being stupid. How could they make a move at a time like this? That was a Star River Guard. Guard Captain Bai has gone to the City Lord's mansion. The spy keeping an eye on Captain Bai once again sent back bad news. City Lord Luo Junting did this? Everyone had the same thought. The people of Dark City could no longer remain calm. This was akin to playing with fire. In the City Lord residence, Luo Junting was in a good mood. It was rare for him to find a group of dancers, and they danced in front of him. Their melodious voices echoed throughout the City Lord's mansion, and the City Lord closed his eyes in satisfaction. Master of the Empyrean Pole Dojo, if you had sided with me, you wouldn't be in such trouble now. What a pity! With his eyes closed, Luo Junting could already imagine the end of the dojo of Limits. Regardless of whether the Empyrean's Limit Dojo's master resisted or not, he had ways to make sure that the Empyrean's Limit Dojo's master didn't have a good time. At the very least, he wouldn't be able to escape from harboring a criminal. Pung pung pung. Suddenly a few muffled sounds could be heard. It was as if something had smashed in. The surrounding dancers screamed in fear. Luo Junting's mood turned bad. He opened his eyes and said, "That bastard." Before he could finish his sentence, a cold face appeared in his field of vision. If it wasn't Guard Captain Bai, who else could it be? Master Bai, it's a misunderstanding. It's really a misunderstanding. Luo Junting originally thought it was that disobedient subordinate. Who would have thought that it was Guard Captain Bai? He really wanted to give himself a slap. At this moment, Guard Captain Bai was in a sorry state. City Lord Luo, you're really good. Using me as a knife, and then releasing the news to arrange for people to surround me. You really have guts. It seems like you're too stable as a city lord. Guard Captain Bai coldly stared at Luo Junting. Only now did Luo Junting notice Guard Captain Bai's appearance. His face suddenly changed. Even if he was stupid, he would have realized that he had gotten into big trouble today. Master Bai, listen to my explanation. This matter isn't like what you said. Of course Luo Junting had to explain. If he didn't, he would have to face the revenge of the Star River Guard. And the City Lord could forget about leaving. If he was targeted by the Star River Guard, the three subordinates would definitely deal with him. Luo Junting didn't understand how things had turned out this way. Explanation? Bai Outyin sneered. With a flip of his hand, his weapon appeared in his hand and he slashed. Master Bai, listen to my explanation. This is a misunderstanding. I would never do such a thing. You're a Star River Guard. Even if you gave me 100 guts, I wouldn't dare. A set of battle armor floated in front of Luo Junting. The moment he put it on, he noticed that this battle armor, which he had spent a lot of money to obtain, was covered in countless scars. It was a ghastly sight. Luo Junting knew that Guard Captain Bai's saber technique was impressive, but after experiencing it for himself, he realized how terrifying it was. Every attack was so powerful that he couldn't even resist. It's a misunderstanding. You really know how to talk. If it weren't for you, this lord wouldn't have been injured and ambushed. If you don't give me a reasonable explanation today, don't even think about becoming a city lord. Prepare to become a corpse. Bai Outyan's saber technique came from the Eternal Church. Luo Junting had been taken advantage of by his opponent. Now that he was a step behind, he could only passively defend. Blade after blade landed on Luo Junting's body. Luo Junting couldn't resist at all. Luo Junting was clear that he had been tricked. However, he had no idea how to solve the problem in front of him. From the looks of it, if he couldn't solve it today, he would definitely die. Under guard Captain Bai's saber technique, Luo Junting had no chance of winning. Dojo of Limits. Lin Fei was currently watching an exciting scene. Through Bai Outyan, Mo Wuji was able to see everything that happened in Dark City clearly. Under the envelopment of Bai Outyan's saber technique, this Cosmos God City Lord was completely suppressed. How dare you leak information? Serves you right. Lin Fei was rather curious. After asking around, he found out that Luo Junting was the one who found Bai Outyan. He had to vent his anger. Hence this scene happened. He wanted to make this Dark City Lord a scapegoat, and at the same time extort some faith energy from him. Dark City is going to admit defeat. Under Bai Outyan's words, Luo Junting decisively chose to admit defeat. If he was killed on the spot, it would be a huge loss. 10 breaths later, Luo Junting admitted defeat. He allowed the saber to be placed on his neck. Cold sweat flowed down his back, and he didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Lord Bai, as long as you let me off and spare my life, I will agree to any condition. At this crucial moment, this person was an intelligent person. In order to live, he was willing to pay a huge price. Chapter 3379. Dojo of Limits. Lin Fei received the faith energy sent by Aotian. This time Luo Junting had paid a huge price. Facing Bai Aotian, he had to hand over all his faith energy. It was equivalent to more than 60 billion faith energy. Lin Fei was not satisfied with this number. He was still a city lord, yet he did not have much wealth. He could not even compare to the myriad god Great Continent or the Marine clan. He could barely make do with it. After all, not everyone in the eternal universe could use the power of faith. For instance, Bai Aotian did not need it. Cultivating faith energy was a cultivation technique from the previous era. In this era, there were all sorts of cultivation techniques, and it was as though 100 flowers were blooming. After being extorted once, Luo Junting was now well behaved. He would most likely not dare to do anything for a long time. After Bai Aotian made a feint, he decided to stay in the city lord residence. The reason was simple. He had to know who was the culprit. With such a huge mountain suppressing him, Luo Junting sent out people to search for clues. No matter what, he had to find the culprit. The auction of the Dojo of Limits did not stop. This was good news to everyone. Who would wish for the Star River Guard to capture the culprit? Fortunately, Guard Leader Bai announced that he was not here to capture the culprit. As for the reason, everyone could only guess. The date of the auction was getting closer. Many important figures arrived. All the houses around the Dojo of Limits were bought at a high price. Nobody dared to come here for fear of offending someone. These important figures were all powerful existences in the eternal cosmos. Even if they had not seen each other before, they would have heard of each other. They were extremely powerful. After these important figures came to the Dark City, they did not do anything. Instead, they were very quiet. The scene of them taking action the moment they arrived did not appear. From this, it could be seen that these important figures were not shallow. Take action? Who would dare to do so? Many of the items in the hands of that person belonged to the big sections. If someone were to snatch them away, wouldn't it make those important figures feel uncomfortable? Hence, whoever took action would be the first to be unlucky. Furthermore, the Dojo of Limits was not that easy to break. Who dared to guarantee that the martial Dojo of Limits left behind by ultimate cosmos gods did not have any killing moves? Until now, nobody dared to try it out. That year's mistake was still vivid in everyone's mind. They didn't want to be that stupid son of a bitch. On the day of the auction, the big shots appeared one after another. Sect Leader Chun, why are you here in person? Join in the fun. Lao Wang, we haven't seen each other for a long time. Could the rumors from back then be true? Your things are here too. The big shots of today all had complicated feelings. This was especially true when they met old friends or enemies. A casual word from them could make them lose all face. Everyone knew that this was no ordinary auction. To put it nicely, he was here to redeem the treasures he had lost in the past, and he was here to buy them back no matter the price. As for causing trouble, they also wanted to, but some people wouldn't let them. For example, those sworn enemies. Many of the big shots here today were sworn enemies. If they could buy the treasures and break the seals, it wouldn't be a good thing for anyone. When the big shots entered the dojo of Limits, their expressions were ugly, but they had to squeeze out a smile. Who would feel comfortable if something that happened a long time ago was revealed again? If possible, they wanted to beat that mysterious black-robed man to death. Of all the things he could have done, why did he have to do this? Great, now they were caught by their sworn enemies. Displeased, extremely displeased. Within the dojo of Limits, a temporary auction was set up. It was very simple. Nobody cared about it, especially when they saw their sworn enemies. Everyone was very rational and restrained. They understood the purpose of coming this time, and no matter what, they had to get the treasures back. It was a very simple goal. If they really wanted to do it, it would be very difficult. They didn't even dare to guarantee it in their hearts. Even though some of the big shots seated here had their faces covered, it was still possible to guess their origins. It wasn't easy to offend them. The temporary auction was very quiet. Nobody spoke. The atmosphere was weird and oppressive. Lin Fei personally came out to be the host. The treasures were on him, and he was the only one who wasn't worried about others stealing them. Lin Fei couldn't guarantee that they wouldn't make a move. Thus, it was best for him to be the host himself. This way he could raise his prestige. Such a good thing was something that Lin Fei was most willing to do. When Lin Fei walked out and stood in front of the crowd, the big shots immediately guessed his origin. Is it this person? He's so daring. When the treasures are auctioned, this person will die for sure. No one can take advantage of our sect. That bastard Limits, he can't even rest in peace even in death. He actually caused such a thing. Shameless, too shameless. Everyone gritted their teeth in their hearts. When would they appear in an auction together? If possible, they really didn't want to appear here. Who am I? Everyone might be unfamiliar with me. But that's fine. Lin Fei smiled and said, everyone just needs to remember one thing. The items are with me and I guarantee that they're good stuff. Who asked me to love money? For example, the power of faith. Lin Fei said with a smile. He didn't care about the cold gazes shooting at him from below and had a leisurely look on his face. The master of the Empyrean mansion didn't come out, but when he saw this scene, he couldn't help but admire his junior brother's guts. There were so many big shots here, and even the master of the Empyrean mansion feared some of them. Thus he couldn't remain so calm. You talk too much. Hurry up and start the auction. A gray-robed middle-aged man said with a dark expression. Lin Fei looked over and said, it seems like you're in a hurry. Unfortunately, you forgot one thing. I have the final say in this auction. Since you're in such a hurry, I'm sorry, but you're not qualified anymore. Voila! A force instantly enveloped the gray-robed middle-aged man. With a swoosh, he disappeared from everyone's sight. Everyone, don't be afraid. I just sent him out. Such a person doesn't have the quality to participate in the auction. Everyone, don't you think so? With just a sentence, a big shot was sent out. This is too, the most inconceivable thing was that they couldn't sense any changes in space. It was too inconceivable. The big shots here were all experts, but they couldn't figure out how the other party did it. Moreover, this wasn't a formation of the dojo of Limits. That expert was sent out without any resistance. A show of strength. Chapter 3380. Lin Fei's small display of skill successfully stunned the many big shots who came to the auction. They could not discern what technique it was. It was neither an array nor a treasure attack. Came stealthily and mysteriously. No one would be willing to try such a move. More importantly, they did not come here to fight. Instead, they came for the treasures. That was the main point. Everything else was superficial. What little brother said is right. Who dares to make a fuss? Scram out now. The auction doesn't need a person like you. Many people stood up to speak for him. More people decided to bid for the item first before doing anything else. They suppressed whatever thoughts they had. Lin Fei grinned. I am very happy that everyone here is a person of character. As for those without character, I can only apologize to them. Scram as far as you can. What did everyone say? All right, I shall not speak any more nonsense. We will begin today's first auction. Lin Fei chuckled. I believe everyone is clear that today's auction will be using faith energy. As for other items, I will not recognize them. I hope everyone will remember this point, lest something unpleasant happens in the future. Heaven's Limit Tavern Master did not appear. This junior disciple brother of mine is extraordinarily daring. The items collected by teacher are being auctioned off for faith energy. I wonder how teacher would feel if he knew. Heaven's Limit Tavern Master was 100% convinced of this junior disciple brother of Lin Fei. He was young, yet he was straightforward in doing things. Not everyone could do that. What was more unfathomable was that the strength of this junior disciple brother was even more mysterious. He was clearly not a cosmos god, yet the strength he displayed was unfathomable. Even he could not discern it. Teacher, perhaps I don't have to continue working hard. Just this junior disciple brother of mine can reproduce your glory in the past. I believe that day won't be too far away. Heaven's Limit Tavern Master thought. The first equipment was a cosmos god weapon. The moment this item appeared, many people immediately started fighting over it. These treasures were targeted by the pinnacle cosmos gods in the past. Every single one of them was priceless, and almost every single household knew about them. Now that they were being auctioned, everyone became restless. Nobody was willing to miss out on such items. The price skyrocketed right from the start. Yixian had released the news this time. Those who were hostile to him, even if they had to go all out, they had to buy them. There was no better way to deal a blow to their enemies than this. They all wanted to clap their hands and thank the mysterious man. You're such a good person. As a result, the scene of two parties fighting crazily appeared in the auction hall. Needless to say, the two parties were enemies, and it was the kind of feud that could not be explained in 2 or 3 sentences. The happiest person was none other than Lin Fei, who was always smiling. Lin Fei chose to ignore the people who had been showing crazy killing intent towards him. Treasures left behind by ultimate cosmos gods were the best of the best. His actions back then had caused countless people to gnash their teeth in anger. But in the end, nothing had happened to him. Even though he had been dead for a long time, he had still schemed against everyone. In today's auction, everyone actually followed the rules very well. Those who had lost their treasures wanted to snatch them back, but they did not dare to do so. Those potential enemies of theirs were eyeing them covetously. If they dared to act, they did not mind helping the other party to weaken their strength. For instance, it was very simple for a few experts to die. Every treasure was auctioned for a very high price. Lin Fei was the one who felt the best. Every successful auction was equivalent to his strength growing a little bit stronger. If all the treasures were auctioned today, the faith energy Lin Fei had would definitely be an astronomical figure. Even the big organizations could not compare to him. As for the prestige he had exchanged for, it was even more needless. It was an astronomical figure. Some of the stronger killing moves could be used as he pleased. He didn't have to worry about anything anymore. What a great thing to be able to do. The auction lasted for half a day. All the treasures left behind by ultimate cosmos gods were auctioned off. Not a single one was left behind. As for who bought them in the end, Lin Fei did not care at all. Instead, many people were filled with envy. They were definitely eyeing this huge amount of faith energy. You might say that faith energy was useless, but to some people it was very useful. It was definitely not as useless as it was described. AI, what a pity. I was just lacking by a little bit. That year, the ultimate cosmos god snatched away quite a lot of treasures. Even that item landed in the hands of that person. That's right, that's right. Who doesn't agree? The ultimate cosmos gods are indeed fierce. You didn't see it just now. The eyes of those few turned black. Their ancestral heirloom has been auctioned off. Lin Fei felt reassured as he took out the treasures. During this period, some people could not help but want to snatch it. But the moment they tried, they were teleported out. Once again, they left behind the crowd looking at each other in dismay. What a ghost! After obtaining the faith energy, Lin Fei naturally received a lot of venomous and resentful gazes. At the same time, there were all sorts of threats and killing intent. Lin Fei's reply was always full of smiles. In the end, he attracted a huge amount of hatred. The situation of the auction in the extreme martial school soon spread. The exact amount of faith energy was also publicized. No matter who heard it, they would feel shocked. It was truly an astronomical figure. The events that happened during this period were described vividly, making everyone feel as though they were there. No matter what, this mysterious fellow became famous once again. Junior disciple brother, you have offended many people. I see that they are guarding outside. The Empyrean Skypole Dojo's master smiled and said, however, I wonder how many people you have offended. I think they will be waiting outside. Lin Fei did not care. It is normal for them to guard outside. After all, their treasures have been bought by their enemies. Who would be happy? It would be weird if they did not whip their corpses. Who knows, those enemies might not leave and might even take advantage of the situation. Heaven's Limit Tavern Master guffawed. Junior disciple brother, you really know how to joke. How about we make a bet? Lin Fei grinned evilly. Forget it. Heaven's Limit Tavern Master shook his head. For some reason, he believed that the moment he made the bet, he would be the loser. Oh right, there is a cosmos god outside who wants to meet you. His origin isn't simple, and he seems to be here for the item in your hands. Lin Fei understood what it was. Even though everything was auctioned off in reality, there were still several items that he had not taken out. Those were many command tokens. And now, it seemed these command tokens were quite famous since a cosmos god came over. Chapter 3381. Lin Fei naturally had no objections to someone coming to see him. Moreover, someone was giving him faith energy. After auctioning off dozens of treasures, Lin Fei could be considered rich and overbearing. With a huge amount of prestige, if anyone had any thoughts about him, he would definitely make them regret it. Yes, regret. Dojo of Limits guest room. At this moment there were 3 people. 2 of them were standing and the remaining one was sitting, leisurely sipping tea. On the other hand, the younger of the 2 behind him looked impatient as he kept glancing at the door. Elder, do you think Lin Fei will agree? He definitely will. The middle-aged man laughed. Unless, he is willing to become the enemy of the entire world. Even though the auction had ended and the items had been auctioned off, everyone seemed to be in high spirits. However, that was not the case. Things had yet to come to an end. The one drinking tea didn't say anything. Coming. Footsteps could be heard from outside. The first to enter was the Heaven's Limit Dojo Master. Elder Chun, sorry to keep you waiting. No problem, we're not in a hurry. Elder Chun put down his cup and laughed. However, his gaze fell on Lin Fei, who was behind the Heaven's Limit Dojo Master. That's good. The Heaven's Limit Dojo Master laughed. Then I won't disturb you guys anymore. The Heaven's Limit Dojo Master took the initiative to leave. I heard you were looking for me. After the Heaven's Limit Dojo Master left, Lin Fei came and sat in front of Elder Chan. Kid, what are you talking about? The young man from before shouted with a hostile tone. Lin Fei waved his hand and a huge force slammed into the young man. With a loud bang, the young man was smashed into the wall behind him. The adults didn't say anything. Why are you interrupting? Rude. The middle-aged man behind Elder Chun frowned and hurriedly went up to check. Do you know the Chun family? Chun Yunfei looked at Lin Fei. I don't know. What, does the Chun family have a big background? Lin Fei smiled and said, if you want to use the Chun family to threaten me, then you are gravely mistaken, because I am never a person who can be forced. You really have guts. If it was in the past, I would have let you know how powerful the Chun family is if you dared to hit someone from my Chun family. Chun Yunfei faintly said. However, you are very lucky now. As long as you hand over the Chun family's token, I can let bygones be bygones. What do you think? Not good. Lin Fei immediately lost interest. He was still hoping to make a profit. I do have the token with me. If you want to redeem it, you can. Just take out the power of faith. It's that simple. If you don't have it, then I can only apologize. Maybe I'll personally pay a visit to your Chun family. Maybe at that time the things you have now will be incomparable. How dare you? The middle-aged man was finally angry. The Chun family was one of the top families in the Star River Prefecture. If it wasn't for the existence of the Dojo of Limits, he wouldn't be sitting here and talking. He would have taken everything he wanted and wouldn't have wasted so much time talking. There was a loud bang. The middle-aged man was also hit by the huge force. When he fell, he vomited blood. His injuries were more serious than the previous one. If you dare to speak again, I promise to beat you to death. Lin Fei smiled. The middle-aged man who was hit was stared at by this smile. He felt a chill down his spine. He was a hierarch expert, but he couldn't resist the opponent at all. The opponent was really strong. Chun Yunfei had actually been observing this mysterious young man. The more he looked, the more shocked he was. Especially when he attacked, it was a thunderous blow that didn't give anyone any time to react. It was a complete suppression. You are strong and skilled. Why aren't the two of you thanking him for not killing you? Chun Yunfei said coldly. The middle-aged man and the young man's expression suddenly changed. Thank you, senior, for not killing us. He injured them with a wave of his hand. He couldn't resist at all. If he wasn't a senior, who else could he be? Lin Fei smiled and said, how much power of faith is your Chun family willing to offer? He was very direct and went straight to the point. Chun Yunfei did not know why this fellow wanted so much power of faith. This was a cultivation system from the previous era. In the current era, not many were willing to use the power of faith to break through to the cosmos god realm. 20 billion power of faith. Chun Yunfei probed. Lin Fei shook his head. You are not sincere. Your Chun family has such a huge origin, yet you can only take out 20 billion power of faith for a command token. I think it's better for me to change to someone else. I believe many people will like the Chun clan command token. Chun Yunfei realized that this fellow wasn't someone easy to talk to. Fixed price 50 billion power of faith. 100 billion. Lin Fei chuckled. Don't mention any fixed price. This thing isn't useful to me, but I believe many others are. They will be more than willing to pay 100 billion power of faith. Don't say that your Chun family doesn't have that capability. That's just a scam. You are ruthless. Chun Yunfei came this time because he wanted to take back the Chun clan command token regardless of the price. In the past, this thing was left outside and now it had become a target of the Chun family. Nobody could guarantee when someone would pay a visit and take out a Chun clan command token. At that time, it wasn't as simple as paying the power of faith. Alright, are you interested in other command tokens? I can sell them to you at wholesale price. Lin Fei concluded the deal. He immediately started promoting. Such a good opportunity doesn't come by so often. Do you want it or not? Chun Yunfei was convinced by this fellow. Those command tokens could be exchanged for a huge amount of items, yet now he was selling them at wholesale price. Was he treating them as cabbages? In reality, Lin Fei treated the command token as a tool to exchange for faith energy. As for paying a visit and using the command token to exchange, forget it. Lin Fei did not have the time to do so. He might as well settle it now. After auctioning a few dozen treasures, Lin Fei became more confident. There was no need for him to go to those places to suffer. Why aren't you interested? Then forget it. Chun Yunfei was considering whether to accept it or not. Who would have thought that this fellow would change his mind so quickly? Wait, my Chun clan wants it. I still have 15 with me. A total of 2 trillion power of faith energy. They are the cheapest item. I will allow you to collect the power of faith energy. Don't say that your Chun clan is helpless. Chun Yunfei didn't feel that 2 trillion power of faith energy was expensive. In comparison, it was still very cheap. Such a huge sum was indeed an astronomical figure. Even the Chun clan would need to collect it. It would take a certain amount of time and even a lot of connections. Sure. Chun Yunfei didn't want to put on airs anymore. This fellow in front of him was completely useless. He might even be thrown out. If that happened, he would really miss out on a huge opportunity. Over a dozen command tokens. Chun Yunfei was excited just thinking about it. When the time came, he could give some away and leave a few favors. This would only be beneficial to the future of his clan. Chapter 3382. After dealing with the remaining command tokens, Lin Fei felt relaxed. The items that came from the ultimate cosmos god had been dealt with cleanly. You are preparing to leave? After Heaven's Limit Tavern Master returned, he was startled by Lin Fei's words. I am just passing by the Dark City, and the harvest is much greater than what I imagined. Lin Fei chuckled. I know what senior disciple brother is thinking of. Since I dared to organize an auction, I naturally wouldn't place those fellows in my eyes. Senior disciple brother doesn't have to worry. You finally call me senior disciple brother. Heaven's Limit Tavern Master chuckled. I thought I wasn't qualified to be your senior disciple brother. Lin Fei chuckled. I have obtained the inheritance of Senior Limit Tavern Master. Naturally, I will treat him as my teacher. After all, we are defying the heavens. Who doesn't have a few teachers? Senior disciple brother isn't right. Well said. Heaven's Limit Tavern Master felt gratified. I suggest junior disciple brother to not go out for the next few days. Wait for the commotion to die down before leaving. The wasteland of death is deeper than you think. You are the only personal disciple of teacher, and I don't wish for anything to happen to you. Otherwise, I will feel ashamed when I meet teacher. Being a person who had been in the Dark City for a long time, he usually seemed low profile and didn't care about the matters in the wasteland of death. But in private, the Extreme Martial Dojo had its own intelligence network. Heaven's Limit Tavern Master was clear about the situation in the wasteland of death. At this moment, Heaven's Limit Tavern Master truly did not wish for his junior disciple brother Lin Fei to leave the Dark City. Depth? Lin Fei chuckled. This is good. I really want to see what kind of experts there are in the wasteland of death. You should know that I am an expert amongst experts. Currently, it is lonely being an expert. Heaven's Limit Tavern Master did not know whether to laugh or cry when he heard this. Lonely being an expert? Very soon, Heaven's Limit Tavern Master thought about it. It seemed that this was the case. This junior disciple brother of his had always been shrouded in a layer of mystery. Even he could not see where the limits of his junior disciple brother were. Vaguely, he was certain that the moment he engaged in a life and death battle with his junior disciple brother, he would be the one to die without any ability to resist. Heaven's Limit Tavern Master would never be wrong about this feeling. The experts in the wasteland of death outside have all arranged for people to follow them. Even now, the people outside the Dojo of Limits are basically all watching. The Empyrean Pole Dojo Master said. Who asked junior brother to be in the limelight recently? Back then I didn't have the guts to do this. Only Master can compare with you. Lin Fei laughed heartily. Suddenly he thought of something. Senior brother, do you know anything about the Manor Lord? Lin Fei had a flash of inspiration and recalled this matter. After all, he came from the Saint Spirit continent this time because of the matter regarding the young master. The master of the Empyrean Pole Dojo was very surprised. He then burst into laughter and said, Junior brother, you really have the demeanor of a revered person. I'm afraid those guys who want to compete for the position of Mansion Master will have a headache. Moreover, you and Master are too similar. When Master made his debut, the most sensational thing he did was to snatch the position of Mansion Master. Lin Fei blinked his eyes. It can't be. Master also went there back then? The Empyrean Pole Dojo Master said proudly, Our master is famous for meddling in all kinds of things. The first time he made his debut, he snatched the position of Mansion Master and became one of the Eternal Universe's Mansion Masters. Speaking of which, it's also a coincidence that the position that Master snatched was our current position. Lin Fei blinked his eyes again. This time he was really surprised. It can't be. This is too much of a coincidence. The Empyrean Pole Dojo Master nodded. What you just said shocked me. However, this time's Mansion Master contest is completely different from Master's. What's the difference? Lin Fei asked with a curious look on his face. Back then, Master's Mansion Master was one of the top-ranked Mansion Masters. It's not an exaggeration to say that he ascended to the heavens in one step. The Empyrean Pole Dojo Master sighed. However, the current Yuan Fu Mansion Master's position, whether it's in terms of influence or other aspects, can't be compared to Master's era. However, even so, there are still countless people vying for it. Everyone wants to ascend to the heavens in one step. The Empyrean Pole Dojo Master continued. Becoming a Mansion Master is equivalent to becoming an aristocrat in the Eternal Universe. Junior Marshal Brother, you have offended the Li clan and many others. It's precisely because you don't have any status that they dare to keep an eye on you. However, if you are an aristocrat, they wouldn't dare to do anything even if they gave them 100 guts. At most they would act in private. They wouldn't dare to act openly or even personally. This is the power of aristocrats. You should now understand how important a mansion master of the Yuan Fu is. Lin Fei didn't have a deep understanding of this. If it wasn't for Senior Marshal Brother Empyrean Pole, he really wouldn't know the specifics. Aristocrat sounded like a high-class position. Junior Marshal Brother, how do you plan to compete? The Empyrean Pole Dojo Master asked. Lin Fei understood. If Junior Marshal Brother is alone, then it would be a bit troublesome. The Empyrean Pole Dojo Master said. However, it's fortunate that Junior Marshal Brother came to the Extreme Dojo. You can participate using the name of the Extreme Dojo. As your Senior Marshal Brother, although I don't have the influence of my master, the name Extreme Dojo still has some qualifications in the eternal universe. Lin Fei secretly rejoiced. It's fortunate that I came. If I didn't, then wouldn't I be in big trouble? Thank you, Senior Marshal Brother. You're my Junior Marshal Brother. It's just a name. It doesn't matter who I give it to, let alone my Junior Marshal Brother. The Empyrean Pole Dojo Master smiled. I believe that this time's Mansion Master battle will be very interesting. Ha ha ha. Chen Yunfei quickly returned with the power of faith. Every token has a huge use. With such a price, it's really a wholesale price. After the Chun family found out about this, they agreed without hesitation and went all out to gather the power of faith. They even pawned a lot of treasures. If they missed such a good opportunity, who knows when they would have to wait for it. The Chun family's actions were very secretive. Lin Fei wasn't in the mood to spread the news. With such a huge profit, every time Lin Fei saw the series of zeros in his reputation, he would be as excited as if he'd been injected with chicken blood. This was power. The numbers were absolute power for Lin Fei. The Empyrean Pole Dojo Master's words made Lin Fei realize that if he wanted to stand firm in the eternal universe, he had to take the position of Mansion Master. Lin Fei didn't have the strength to go against the entire Eternal Church. It was better to keep a low profile. Chapter 3383. The Dark City was very calm. None of the spies who were watching the Extreme Martial School were calm. They were constantly watching the Extreme Martial School and had even used many treasures. Those superpowers who auctioned the treasures in the Extreme Martial School had left another group of people behind while escorting the treasures back. Needless to say, everyone knew what was going on. Other than that, there were those treasures which originally belonged to them that ended up being auctioned by other superpowers. Under the situation where they could not take revenge, they shifted their resentment onto Lin Fei. Revenge. The reason why they did not leave was to take revenge here. If they did not take revenge, they would not be able to swallow the anger in their hearts. Since when did a superpower suffer such a huge loss? Previously, they suffered a loss in the hands of a cosmos god. It was fine if they did not dare to take revenge, but this time they could not swallow this anger. If not for their fear of the arrangements left behind by the Extreme Martial School, they would have long snatched the treasures. Everyone would attack together. No matter what martial school it was, they would destroy it. He is out. On the street in front of the Extreme Martial School, a spy was currently eating in killing time. To a spy, patience was the most important. Coincidentally, this spy did not lack patience. He had been watching the Extreme Martial School, and it was perfectly justifiable for him to do so. Unhappy? Bite me then. It was with this mentality that this spy had been watching the Extreme Martial School. The yellow heavens would not disappoint those who persevere. He was indeed being watched. Ever since the auction ended, practically no one entered the Extreme Martial School. This was partly due to everyone's influence. But anyone who came out from the Extreme Martial School would be followed by the spy outside. There were also some who relied purely on treasures to determine if the other party was using any cultivation techniques. Relying on treasures they could confirm in the shortest time. It was an extremely tyrannical treasure. It's him, it's really him. The spy threw down the things in his hands. He did not dare believe that this person would actually swagger out like this. Wrong, there was still a Celestial Pole Dojo Master behind him. Where are they going? After a short moment of shock, the spy immediately reported the situation upwards. At the moment when this spy discovered it, the other spies outside the Extreme Martial School also discovered it. Basically, everyone had the same expression. There was only a single thought in their minds. Why do they dare to come out? In the Dark City, everyone maintained their composure and did not act. That Cosmos god Luo Junting was someone that everyone had to show respect to. Not giving a Cosmos god any face was unacceptable. Nobody could resist the revenge of a Cosmos god, unless the disciple of the clan chose to remain in seclusion for his entire life. That was obviously impossible. As soon as the Heaven's Limit Dojo Lord and his successor left the Dojo of Limits, the news immediately spread throughout Dark City. Everyone was in an uproar. In the courtyard of an inn, "Young master, that person came out with the Heaven's Limit Dojo's Lord." A middle-aged man walked into the courtyard and saw the young man practicing his sword. The young man was very serious in his sword practice. In front of him, the void was cut into countless sword scars, but the void did not shatter. "Is that so?" Young Master Zhao sheathed his sword and the void that was filled with sword scars collapsed. "The news is real. I wonder if that person is planning to leave the Dark City. This subordinate thinks that he should not be so daring. After all, there is a Cosmos god protecting the Dark City." Young Master Zhao shook his head with a smile. That might not be the case. Don't forget that the commotion caused by that senior who reached the limit in the past in the eternal cosmos is not something that ordinary people can place on Heaven's Limit Dojo Lord and the others. Then let us continue arranging people to watch over them. There's no need. We will just follow them. Young Master Zhao revealed a confident look. They will definitely leave the Dark City. My premonition has never been wrong. In the courtyard of another inn, a gray-robed old man sat cross-legged in the courtyard. In front of him were more than 10 people kneeling. All of their heads were lowered, and their shoulders were trembling slightly. He is finally willing to come out. The gray-robed old man suddenly opened his eyes. His scarlet eyes were flashing with a bloodthirsty aura. "Ultimate Cosmos God, I couldn't suppress you in the past. This time this old man will absolutely not allow your inheritor to come out and create trouble. This old man will never believe that there isn't any conspiracy behind bringing out the auction items." The gray-robed old man waved his hand. A blood energy condensed into a mirror, showing the scene of Heaven's Limit Dojo Lord and Lin Fei. Are they leaving the city? City Master residence. Luo Junting had completely lost his temper. After knowing the news, he let out a long sigh of relief. It's good that they are leaving. I'll go as far as I can. After sending his subordinates away, Luo Junting became slightly mad. This was the first time a Cosmos god felt such a huge pressure. Being the city master of the Dark City, if not for his identity as a Cosmos god, he would have reason to believe that those people would start fighting and eventually destroy the Dark City. It would be best if Heaven's Limit Dojo Lord dies outside. Luo Junting felt sullen. He could only curse them for being unlucky. He could not help but envy those Cosmos gods who became Cosmos gods with curses. A single curse could cause others to be unlucky or even die. On the main street leading to the city gate, Junior Disciple Brother, you are much more daring than I imagined. Heaven's Limit Dojo Lord had already sensed a dozen powerful auras landing on his body. 3 of them were Cosmos God auras. Quite a few Cosmos gods had come for this Martial Dojo of Limits auction. As for those who were hiding in the dark, nobody knew. But the strength displayed on the surface was sufficient to frighten anyone. This point could be seen from the body of Dark City Master. During this period, Dark City Master Luo Junting had been incredibly low profile, as if the Dark City did not belong to him. That was a Cosmos god. How big your heart is, how big your guts are. Senior Disciple Brother, are you afraid? Lin Fei teased. Afraid? How can that be? Under teacher, there are only disciples who die in battle. There are no disciples who are afraid. Heaven's Limit Dojo Lord sneered. Even though my talent isn't great, teacher's reputation will not be affected because of me. Ha ha ha. Lin Fei and Heaven's Limit Dojo Lord were walking on the main street. Many people were paying attention to them. They are going out. This is madness. The moment they leave the city, it will be a path of death. This is unfathomable. Seeing where they were going, Everyone was startled. In the Dark City, even Cosmos gods had to show respect to Dark City Master and not act. The moment they left the Dark City, the situation would be different. It would absolutely be a situation where they would die. Walking out of the Dark City, there were no obstructions. Everyone here was intelligent. Nobody was willing to fight within the Dark City. Nobody would have thought that Heaven's Limit Dojo Lord and this inheritor would leave the Dark City. Chapter 3384. Practically no one expected that Heaven's Limit Tavern Master and that mysterious person would leave the Dark City. How much confidence did they have to do so? Nobody dared to act in the Dark City, but the moment they left the Dark City, it would give everyone a chance to do so. The Wasteland of Death was huge. The Dark City was a hegemon of a region, but it was far from controlling it. In the Wasteland of Death, there were quite a few experts who could fight against Luo Junting. They were not Cosmos gods, and when they worked together, Luo Junting, this Dark City Master, would feel fear. As Heaven's Limit Tavern Master and that mysterious person left the Dark City, the news spread across the Wasteland of Death. Wave after wave of people left the Dark City. Their goal was the same. Nobody believed that Heaven's Limit Tavern Master and that mysterious person could gain any advantage outside the Dark City. The Wasteland of Death was huge. Heaven's Limit Tavern Master and Lin Fei did not conceal themselves at all. They swaggered in a direction. This direction was the entrance to the Star River Prefecture. Along the way, the two of them were calm. In reality, the one who cared the most was Heaven's Limit Tavern Master. He felt his blood surging. It had been so many years since he, this personal disciple of an ultimate cosmos god, experienced such pressure and dense fighting spirit. They have caught up. It's a pity that they are just a group of small fishes. They don't have any desire to act. Heaven's Limit Tavern Master chuckled. Don't worry. We've only traveled so far. Lin Fei was indifferent. No matter what, we have to leave the Dark City far before they dare to act. These people are all cowardly. Ha ha ha. Lin Fei and Heaven's Limit Tavern Master traveled at a breakneck speed. They flew along the way. And behind them, wave after wave of experts followed closely behind. At the same time, there were experts rushing over from several directions in the Wasteland of Death. More than half a day passed. Lin Fei and Heaven's Limit Tavern Master were very far away from the Dark City. The surrounding had turned into a piece of wasteland. They were in the middle of nowhere, and the entire place was filled with an oppressive aura. What a coincidence for us to come to this place. Heaven's Limit Tavern Master suddenly stopped. Not far away there was a piece of white skeleton. Lin Fei was quite curious. Where is it? This used to be a battlefield. We locals call it the battlefield of death. These skeletons were left behind from that battle. As time passed, this place was almost forgotten. The Empyrean Embassy Master sighed with emotion. Do you know who did it? Who? Lin Fei was even more curious. Our master. The master of the Empyrean Pole Dojo laughed heartily. How is it? You didn't expect this, did you? This death battlefield was created by our master. Back then, when our master was besieged, he killed his way to fame here. Most of the corpses on the ground were left by his enemies. I will never forget that scene for the rest of my life. Don't you think it's a coincidence that we pass by this place? Indeed. Lin Fei nodded after listening. It is indeed a coincidence. The skeletons in front of him were all white. Who knew how many experts had fallen here? I might even have to go on a killing spree here. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Since we pass by this place, let's settle it here. I don't want to be followed by a group of people. The master of the Empyrean Pole Dojo smiled happily. All right, let's settle it here. Back then, our master was able to fight a great battle and become famous in the eternal universe. As his disciple, I can also do the same. Rise. The master of the Empyrean Pole Dojo waved his hand. Under his control, the seemingly endless white skeletons rose into the sky and piled up into a huge bone mountain. The moment this bone mountain appeared in the wasteland, it immediately became very conspicuous. It was hard for anyone not to notice it. The master of the Empyrean Pole Dojo landed on the top of the bone mountain and stood with his hands behind his back. Lin Fei also landed on the bone mountain. This is pretty good. We might be able to build a second bone mountain today. Lin Fei smiled. This is good. I like it. The master of the Empyrean Pole Dojo looked ahead. To be honest, I haven't fought for a long time. I wonder if they can stop me. There they are. Are they going to fight an expert? Look at this place. It seems very familiar. This seems to be the battlefield of death in the past. The moment those who followed behind saw the bone mountain and the white skeletons that could be seen everywhere, they were momentarily startled before their expressions turned pale. Being a junior, how could they not know what happened in the wasteland of death in the past? For instance, this place. That was the place where the ultimate cosmos god fought his way to fame. Many experts had died here, and the entire cosmos had heard of this matter. After these people knew of the origin of this place, they no longer dared to move forward. Everyone was clear of how powerful this place was. They came here to watch the show. They were not here to send themselves to death. The disciple of the ultimate cosmos god, the Empyrean Pole Dojo master, was also an awe-inspiring master in the past. Who dared to guarantee that this Empyrean Pole Dojo master did not become stronger after so many years? More and more people stopped in the surroundings. Everyone tactfully stood at a distance. They did not want to offend the other party, and neither would they enter the battlefield. Empyrean Pole Dojo master, you are finally willing to come out. For the sake of you, I have waited for a total of 8,500 years. The world trembled. An enormous figure stepped over. The moment this figure appeared, everyone felt as if they were jolted. Many who were watching fell down from the sky. It is the giant sky pseudo-cosmos god. Someone exclaimed. His eyes were wide open, and his face was filled with astonishment. Very soon this giant walked over step by step. Every step he took caused the world to tremble. As he was about to reach the bone mountain, his body shrunk until he became a small giant about 3 meters in size. Who would have thought that you are the first? But you are quite narrow-minded. Empyrean Pole Dojo master chuckled. Giant sky cosmos god had an obvious scar on his face. He lightly caressed the scar. Do you know this? This is what you left behind. I will always remember it. Empyrean Pole Dojo master stood with his hands behind his back. In the past, I could beat you until you cried for your father and mother. This time it is the same. Call your helpers out so that I don't even have enough warm-up exercises. Empyrean Pole Dojo master, you are indeed arrogant. Do you think you are still the ultimate cosmos god of the past? A snort came from the space. A figure rushed out. If the ultimate cosmos god is here, we might be afraid. But if it is you, what are you? Another figure rushed out. Well said. Empyrean Pole Dojo master, today, you shall become a corpse here. So. For figures appeared behind giant sky cosmos god. Empyrean Pole Dojo master squinted. A cold light flashed in his eyes. So it is the 4 brothers from the Death Valley. Previously I allowed you to escape. This time you will die. Hong. Chapter 3385. Heaven's Limit Tavern Master turned into a dazzling stream of light. The 4 pseudo-cosmos gods from Death Valley were formidable too. They immediately joined the battle. Giant Sky Cosmos God turned into a giant and joined the battle too. One could see several figures moving to and fro. The speed of the battle was too fast. The experts in the distance could only see the figures flashing by. The void was constantly being destroyed before being restored. The powerful force made everyone break out in cold sweat. This was the combat power of a cosmos god. This senior disciple brother of mine has quite a few enemies. Lin Fei originally thought that they came for him, but now it seemed that was not the case. They were seeking revenge. Over 8,000 years, it seems their hatred isn't small. Even after so many years, they still can't swallow this grievance. Lin Fei thought. Within a short period, the outcome of the battle was decided. Pung pung pung. The 5 pseudo-cosmos gods including Giant Sky Cosmos God were all sent flying. Just the few of you. Scram as far as you can. Heaven's Limit Tavern Master roared. He once again pounced towards the nearest cosmos god Giant Sky. Only Lin Fei was able to see the entire battle clearly. Heaven's Limit Tavern Master attacked the 5 pseudo-cosmos gods by himself. All of them were direct attacks. He withstood the attacks of 4 pseudo-cosmos gods before attacking one of them. Under close combat, the other party could not resist at all. In terms of fleshy body and strength, Heaven's Limit Tavern Master surpassed the other party. Then what if you include us? More experts rushed out from the space one after another. That time your teacher wiped out the experts from my religion. Today, let me wipe out his disciple. I'll kill you and erase the inheritance of that ultimate cosmos god old thing. Heaven's Limit Tavern Master. It's impossible for you to escape today. Heaven's Limit Tavern Master guffawed. He went up to fight. Good timing. At that moment the group of people started fighting. There were many who were sent flying before returning back to the battlefield. Lin Fei could see clearly that Heaven's Limit Tavern Master remained unfathomably firm despite being attacked by more than 20 experts. Other than some injuries on his body, he did not suffer from any major injuries. The cultivation technique of a final realm cosmos god is indeed formidable. Under the continuous tempering of his fleshy body, he would gain a powerful defense that ordinary strength could not break through. This is just the first level. If he were to cultivate to the 7th or 8th level, it would be too frightening. Lin Fei admired the ultimate cosmos god for creating such a powerful cultivation technique. Young man, how dare you auction our family's belongings? You're very bold. With a loud rumble, a purple divine thunder descended from the sky and struck towards Lin Fei's head. At the same time, a loud shout came from the divine thunder. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. You're finally willing to come out. His fist soared into the sky, and pure physical strength burst forth. The divine thunder contained a paralyzing and brutal tearing force. It was shattered by Lin Fei's fist that soared into the sky, and the surrounding void turned into a field of thunder. To Lin Fei, destroying the divine thunder with a single fist did not pose any difficulty to him. Just when Lin Fei destroyed the divine thunder, a sword light actually slashed over from the void. The majestic force felt like it wanted to destroy everything in the world. The terrifying sword intent crushed down on the body of Lin Fei. The sharp aura felt like it wanted to penetrate through Lin Fei's body. This sword was extremely powerful. When it landed on Lin Fei's body, layer after layer of sword intent erupted. Lin Fei was coincidentally using this to test the defensive strength of his cultivation technique. He had to admit that such strength could not tear apart his fleshy body at all. Lin Fei was very satisfied with this level of defense. When the sword intent landed on Lin Fei's body, another beam of sword light shot over. When it was about to get close to Lin Fei, it split into 365 beams. They were like long needles, attacking all parts of Lin Fei's body. The power of each needle was exactly the same. One beam of sword light splitting into 365 beams was not something that just anyone could do. Lin Fei experienced the 365 attacks. Every single one of them formed a certain rhythm. When the last one landed on his body, an even stronger force converged together and erupted on the surface of Lin Fei's body like a mountain flood. You have indeed obtained the cultivation technique of a cosmos god, and even cultivated it to the entry level. It is impossible for someone like you to stay behind. A startled shout could be heard from the void. Many resplendent sword lights once again appeared in front of Lin Fei. Every single one of them exploded on the body of Lin Fei. The sword intent was unparalleled, as if it wanted to cut his body apart. It is Jian Wuqing who acted, transforming 100 with a single sword. He is indeed formidable. Who would have thought that Jian Wuqing from the Jian clan would act? What does this count as? Didn't you see that black-robed man blocking the sword technique with his fleshy body? This is clearly the rhythm of a Daehan cultivator. Too heaven-defying. Amongst the spectators there were quite a few with good eyesight. When they saw these sword techniques they were greatly startled. The Jin clan was a unique clan in the eternal cosmos. They walked the Tao of sword innately. In the eternal cosmos they were known as the Holy Land of the Sword. One could say that any expert who used the sword would have inherited martial arts from the Jian clan. Who dared to belittle such a Jian clan? In the eternal universe there were very few people who dared to be enemies with the Jian family's experts. No matter who it was, they would be tortured to death by that ever-changing sword technique. Many experts had suffered greatly under the sword of an expert from the Jian clan, and it became a nightmare for the rest of their lives. Jian Wuqing from the Jian clan took the initiative to deal against that black-robed man. His sword technique was meant to probe the foundation of the other party, and it had undoubtedly startled many spectators. Everyone was clear about the peak cultivation technique. This was a cultivation technique that was extremely difficult to grasp. Even though the cosmos gods had taken in many disciples, only a few could truly grasp it, of which Celestial Pole Tavern Master was one of them. It was precisely because it was difficult to grasp that everyone paid more attention to it. The moment they grasped it, their combat power would greatly increase, and even their survival capabilities would improve by an entire level. Everyone knew that this black-robed man was strong, but who would have thought that he was so strong to such an extent that Jian Wuqing could not break through his sword technique? This was another ultimate cosmos god. Jian Wuqing switched to 6 different sword techniques. Every sword technique had a different power, yet he could not break through the defenses of this black-robed man. This peak cultivation technique is indeed amazing. Jian Wuqing was increasingly determined to kill this person as he kept changing his techniques. If this person did not die, he would become a cosmos god in the future. By then, everyone would have another powerful enemy, and it would be the kind of person who could not do anything even if he gritted his teeth. Why aren't you all acting? Jian Wuqing revealed his true body. 3 swords were continuously attacking the other party. Curse poison. Another green-robed middle-aged man appeared from the void. He was short and small and he seemed quite wretched. He held onto a wooden doll and chanted at Lin Fei. Junior disciple brother, be careful. That is the curse cosmos god Xiao Jian. His curse technique is hard to defend against. You must be careful. The moment Celestial Pole Tavern Master saw the green-robed middle-aged man appear, his expression changed greatly. He immediately reminded Lin Fei. Curse technique. Lin Fei truly looked down on this curse technique. Chapter 3386. I am actually poisoned. Lin Fei felt a wave of pain in his body. Blood started flowing from the corner of his mouth. That was a great shock. After cultivating the first level of the peak cultivation technique, the fleshy body's defenses had reached an unfathomable level. Even pseudo-cosmos gods could not tear apart his defenses and injure him. But now, in front of a guy who had cast a curse, he was actually injured, and he couldn't even defend himself. This cosmos god who executed the curse seems to be more frightening than the rumors. He seems more like the nemesis of body cultivators. Lin Fei did not detect the execution of the curse before he fell for it. Waves of intense pain assaulted him. Lin Fei could clearly sense that this curse energy was destroying his body structure unnoticeably. Even though it was not obvious, it was truly disintegrating. This curse technique was amazing. Brat, how do you feel about my curse technique? Cosmos god Xiao Jian stood very far away. He had a teasing smile on his face. That was just an appetizer. Let me tell you again, my curse technique has always been the nemesis of body cultivators. It is still Brother Zhao's curse technique that is amazing. Cosmos god Jian Wuqing laughed. My sword technique can kill others, but it has no effect on body cultivators. Curse technique, one curse at a time. It is indeed worthy of its reputation. As he spoke, Jian Wuqing brought out a huge sword array. There were a total of 365 swords. Every sword was of the same quality, and its power was raised to the limit. An enormous sword came slashing down. The world seemed about to be split apart in front of this sword. This was the opening heaven slash of the eternal cosmos Jian clan. Jian Wuqing was formidable too. He took the opportunity when the curse technique affected the opponent's mind to execute his strongest killing move. In the Jian clan, sword techniques were not considered much. What was truly formidable was the sword array. Every Jian clan disciple had a sword array. The power of the sword array depended on the number of flying swords of the same quality. For instance, Jian Wuqing's sword array used 365 flying swords. Every sword was of the same quality, and he practically consumed his entire fortune. Hence, its power was naturally extraordinary. When the enormous sword came slashing down, many of the spectating experts began to exclaim in surprise. Before this enormous sword, they felt their hearts turning cold. They could not summon any strength to resist. Jian Wuqing, this kid is mine. Just as the great sword was about to cut down on Lin Fei's body, a figure appeared like a ghost. Wielding a short sword with both hands, the figure drew a cold light as it stabbed towards Lin Fei. This person came too suddenly. Lin Fei once again witnessed what a true expert was. When this person attacked, there were many figures in front of him. It was hard to tell which was real and which was fake. Every attack landed on his body, and his speed was actually a bit slower than his opponent's. Lin Fei didn't know how many times he had been attacked. Under the combined might of the curse art and the attack of the man, Lin Fei's powerful physical body was covered in bloody spots all over his body. Around the spot of blood, numerous cracks appeared, looking sinister and terrifying. Jian Wuqing's eyes flashed coldly when he saw the person making a move. Shadow Sting, you appear everywhere. Of course, the person called Shadow Thorn proudly laughed. This person is a gold ingot. You should know that I love robbing the rich to help the poor. Dang 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 dang. Shadowthorn was just like his name. The short stinger in his hand was as resplendent as the stars. It swept across the body of Lin Fei without leaving any traces. Let me introduce myself. I am Shadowthorn, and I specialize in assassination. Brat, you have been in the limelight recently. But it's a pity that your combat power isn't good enough, even though you have reached the entry level of the peak cultivation technique. Shadowthorn's speed was fast. He did not leave any traces behind. The moment the other party raised his hand, one could not see any traces of him attacking. Naturally, one could not resist. I really like the things on your body. Hence, I'm sorry, but I can only take them myself. Shadowthorn chuckled. His figure suddenly faded. Shadow kill. Lin Fei felt his heart trembling. A figure penetrated through his body. The moment he opened his mouth, he spurted out a mouthful of fresh blood. His expression turned pale. Is this shadow kill? Just as shadow kill passed through, the greatsword came slashing over. An unstoppable aura crushed down on Lin Fei's body. The energy on the greatsword contained a powerful penetrative ability. Layer by layer, it penetrated through the body of Lin Fei. His powerful life cells started collapsing. Curse Ice Seal. Cosmos God Xiao Jian delivered another blow. The inside of Lin Fei's body had turned into a piece of ice seal. The frightening chill became extremely reserved. On the surface, one could not see a single strand of chill seeping out. Nonetheless, it was completely sealed within his body. Even his flesh and cells were beginning to be sealed. He could not use any energy at all. Brat, stop struggling. Under the joint attack of the few of us, there is no Cosmos God who can resist against us even if we aren't true Cosmos Gods. Cosmos God Xiao Jian said with a sinister tone. Jian Wuqing from the Jian family. Cosmos God Xiao Jian Yu who could utilize the curse technique. And finally Cosmos God Shadowthorn. When these three Cosmos Gods worked together, it was not something a Cosmos God could resist against. Actually, everyone was clear about this outcome. Even if a Cosmos God was stronger, he would not be able to resist against three Cosmos Gods. Junior Disciple Brother. Heaven's Limit Tavern Master was also paying attention to the situation over there. Seeing that his junior disciple brother was at a disadvantage, he subconsciously wanted to save the other party, yet he was obstructed by a group of pseudo-cosmos gods from the Death Valley. Heaven's Limit Tavern Master, you can forget about helping us today. For the sake of dealing against you, we have spent quite a lot of effort. Someone blocked in front of Heaven's Limit Tavern Master. Heaven's Limit Tavern Master became increasingly worried. But when he carefully observed this junior disciple brother of his, he did not see any trace of panic on the other party. He could not help but think back to what the other party said previously. There was no need for him to worry about this junior disciple brother of his. Good. I originally planned to play with all of you, but it seems there isn't a need for that anymore. The body of Heaven's Limit Tavern Master suddenly became tall and sturdy. The aura from his body also became berserk. Extreme berserk. The body of Heaven's Limit Tavern Master moved even though there was no wind. Now I'll let all of you experience what a true battle is. Stepping into the extreme berserk state, Heaven's Limit Tavern Master's speed skyrocketed. He instantly disappeared from the eyes of everyone. When everyone discovered what happened, the Cosmos God who obstructed Heaven's Limit Tavern Master had been sent flying. The Cosmos God in midair was suffering from an unprecedented frightening attack. Every punch that landed on his body would cause his bones to break, and his flesh to scatter, bringing with it a large amount of fresh blood. That powerful body of his became useless before Heaven's Limit Tavern Master. Everyone only saw that cosmos god turning into a rain of blood in the end. It was like a rain of blood, causing the scalp of those who saw it to turn numb. They inhaled a breath of cold air. He had completely fallen. A pseudo-cosmos god has died. Chapter 3387. Under the rapid offense of Heaven's Limit Tavern Master. A pseudo-cosmos god turned into a rain of blood before falling in front of everyone. Many were startled by this. Too powerful. I saw that cosmos god did not have the chance to resist at all. He was beaten to death alive. Who doesn't agree? According to hearsay, no one could resist against a pinnacle cosmos god killing a person in the past. Taking the head of a person among 10,000 was as easy as drinking water. We have all underestimated this Heaven's Limit Tavern Master. He really thinks the other party is easy to bully. After Heaven's Limit Tavern Master killed the first cosmos god, his eyes turned scarlet. He licked his lips. The first one. He immediately pounced towards the second cosmos god. Lin Fei also noticed the transformation in the aura of Heaven's Limit Tavern Master. He is using a secret technique to increase his combat power. Is there a need for these people to do this? Lin Fei squinted. Even though his body was cursed, the sword intent was able to destroy his flesh and cells, bringing about a huge impact on his body. This did not bring much pain to Lin Fei. Here he witnessed the techniques of cosmos gods. It was truly unfathomable. Their offense no longer remained on the surface. Instead, it reached deep into the body. External injuries were ultimately external injuries. They could not unleash their full potential. Cosmos gods had a different attacking style. They would push every attack to the limit, directly destroying the enemy on a deeper level. For instance, the current Lin Fei did not suffer any external injuries, yet the damage on a deeper level was increasing unknowingly. If it were someone else, they would have long collapsed. Lin Fei was considered a special case. Brat, that senior disciple brother of yours can no longer save you. You should just accept your fate. Shadowthorn's offense was ferocious. Previously, the blood droplets were connected together. Explode! A light shout was heard. Shadowthorn's offense connected together, erupting with a vast power. Kakakaka. Lin Fei felt as if his body was being kneaded by a huge hand. His bones started shattering, and the energy that erupted permeated into his flesh and cells, increasing the rate of destruction. This is the first wave. I wonder how many waves I can withstand. Shadowthorn was very proud of himself. No one has ever been able to withstand my continuous bursts. I just don't know if a genius like you can do it. Only by killing a genius like you will I feel a sense of accomplishment, ha ha ha. When the Xiao Jianyu Ian god heard this, he laughed coldly. I love killing geniuses the most. 2 curses don't seem to be enough. I'll give you another curse. Curse, seal the 5 senses. In the next second, Lin Fei's facial features were sealed by a mysterious power. He could not see or hear, completely becoming an insulator. The instincts of a powerhouse were also completely sealed. Open. Lin Fei was truly infuriated by this. Just a mere cursed cosmos god, and a fake one at that, yet he dared to keep tormenting him. Did he really think he was someone important? Shadowthorn, we still need to rely on our curses to kill. Shadowthorn didn't like this green-robed guy very much. He snorted coldly. Is that so? Do you think you can stop my assassination? Do you want me to give you a shadow kill right now? Forget it. I don't have the fortune to enjoy this killing technique of yours. Xiao Jianyu Ian God did not wish to fight with a person like Shadowthorn. He did not want to be on tenterhooks all day. In the eternal cosmos, who did not know of Shadowthorn's techniques? I can't stop my offense anymore. When Shadowthorn decided to follow up with another attack, he was obstructed by a layer of energy. The energy on his short spike could not penetrate through the defense, and it was dissipated. Lin Fei opened his eyes once again. His 5 senses were restored. Your curse is indeed formidable. I wonder how strong my killing across space is. Lin Fei did not plan to play anymore. This was just tormenting himself, and that was not worth it. Lin Fei raised his palm. A nation appeared in his palm. Shadowthorn could smell the danger within. He wanted to escape into the darkness, but who would have thought that the palm china degree, so would pull him, a cosmos god, into it. This was none other than the support system's palm china degree. Shadowthorn, who fell into it, faced against the Grand Army. This palm technique is too terrifying. It actually formed a nation. What the hell? Not everyone could grasp such a profound palm technique. Shadowthorn could not break through the nation. After trapping Shadowthorn with a palm technique, Lin Fei turned his gaze towards Jian Wuqing. That enormous sword was slashing over time with great power, and it was not easy for him to endure. Your sword technique is formidable, and your sword array is even more so. Lin Fei looked at Jian Wuqing. I happen to have a sword technique on hand. I wonder if you can block it. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. A golden jingguang shot out. I call this sword Absolute Strike. Jian Wuqing could not see the transformation and dared not be careless. But when he heard the name of the sword technique, he could not help but feel like cursing. Absolute Strike? Who was the one who named it? Sword Array Defend. The enormous sword split apart and surrounded his body, forming a layer of protection. After experiencing the power of that palm, Jian Wuqing was prepared. He could not lose to his opponent at this moment. Under the protection of the sword formation, he heaved a sigh of relief. These 365 flying swords weren't that easy to deal with. In the entire Jian clan, there weren't many sword formations like his. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that there were very few of them. In the Eternal Universe, in terms of sword techniques, only the Jian family was qualified. This place was known as the Holy Land of Swords, and countless sword experts had received the grace of the Holy Land of Swords. The Jian family was extremely influential in the Eternal Universe. Jian Wuqing did not believe that his opponent's sword technique could be stronger than the Jian family's. Pooh! The sword light that shot out suddenly disappeared in front of Jian Wuqing. Jian Wuqing's body shook, and a bloody hole was left on his chest. Sword intent exploded, leaving many sword scars. His expression changed. I am a sword expert of the Jian family, and under the protection of the sword array, I actually could not block the opponent's sword technique. Jian Wuqing kept recalling the scene just now, but he could not remember how the sword technique hit him. To a sword expert, to injure oneself with one sword and not be able to see the entire process was an absolute humiliation. You can't figure it out? Lin Fei smiled. I can give you a few more chances. So. 3 sword intents slashed over. Each one was stronger than the previous one. Even those who were far away could feel the chilliness. It was as if they had fallen into an icy river. Sword array block. The sword array was activated. When facing the system's absolute hit, one would definitely be hit. No matter who it was, the result would be the same. The first sword, Jian Wuqing's chest was stabbed, and blood flowed. The second sword left a sword scar on his left cheek. The third sword headed for Jian Wuqing's forehead. At the moment of life and death, Jian Wuqing patted his glabella and a sealing force was released. Just as he was about to slash down, a shield appeared at his glabella and blocked the absolute strike. However, he was in great pain and was on the verge of collapsing. I will remember this sword. There was a hint of fear in Jian Wuqing's eyes. He took out something that looked like a scroll and immediately teleported away. 3 swords forced him to use his life-saving item. How could Jian Wuqing not know how strong this person was? Chapter 3388. Jian Wuqing immediately left, frightening that green-robed cosmos god Xiao Jianyu. A sword expert? Being swept by Lin Fei's gaze, cosmos god Xiao Jianyu did not know why, but he had a bad feeling. It felt like he had met an absolute ferocious beast. Jian Wuqing could not block 3 swords from that fellow. How did he resolve the damage from my curse technique? Xiao Jian was an unconventional cosmos god existence. Few in the circle of cosmos gods dared to offend him. Curse techniques were the hardest to defend against. But this fellow in front of him could easily block them, and that was completely out of Xiao Jian's expectations. Looking at his current appearance, he looked like a lively dragon and lively tiger. No matter how one looked at it, he didn't look like he was injured. Me? You are thinking too much. Xiao Jian guffawed. There has never been anyone who could deal against me successfully. It is the same for you too. Even though you forced Jian Wuqing back, who can guarantee that he is not retreating in order to advance? You have to be careful. Who knows when Jian Wuqing might chop off your head? This fellow had evil thoughts. With just a few words he had created an atmosphere of someone attacking in the dark. It was not easy for anyone to deal with him. It's a pity that he met Lin Fei. Jian Wuqing had indeed left. Those 3 swords were sufficient to make Jian Wuqing not dare to attack again. As for hiding in the dark, that was even more impossible. You are very smart, but it's a pity that you used it in the wrong place. A jingguang slashed out from his eyes. It pierced through the sky and landed on the body of Cosmos God Xiao Jianyu. His fleshy body was split into 2. After that, it turned into a puppet doll. I forgot to tell you. Every curse Cosmos God specializes in creating puppet substitutes. You can kill me 100 times or 1,000 times. As long as I have a puppet substitute, you will never be able to kill me. Cosmos God Xiaojian's figure appeared in the distance. He had a complacent look on his face. Now you understand why so many Cosmos Gods do not dare to offend a cursed Cosmos God like me. Cosmos God Xiaojianyu chuckled. It is because we cannot be killed. The distant spectators were once again shocked by the survival technique of Cosmos God Xiao Jianyu when they saw this. Strong. Indeed, it was ridiculously strong. Many people were watching from the void. It wasn't easy to deal with a Cosmos God who could unleash a curse. Furthermore, the revenge after that was even more frightening. Now I will let you experience the true power of a curse technique. That was just an appetizer. Universe God Xiao Jianyu laughed. Curse the passing of life. Behind Cosmos God Xiao Jian, an ancient illusory figure appeared. It sat between the world and suddenly extended its hand in the direction of Lin Fei. A thick and mysterious energy descended from the sky. Lin Fei's body slightly shook, and a protective shield appeared in front of him. It was dented by the energy of the shadow's finger, almost touching his chest. An apex curse Cosmos God? That finger just now contained an extremely terrifying power, exhausting more than 1 billion of Lin Fei's prestige. Lin Fei could clearly feel that if that energy had landed on him, he would have died a horrible death. It could instantly consume all of his life force. Others might not be able to sense it, but Lin Fei could easily sense it. Very strong, very terrifying. It seems your curse technique isn't good enough. Lin Fei laughed. It just so happens that I have learned several different curse techniques. Why don't you try them for me and see how powerful they are? Cosmos God Xiao Jianyu felt his heart trembling. Previously, such a powerful curse technique could not be used on the other party. It was forcefully blocked by a layer of energy. This scene happened on a fellow who wasn't a true Cosmos God. No matter how one looked at it, it didn't seem realistic. Yet it happened. You do have a formidable protective treasure on you. Then I won't be polite. Cosmos God Xiao Jianyu soon thought it through. His eyes flashed with joy. Who wouldn't like a powerful protective treasure? Such an opportunity was hard to come by. Snatch, snatch. As for what the other party said about knowing the curse technique, Cosmos God Xiao Jianyu did not treat it seriously. Those who did not cultivate the curse technique would not know how difficult it was. Only you know the curse technique? If you are capable, why don't you try it on me? Lin Fei laughed. As you wish. Just a moment ago, when he browsed through the reputation system, he found many skills related to curses. They consumed quite a lot of reputation, but it was easy to see how powerful they were. Curse, vomiting and diarrhea. Lin Fei viciously chose an unconventional curse technique. He extended his hand and pointed, causing a curse technique to appear. Cosmos God Xiao Jianyu could not help but laugh when he saw this. He was filled with ridicule. Ha ha ha, are you using a curse technique? Didn't your teacher tell you that a medium is needed to support a curse technique? Even if you use this curse technique on me a few dozen times, I won't even blink my eyes. The spectators also shook their heads. What sort of curse technique was this? Even if they did not know how to use the curse technique, they were clear that it required a medium to unleash it. It was not something that could be casually used. The moment Cosmos God Xiao Jianyu finished speaking, with a walla sound, he opened his mouth and spat out a pile of things. That thought of vomiting could not be suppressed at all. Hua hua hua. He kept spitting out things from his mouth. As a Cosmos God, he did not eat much, so the things he spat out were naturally clear water. You can't poop. He started vomiting. His lower body also developed a strong urge to poop. That stimulation broke through the resistance of Cosmos God Xiao Jianyu. In front of so many experts, he actually pulled out a pile of clear water. Pie, drenching his gown. Brat, I will fight it out with you. Such humiliation was something Cosmos God Xiao Jianyu had never encountered in his entire life. The spectators did not know what to say for a moment. They only had one thought in their mind. That fellow really knows how to curse. The furious Cosmos God Xiao Jianyu controlled the medium to unleash many curses. Unlike before, this curse technique could not affect Lin Fei at all. Your curse is not enough. This unique curse of mine is the authentic one. Lin Fei laughed. Vomiting and diarrhea, you should not like it. Then let's change it. Curse vomiting blood. It was an ordinary name. Cosmos God Xiao Jianyu had constructed several layers of protection on his body, but when the curse ended, he was still struck. He vomited large mouthfuls of blood. Blood flowed like water, and his face turned pale. How is it? Does it feel good? If not, I can do another one. Lin Fei grinned as he watched Cosmos God Xiao Jianyu vomit blood. Curse weakening. The body of Cosmos God Xiao Jianyu, who was vomiting blood, trembled. His aura became weaker, and his shoulders started trembling. It was as if he would fall at any moment. Chapter 3389. Universe God Xiao Jianyu unleashed 3 consecutive curse techniques, causing him to faint on the spot. He was clear about the power of the curse technique and how to use it. But the scene before him had toppled the understanding of Universe God Xiao Jianyu. Was this the curse technique? He was an expert in the curse technique. But in front of the other party's curse technique, he could not resist it at all, saying it made him feel sullen. Naturally, it is the most authentic curse technique. Lin Fei chuckled. The curse techniques you all cultivate are unorthodox. Mine is the authentic one. How is it? How does it feel? You should be able to feel it. Authentic curse technique. Universe God Xiao Jianyu suffered a huge blow. He had always been proud of his curse technique. But at this moment, his entire body was beaten black and blue by the other party. His final bit of pride was wiped clean. Jian Wuqing lost in sword techniques. Universe God Xiao Jianyu was unwilling to accept this result. He coughed out blood due to the weakness in his body, proving that he was weaker than the other party. How could he be the opponent of such a curse technique? At this moment, Universe God Xiao Jianyu suffered a huge blow. Eat my sword. You can scram now. A jingguang slashed over. It was precisely the sword technique used against Jian Wuqing. He was so frightened that he broke out in cold sweat. He decisively gave up on the puppet dolls, but this sword light seemed to have locked onto him. Many puppet dolls were destroyed. After losing dozens of them, Xiao Jianyu and Universe Gods clutched their chests and fled into the void, fleeing without a trace. My puppet dolls. The void reverberated with the heart-wrenching voice of Universe God Xiao Jianyu. Unknowingly, a portion of the spectating experts had disappeared. Needless to say, they were chasing after Cosmos God Xiao Jianyu. After losing so many puppet dolls, this Cosmos God was greatly injured. If he did not chase after him now, when would he wait? 3 Cosmos Gods working together could not defeat Lin Fei. This scene made the blood of everyone boil. The other party displayed a mysterious aura that made everyone fearful. With a single sword technique, he forced Jian Wuqing back. That was an expert from the Holy Ground of Swords clan in the Eternal Cosmos. Following that, he defeated the curse technique that made others fearful. The curse technique was a long-distance curse. Those who were unaware would not even know how they died. Cosmos God Xiao Jian could be considered a famous member of the Tao of Curses, yet he was defeated by that mysterious person. Possessing 2 powerful techniques at the same time was not something that just anyone could do. After repelling Cosmos God Xiao Jian, Lin Fei did not chase after him. It was pointless to kill a Cosmos God, and it was better to leave him alive to contribute to his reputation. The contribution of such an expert was relatively significant. Who else wants to make a move? You can do it now. I'd like to experience everyone's skills. Lin Fei's voice was as loud as a bell. At this moment, no one dared to think that this person was arrogant. Of the 3 Cosmos Gods, some were trapped and some were escaping. The techniques they displayed had broadened the horizons of everyone. Be it sword techniques or curse techniques, they could not be defended against at all. They were not fools. They could see it clearly. When fighting against such a person, they could not find any way to defeat the other party. The other party had reached the threshold of a cosmos god's cultivation technique, and his fleshy body was as strong as a boulder. In a head-on confrontation, there was really no one who could block this person's attack. The surrounding became extremely quiet. Acting? Not many dared to act. Nobody could be the opponent of a cosmos god in a one-on-one battle. How could they not see it? A young expert had risen to power. Everyone wanted to know where the limits of this person were. Until now, they could only see that this person cultivated in a complicated manner. It seemed that he did not have a cultivation technique of his own. That was something worth pondering over. Everyone wanted to know the background of this person. But if the other party did not reveal it, they could not see it even if they wanted to. Everyone, let's go together and eliminate this fellow first. There are so many of us. Can't we take down a brat? That's logical. Everyone, let's attack. Lin Fei had offended many people during the auction held by the extreme martial school. Even though these people were afraid of Lin Fei's unfathomable techniques, their fear disappeared when someone took the lead. A huge bell appeared from the void and covered the head of Lin Fei. Dong 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 sounds reverberated. Many sword intents came from the east, and many sword intents came from the west. No matter which one it would cause others to flee upon hearing it. And it was not just a single saber intent and sword intent. Adding all of them together, there were more than a dozen of them. Every single one of them could cause the expression of others to change. Under the situation where they locked onto Lin Fei, all attacks actually missed. That Lin Fei who was locked onto had disappeared right in front of their eyes. No one could see how Lin Fei managed to rush out. At the moment when the attacks missed, Lin Fei's counterattack came. He would not be foolish enough to resist the attacks head-on. Every bit of prestige consumed was a waste. He would save as much as he could. Great teleportation technique. Lin Fei guffawed. With a wave of his hand, a majestic force enveloped down. The world seemed to turn dark, and the entire place turned silent. This time it's finally quiet. The people who attacked him had all disappeared. At the same time, a slight fluctuation began appearing in the space of the eternal cosmos. Many figures were teleported to different locations, and all sorts of curses could be heard. Bastard! This is the infernal hell. We are going to die. This is the myriad poison mountain. This place is filled with poisonous beings, and even cosmos gods have to be careful. How did he do it? Under the great teleportation technique, Lin Fei was not interested in where they went. Everything depended on luck. It was not a problem if his luck was good. Otherwise, it could only be said that he was unlucky. Spatial teleportation technique. Many people exclaimed inwardly. Such a technique and the fact that he could execute such a great teleportation technique with a wave of his hand shocked many people. A cosmos god who cultivated the space element? For a moment, Lin Fei became even more mysterious. Someone who could get through the limit trial left behind by a cosmos god would at least have the strength of a pseudo-cosmos god. A single person cultivated several cultivation techniques. Be it the Tao of Sword, the Tao of Curses, or the Tao of Space, they were not so easy to grasp. Yet someone did it. It was unfathomable. Nobody could imagine how he did it. If there's no one else, I'm going to leave. Lin Fei knew that many experts had left in the dark. Those who could be called experts were more or less equivalent to pseudo-cosmos gods. Under the great teleportation technique, everyone had no choice but to weigh their options. Without any resistance or struggle, they were teleported out. Who dared to look down on them? After Lin Fei said those words, the surroundings became even quieter. No one dared to make a move. Chapter 3390. This battle that garnered so much attention had ended up like this. It was something that exceeded everyone's imagination and expectations. This mysterious black-robed man had a mysterious origin, and his techniques were extraordinarily powerful. Pseudo-cosmos gods could not gain any advantage from the other party at all. What made others feel more fearful was that the other party's killing technique was incredibly powerful. If he were to execute a few more killing techniques, not many would survive. What was the scariest? People like this black-robed brat were the most mysterious and frightening. The other party seemed to be shrouded in a huge mystery, and nobody knew what other techniques he had. The entire place turned cold. Nobody dared to act against this black-robed man. Even cosmos gods could not do so, much less the few of them. Even if they worked together, they would not be able to withstand a single blow. Furthermore, they did not even have to act before the other party could kill them all. Heaven's Limit Tavern Master and Lin Fei left this bone mountain. Junior disciple brother. Your techniques are truly frightening. My senior disciple brother is far too lacking compared to you. Heaven's Limit Tavern Master sighed. After this battle, the few great prefectures nearby will definitely spread your name. It is merely some empty reputation. It isn't something worth being proud of. Lin Fei chuckled. It's a pity that those true cosmos gods did not act. Their guts are too small. What a disappointment. Pseudo-cosmos gods were existences that Lin Fei did not place in his eyes. Their attacks were sharp and tyrannical, and they were not worth his attention unless they were true cosmos gods. Those big characters have always been cautious. Unless they are 100% certain, they would not act. Heaven's Limit Tavern Master said. It isn't that easy for you to fight with them. This explanation was passable. Lin Fei had indeed sensed several powerful auras that were stronger than pseudo-cosmos gods. In the end, after he repelled the enemies, their auras disappeared. The battle at the Bone Mountain had attracted the attention of many superpowers. But the outcome startled everyone. When the news spread, everyone turned silent as if they were listening to a heavenly book. Several pseudo-cosmos gods worked together to repel Jian Wuqing from the Jian clan, cosmos god Xiao Jian from the Curse Grandmaster, and other experts. For a moment, this mysterious man was full of mystery. Young master, it seems like they are going to the Star River Prefecture. If I'm not mistaken, they are probably going to fight for the position of the Yuanfu Prefecture chief. I'm afraid there will be a dark horse in this competition. On the wasteland of death, the Zhao family young master watched the entire battle. Up until now, his brows were furrowed. His opponent's body revealed countless mysterious things. A fight for the position of Manor Lord? That is truly interesting. You are indeed someone who could get through the trials left behind by a final realm cosmos god. You are so powerful that many people over at the Star River Prefecture can no longer sit still. The Zhao clan prince chuckled. Young master, I think it's best if we don't offend this black-robed man. His swordsmanship, body tempering, and curses have all reached a certain level. He's an outrageously monstrous genius. It's not a good thing to make an enemy out of him. As long as one wasn't blind, they wouldn't be able to see the potential of the black-clothed man. This is the kind of opponent I like, the Zhao clan's young master said. Originally, I treated those few as my opponents, but this time, I'm afraid there will be one more. The wasteland of death was huge. After the battle at the Bone Mountain, no one dared to act anymore. Everyone became obedient. Ahead is the entrance to the Star River Prefecture. The Star River entrance. Heaven's Limit Tavern Master had killed quite a few pseudo-cosmos gods and was in a good mood. He pointed to an enormous mountain peak ahead and said. Lin Fei also saw that mountain peak. It was exceptionally conspicuous. Other than the mountain peak, the surrounding was empty. If not for Heaven's Limit Tavern Master explaining it to him, he would have believed that he could cross through it. In reality, it wasn't so. This empty place was actually covered with restrictions. Furthermore, they were extremely formidable. If one carelessly barged in, he would turn into ashes. By relying on this layer of obstruction, nobody could get through. Anyone who wanted to enter the Star River Prefecture had to enter through the Star River entrance. It wasn't an easy task to enter from here. To the protectors above, the people in the wasteland of death were natives. Anyone who came close would become their prey. It was unknown how many people were killed outside the Star River entrance. Other than the superpowers with a strong background, the rogue cultivators and other small superpowers would be blocked outside the Star River entrance the moment they got close to it. This was an ordinary matter in the eyes of everyone. When Lin Fei and Heaven's Limit Tavern Master got closer, on that huge mountain, a fortress-like door appeared in front of them. There were people walking within the fortress. There were even quite a few large-scale war treasures placed outside the fortress. They were extraordinarily powerful and could deter any expert. Halt! So. Only then did several cold lights shot towards the two of them. Originally, someone in the fortress on the huge mountain had discovered the two of them flying over and controlled the war treasure of the fortress to shoot out attacks. This was a warning to them. Open the door. We want to enter the Star River Prefecture. Heaven's Limit Tavern Master waved his hand, sweeping the incoming attacks to the side. Those who could guard this place were not ordinary people. How could they be deterred by a few words? This is truly interesting. In the past, they would lower their stance when they see us. Today, several daring ones have come. The one guarding this place was a hierarch expert. Under the control of a treasure, even pseudo-cosmos gods had to step aside. Furthermore, behind him was the Star River Prefecture. Guanshanhu swept his gaze across. He did not recognize the two of them and did not care about them. Scram! Scram as far as you can. If you dare to take another step forward, I'll kill all of you without mercy. Guanshanhu roared. Such incidents would happen several times a year, and he was already used to it. Heaven's Limit Tavern Master knew that the protector of this door had a bad temper. Having just killed a few pseudo-cosmos gods, Heaven's Limit Tavern Master's killing intent was thick. I am Heaven's Limit Tavern Master from the Extreme Martial School. Are you sure you don't want to open the seal? If not for the seal, and the fact that the Star River Prefecture was governed by the Eternal Church, Heaven's Limit Tavern Master would definitely have the guts to fight his way in. Even though the seal was formidable, Heaven's Limit Tavern Master was confident of breaking it if they were to fight. When Guanshanhu heard the words Extreme Martial School, his expression changed. He was clear of the recent uproar. During this period, many great figures had come out from this place. So it is Heaven's Limit Tavern Master. Guanshanhu was quite clear about this old neighbor of the Extreme Martial School. He was a low-profile person. You want to enter the city? No problem. Guanshanhu might not give face to others, but he had to give face to this Heaven's Limit Tavern Master. He did not wish to create trouble for himself. Furthermore, the Extreme Martial School was registered in the Star River Prefecture. It was different from other superpowers. As Lin Fei walked through the entrance of the Star River Prefecture, he was also secretly observing this mountain peak. After a period of observation, he discovered that this mountain peak was refined from a treasure. Using a treasure as a door, it was not something anyone could easily break through. Chapter 3391. The Star River Prefecture was huge. Even the Holy Spirit continent and the other 4 great continents added together could not compare to the current Star River Prefecture. At this moment, Lin Fei and Heaven's Limit Dojo Master were sitting in the cabin of a battleship. Such battleships were known as flying battleships within the Star River Prefecture. They were specially used to send people off. The Star River Prefecture was truly too huge. Being the largest prefecture in the eternal cosmos, it was not as small as one would imagine. For instance, the battleship Lin Fei was currently on was heading towards the prefecture capital of the Star River Prefecture, Star River City. Just by riding the battleship, it would take 3 years. If one were to fly there, it would take at least a decade. This did not include the various troubles and dangers along the way. In the Star River Prefecture, most people would rely on battleships to travel. And the Star River battleship was the most famous and most recognized by everyone. As for large-scale teleportation arrays, they were too big. Due to the existence of the cosmos' chaotic flow, it was extremely unstable. Hence, nobody dared to use large-scale teleportation arrays. How is it? What are your thoughts? Heaven's Limit Dojo Master had not been to the Star River Prefecture for a long time. He asked Lin Fei while drinking tea. Very big. Lin Fei sighed. I thought the Holy Spirit continent and the other 4 great continents were considered big. But compared to the Star River Prefecture, it pales in comparison. These few days, the Star River Prefecture was far bigger than anyone could imagine. Huge battleships appeared one after another. Over here, one could not see anyone flying alone. Basically, most people were riding on battleships. The speed of these battleships was extremely fast. At the very least, it had surpassed the hierarch realm. It would not be wrong to say that it was at the cosmos god realm or even faster. This speed was maintained at an unfathomable speed. In Lin Fei's opinion, even hierarch experts could not maintain this speed. No wonder everyone loved riding on battleships. Not only was it safe, but it was also faster. Flying in the sky was impossible for hierarch experts to exhibit the speed of a hierarch. In this part of the universe there was a layer of obstruction in the sky. No matter how strong an expert was, they would feel the existence of the obstruction in the air. It was precisely because of this reason that everyone could not fly in the cosmos. They could only ride on battleships. The eternal universe is huge. When you have the time to travel around, you'll know. The Empyrean Pole Dojo master smiled and said, "If you don't go to the Star River Prefecture, you will never know that this is the true world of experts." Lin Fei could feel the meaning behind those words. On the way here, he had seen quite a few wealthy and overbearing families. When this is over, I'll go out and experience the universe. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Now it's the world of you young people. We are old. The Empyrean Mansion Master smiled and said, "If you want to go out and experience the world, it's best if you improve your cultivation method to the 2nd or 3rd level. In the Eternal Universe there are a total of 9 big mansions. Our Star River Mansion is the smallest among them and also the safest. The other 8 big mansions are more dangerous than you can imagine. In the Eternal Universe, survival is the most important thing." Before they reached the Star River Prefecture city, Lin Fei used the faith energy to cultivate his cultivation method. He was prepared to improve his cultivation method from the 1st level to the 2nd level. Just as he said, this universe wasn't peaceful. If one wanted to live longer, it would be impossible if they didn't have life-saving skills on hand. Actually, Lin Fei knew about this matter even if he did not say it. Some cosmos gods specialized in survival techniques, and many experts had died due to them. This caused a huge commotion. It wasn't easy to cultivate the cultivation method. Since there was still a period of time before reaching the Star River Prefecture city, he could go there and cultivate as much as he could. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei spent 3 years on the flying battleship. Through the window, he could see that it wasn't a desolate plain outside. Instead, there were many buildings. These buildings were unique. This was close to the prefecture city. We are about to reach. The Empyrean Pole Dojo master was in closed-door cultivation recently. Just as they were about to reach, they came to the cabin where Lin Fei stayed. The prefecture city is huge. Just from the tip of the iceberg, Lin Fei could see that the influence of this prefecture city was top-notch. Through the system, he could sense more than 100 powerful auras. Every single one of these powerful auras made one's heart palpitate. And this was just what the system could detect. There were many more hidden auras in the dark. It was hard to say how many auras there were, but they were much stronger than those that were revealed. The flying battleship stopped at the outer perimeter of the prefecture city. Heaven's Limit Tavern Master and Lin Fei came down from the battleship. What entered their eyes were endless buildings of varying heights. In the vicinity, there were even several battleships that landed. A large number of cultivators had arrived at the Star River Prefecture city. "Brother Heaven, you are finally here." Not long after, someone came to welcome Heaven's Limit Tavern Master. He was a muscular man with a huge blade on his back. "Sorry to disturb you." Heaven's Limit Tavern Master brought Lin Fei over when he saw the other party. The muscular man laughed. "It's not a problem. It's not a problem at all. It has been so many years and you are finally willing to contact me. I might not be able to handle big matters in the prefecture city, but I am not a problem when it comes to small matters." Heaven's Limit Tavern Master explained. "This is my good friend of many years, Li Hu. He has a huge influence in this prefecture city. This time we will have to rely on him." Li Hu's gaze landed on Lin Fei. "This should be the mysterious brat who has been in the limelight recently," Lin Fei said. "If there isn't a second person, then it should be me." Li Hu clapped. "You are truly young and promising. Currently, you are the most famous person in the prefecture city. I wonder how many people admire you." At the outer perimeter of the prefecture city, in a huge martial dojo, Li Hu was the tavern master of the martial dojo. There were many martial dojos in the Star River Prefecture. The Li clan's martial dojo was quite famous too. Even though he was a hierarch, he could threaten a pseudo-cosmos god after executing a secret technique. This wasn't something anyone could achieve. The influence of your Li clan martial dojo is getting bigger. There are many experts inside. Within the martial dojo, Li Hu and the other two were seated together. Heaven's Limit Tavern Master sipped on his tea and said, "What can these few experts count for? They are far too lacking compared to your extreme martial dojo," Li Hu said. His face was filled with delight. Suddenly, he lowered his voice. "Have you heard? This time there are many contenders for the position of Yuan Fu. Several popular contenders have appeared." "What do you mean?" Heaven's Limit Tavern Master asked. Lin Fei listened carefully. The moment he heard it, he could not help but smack his lips inwardly. The contest for the position of Prefecture Master in a fallen Yuan Fu actually involved so many superpowers. What shocked Lin Fei was that the other great prefectures had even infiltrated into the Star River Prefecture. Chapter 3392. Star River Prefecture City, Li Clan Martial Arts Dojo. Lin Fei had been staying at the Li Clan Martial Arts Dojo for a while. During this period he had gone out several times and heard news about Dark City. Many people were familiar with it, and many even wanted to challenge him, the successor of an ultimate cosmos god. Fortunately, this was not a big deal. Most people snorted and did not really care about it. Instead, news about the contest for the prefecture master position was everywhere. Today, a genius announced that he would participate, and the day before yesterday several geniuses fought. All sorts of news emerged. What made Lin Fei the happiest was that the eternal cosmos did not seem too peaceful. In restaurants and inns with the system's eavesdropping ability, Lin Fei could learn more. After sifting through a large amount of news, he would eventually hear something useful. Others might not be able to do it, but Lin Fei did it easily. The Eternal Church was no longer a monolithic entity. Various forces were beginning to stir. Rumor had it that the current Pope of the Eternal Church had not appeared for a full 500 million years. 500 million years was a very long time. For some powerhouses, if they were unable to break through, they would not be able to live that long. The Pope of the Eternal Church was an apex expert who oversaw a part of the cosmos. He had not appeared for hundreds of millions of years. No matter which force it was, there would always be some. After that battle, he had disappeared for a full 500 million years. Now the Eternal Church was not as good as it used to be. Various forces were also beginning to stir. Whether the news was true or not was another matter. But to Lin Fei it was good news. In addition, he also took the opportunity to understand the forces in the Star River Prefecture. Those who did not know would not know that the Star River Prefecture was the smallest prefecture under the Eternal Church, but its overall strength was unbelievably strong. The Star River Prefecture Master was the top expert in Star River Prefecture, and one of the top 1,000 experts on the Eternal List. The Eternal List was created by the Eternal Church. The strength of the experts on the list was not exaggerated at all. Those who could enter the Eternal List were true apex experts. So far, the Eternal List only allowed the top 10,000 experts to enter. Even the 10,000th ranked at the bottom was an existence worthy of admiration. At a table by the window in an inn and restaurant, Lin Fei would come here to drink tea every few days. Not far away was the most lively place in the prefectural city, the Star River Square. In the middle of the square there was an arena. Many young experts would come here to challenge experts from various places. It could be considered a major feature of the prefectural city. Any powerhouse who could defend the arena for 10 days would be rewarded with a gift from the Star River Prefecture City. For example, right now there were two Heaven's favorites fighting in the arena. One was wielding a sword while the other was wielding a saber. The saber and the sword were exchanging blows and it was extremely lively. The competition for Yuan Fu had not yet begun. Lin Fei was relatively relaxed recently. Every single contest for the position of Prefecture Master was not an easy one. It was not a one-on-one fight, and the content of the test was always different. As for what it was this time, there was no news yet. The saber user is going to lose. There's a flaw in his saber technique. It will definitely be broken by the opponent. In the restaurant, there were many people with good eyesight. They could see the weakness of the saber expert. The victor would soon be decided. That was indeed the case. After a dozen moves, the saber expert would strike from the flaw, knock the opponent's weapon away, and stab the opponent's chest with his sword. The victor would be decided. Lin Fei watched with great interest. He had no interest in participating in this kind of arena. Putting everything else aside, Just the first level of the ultimate cultivation technique alone would make it hard for him to be shaken even if he stood in the arena and let his opponent slash at him. His ultimate cultivation technique was about 1/3 of the way to the second level. If he could break through to the second level, his body would be even stronger. Those experts have not shown up yet. As Lin Fei watched the battles in the arena, he was also collecting information. Here he could obtain a large amount of information through the system. However, he did not gain anything today. None of the experts from the other 8 prefectures mentioned by Li Hu had appeared. Lin Fei was very interested in them. According to Li Hu and the news he had heard, there were young powerhouses from all 8 prefectures who had come to fight for the position of prefecture master. This was a chance for the youngsters to rise to the top in a single step. The fight for the position of prefecture master had an age limit, which blocked many people out. The fight for the position of prefecture master would be between the youngsters. Unfortunately, until today, Lin Fei did not see any experts from the other prefectures. Lin Fei was about to get up and leave in disappointment. Just as he got up, a figure in the square caught his attention. It's her. The figure in the square was not very eye-catching. If not for the system's annotation, Lin Fei would have made a mistake. Zilong. It was the arrogant lady in purple who had come out from the sealed space. The current Zilong did not have a trace of arrogance on him. He looked ordinary, and it was hard to associate him with the Zilong of the past. Her father doesn't seem to be here. Could it be that she is also here for the position of Yuanfu Prefecture Master? Lin Fei thought to himself. Whether it is or not, there must be a reason why she is here. Although there were many contenders for the position of Prefecture Master, it was still unclear who would win in the end. If Lin Fei had not appeared, no one would know the result. But since he had decided to make a move, no one could snatch the position from him. Lin Fei was now very interested in Zilong's appearance. In the square, there were people constantly climbing the arena to fight against various experts. Some could last for 3 or 4 rounds, but others could only last for 1 round before being kicked out. Without a doubt, the longer one lasted, the more people would try to recruit them after they left the arena. The Star River Prefecture City was another land of opportunity. Joining a large sect or family was no longer something that could only be encountered by chance. As long as one could display absolute strength, people would constantly appear to recruit them. Lin Fei walked towards Zilong. His aura had changed, probably because he had used a secret technique. However, his long purple hair did not change, and he still stood out in the crowd. Several youths surrounded Zilong. Every one of them was dressed in extraordinary clothes, and there was a hint of arrogance between their brows. At this moment they were very attentive. This scene fell into Lin Fei's eyes, and he felt very uncomfortable. Junior sister, why do you need to go up? The few of us can go up. Our senior brothers are all experts, and it's not difficult for us to defeat them. If you go up, wouldn't it be a waste of your talents? It's not worth it at all. I'll go up. It'll only take a few minutes to defeat them. Zilong's long purple hair draped over his shoulders, and he wore a white palace robe with a faint smile on his face. Wow! It was a sweet voice. This caused Lin Fei, who had just approached, to suspect that he had heard wrongly. Was this still the arrogant Zilong? Back then he had fought with him, and it took him a lot of effort to suppress his arrogance. Chapter 3393. Who are you? Zilong replied casually without looking at the person. When she spoke, she suddenly felt that the voice was familiar. She turned around subconsciously and blinked her beautiful eyes. Why are you here? Zilong did not expect to see this black-haired fellow here. Who are you? This is our junior sister. Are you trying to hit on her? The people around him were unhappy. They stared at the black-robed kid with evil intentions. Do you know who we are? We are from the Divine Dragon sect. If you know what's good for you, scram immediately. One of the senior brothers glared at Lin Fei ferociously, looking like he would attack at any moment. Lin Fei ignored them and chuckled. I thought you didn't recognize me. Zilong's feelings towards Lin Fei were very complicated. She had always been very competitive, but she had never felt so helpless against someone before. From the Divine Spirit continent to the Star River Prefecture, there was no one to lead the way. Even with his own strength he could not make it. Was his strength so strong? All sorts of thoughts popped up in Zilong's mind. Senior brothers, this person is so troublesome. Can you help me chase him away? Zilong blinked her eyes. Ever since the few senior brothers entered the sect, they had been eyeing them. It was a pity that no one had succeeded. They took the opportunity to curry favor with Lin Fei. No problem. All of us from the Divine Dragon sect are Divine Dragon warriors. To them, anyone who dared to hit on their junior sister was an enemy. Their arrogant faces started to reveal divine inscriptions, making them look even more ferocious. It was a pity that all of this was useless against Lin Fei. Lin Fei laughed. Old friend, you are still so playful. It is better for these kids to stand aside. Hua hua hua. The few senior brothers wanted to say something, but they realized that they had deviated from their positions and stood aside. Everyone looked at each other. A voice sounded in their ears. You should be thankful that this is the Star River Prefecture. If it was somewhere else, all of you would be dead. A chill ran down their spines. A small-scale teleportation. They didn't even have time to react. This method was truly terrifying. Let's go sit together? Lin Fei looked at Zilong with a smile. I believe your senior brothers won't have any objections. Lin Fei's indifferent gaze swept over. These senior brothers were instantly like chickens that had been castrated, and they had listless expressions as they nodded repeatedly. No problem. It would indeed be a pity if we don't have a drink when meeting old friends. In an elegant and quiet private room of a tea house, Lin Fei and Zilong sat facing each other. In front of them was a pot of tea, and the faint aroma of tea permeated the air. Try this. This is the famous Starry Sky tea of the Star River Prefecture. It can strengthen one's physical body. Lin Fei poured a cup for Zilong before pouring a cup for himself. He watched with a smile. Zilong did not believe that Lin Fei was a good person. Just like the old saying, those who are unaccountably solicitous are hiding evil intentions. After drinking a cup of tea, Zilong said, Don't tell me you're also here for the Yuanfu Prefecture Master. Lin Fei was shocked. Your sixth sense is really strong. Why do you think I'm here for that? There are countless experts in this universe. Do you think I can do it? Zilong smiled. That depends on the person. If it's someone as unfathomable as Brother Lin, then it's a different matter. Don't you think so? Lin Fei picked up the teapot and poured a cup for himself. I feel pressured talking to you. By the way, why did you join the Divine Dragon sect and even become a junior sister? Did you find a backer? Zilong rolled his eyes. You really can't spit ivory out of a dog's mouth. Can't I have a backer? Don't change the subject. If you're here for the position of Palace Master, I advise you to give it up. This position is not something you can obtain. Lin Fei smiled and took a sip. I know. That territory isn't as big as it used to be. However, there are still a lot of resources. Especially when the 5 continents are about to merge, the potential is not inferior to the past. Who wants to be the prefecture master? The benefits will definitely bring a lot of benefits to a family or even a sect. Zilong shook his head. You're only partially right. The Yuanfu Prefecture is a special place. Whoever becomes the prefecture master will have a lot of influence. The fight for this position has already involved those big shots. If I were you, I would immediately give up this unrealistic idea. Maybe you don't know, but the Yuanfu Prefecture Master will also participate in this test. That Dan Yu is not a good person. He will definitely kill all of you. Lin Fei listened quietly. It seems like you guys know a lot of things. Zilong really didn't want Lin Fei to take the risk. Their Divine Dragon sect was a top-tier sect. They had many information channels and knew many secrets that no one knew. For example, the contest for the prefecture master position. I'm a bold person. How can I not participate in such a good thing? Lin Fei said with a smile. If you also participate in it, I will spare your life. It would be such a pity for a great beauty to die inside. Zilong stood up. Let's stop drinking tea here. I've already told you my advice. You better listen to it. It will only be good for you. Also, don't come looking for me. It's not a good thing for you. Zilong stood up and left the box, leaving Lin Fei with his back view. Lin Fei didn't follow. He drank 3 cups of tea in a row. I'm determined to get the position of prefecture master. No one can stop me. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. He had a vague feeling that this matter might be related to the rumor that the sect master had disappeared for hundreds of millions of years. Perhaps someone was plotting something. After leaving the tea house, Lin Fei enjoyed the warm sunlight. However, the appearance of two figures affected Lin Fei's suppression. They were two golden-armored men. Their entire bodies were golden, and they were very eye-catching as they walked on the street. "Kid, listen up. My young master said that you are not allowed to disturb Miss Z in the future. If you appear again, you won't be able to see tomorrow's sun." The golden-armored man's voice was cold and filled with coldness. "You're lucky today. My young master didn't kill anyone. However, he won't be so kind the next time." Lin Fei rubbed his nose. These words seemed to be fulfilling Zilong's words when he left. This seemed to have happened a little too quickly. Lin Fei had heard about the origins of the Divine Dragon sect. Under the rule of the Eternal Church, there were still many top forces in this universe. After hundreds of millions of years, the influence of the top forces had undoubtedly expanded. "Are you threatening me?" Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. "Yes, it's a threat," the golden-armored man said disdainfully. "It's good that you know." Lin Fei smiled. "You're lucky today, so I won't kill you." The two golden-armored men laughed. "Kill us?" Chapter 3394. After Lin Fei teleported them out, he patted them and left. A threat. He couldn't be bothered. At most he would just leave. In the Star River Prefecture, not many people could stop him, not even those hidden experts. Lin Fei was rather confident about this. Now that he had sufficient confidence, it wouldn't be a problem for him to use his connections to intimidate others. As for the beautiful Zilong's visit to the Star River Prefecture, Lin Fei realized that the contest for the prefecture master position was far more intense than he had imagined. After Zilong left, the senior brothers weren't as attentive as before. It was obvious that they were still immersed in the previous scene and couldn't recall the existence of such a young expert. Such a precise teleportation within a small area wasn't something that just anyone could do. If it was used to kill someone, not many people would be able to defend themselves. Even now, they didn't feel anything as they teleported. This wasn't a good feeling. In a luxurious mansion in the Star River Prefecture, this was the temporary residence of the Divine Dragon sect. Such a luxurious mansion could be found in any large prefecture. "Father, I saw Lin Fei." Xiao Tian's appearance was completely different from before. He now looked like a scholarly and refined scholar. He was currently sipping tea and playing chess with a certain someone. When he heard Lin Fei's name, he only nodded slightly to indicate that he understood. "Is this person interesting?" Sitting opposite Xiao Tian was a white-robed old man. He had a head full of white hair and was in high spirits as he asked curiously, "Senior brother sect leader, this kid is interesting." Xiao Tian played a chess piece and smiled. "His abilities are very mysterious. It's all thanks to this kid that I was able to come out of the boundless world mountain." "So he's our benefactor." The white-haired old man smiled. "Please come and visit us when you're free. If it weren't for him, our Divine Dragon sect would probably be stuck for a long time." Xiao Tian took a sip of tea. "That kid, senior brother sect leader, loves to cause trouble. I can guarantee that once he comes to the Star River Prefecture, it won't be easy for those who want to fight for the position of prefecture master. Everyone will have a headache." As the current sect leader of the Divine Dragon sect, the white-haired old man was very clear about his junior brother's capabilities. After returning to the Divine Dragon sect, his strength had increased by leaps and bounds. It was inconceivable that such a person would attach so much importance to another person. "I'm actually quite interested in this Lin Fei you spoke of. This time around, I wonder how many experts have participated in the fight for the position of Yuanfu. It can be said that this time around, the number of participants is much higher than the previous times. Since you think so highly of that brat, could it be that he's even stronger than the Divine Dragon warriors from our Divine Dragon sect?" the white-haired elder asked. "That's hard to say," Xiao Tian said. "In any case, that kid gives off a very terrifying feeling. It's strange that a grand expert like me would be afraid of a kid." Zilong blinked her beautiful eyes and said, "Father, that kid seems to be stronger than before. Our Divine Dragon sect senior brothers were teleported in front of him. They couldn't even struggle. I can't see through his strength." Interesting, this is really interesting. Lin Fei returned to the Li family martial arts dojo. However, when he returned to the Li family martial arts dojo, it had completely changed. Especially the main entrance, it was completely ruined. Something happened. Lin Fei rushed into the Li family martial arts dojo. At this moment, many of the Li family martial arts dojo's disciples were lying on the ground, wailing in pain. Damn it! Li family wants to take over our Li family martial arts dojo. A loud noise came from the dojo's main hall. Could it be that Li family came looking for us? Lin Fei thought. When he saw the Heaven's Edge dojo master at the entrance, his expression didn't look good. In the Star River Prefecture, Lin Fei's only enemy was Li family. After all, many of Li family's enemies had suffered great losses at his hands. It was normal for them to come here to take revenge. If the Li clan didn't know about entering the Star River Prefecture, then the Li clan's strength was too weak. You didn't meet anyone from Li family, right? The Heaven's Edge dojo master asked when he saw Lin Fei return. No, why? Lin Fei lowered his voice. Are they here to cause trouble for me? Lin Fei's first impression was that Li family was here to find him. Li family must have encountered an undeserved calamity. The master of the Empyrean Pole Dojo shook his head. The Li family has been focusing on that matter recently, so how could they pay attention to you? Besides, haven't you already captured Guard Captain Bai of the Celestial River Guard? Unless the Li family meets you, you don't need to worry. Then why? Li family dojo and Li family have a relationship. Therefore, Li family wanted to incorporate Li family's dojo. However, Li Hu is stubborn and naturally refused. Just before you came back, they fought and many disciples of Li family dojo were injured. The Heaven's Edge dojo master said. Lin Fei suddenly understood. So this was the case. He had been overthinking things. Li family wasn't targeting him. He had been worried for nothing. If it was really because of him, he would definitely feel guilty. Lin Fei had experienced the Li family's overbearing ways. Especially that young master. Without saying a word, he would sneak away with a bad idea, making it impossible to guard against him. His strength was also not bad. Fortunately, he had some wealth at that time. Otherwise, he would have suffered a great loss if he wasn't careful. His current actions were in line with the Li family's overbearing way of doing things. Like person like family. Li family is getting more and more excessive. Li Hu sighed. He had no way to deal with this aristocrat. For example, this time when he taught a lesson to the Li family, many disciples of his dojo were injured. Not only did he not gain any advantage, he even became worried. What a son of a b****. Li Hu gulped down a big bowl of wine. Both his eyes were scarlet red. The Heaven's Edge dojo master didn't know what to say. Why don't we go somewhere else? Li Hu shook his head. That's difficult. The Li family dojo has been here for generations. If my generation goes somewhere else, I won't have the face to see the ancestor. The Heaven's Edge dojo master said. That's not easy. In a place like the Star River Prefecture, offending a colossus like the Li family wouldn't end well. In Lin Fei's opinion, this matter wasn't difficult. As long as Captain Bai made an appearance, the Li family wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Unless it was necessary, he didn't want to expose Captain Bai. After all, he was a chess piece. Dojo master, it's not good. Someone from the Li family has come. It seems to be a young master. A disciple from the dojo hurriedly ran in. His expression was pale. The Li family is too much. Li Hu stood up. Do they really think that I, Li family, don't dare to kill them? Being an expert who was infinitely close to the strength of a cosmos god, he was slightly famous within the Star River Prefecture. Chapter 3395. Li Family Martial Arts Dojo. The dojo's disciples were lying on the ground in the martial arts hall. They were all severely injured. Trash, what a bunch of trash. You can't even take down a martial arts dojo. A young man was standing in the middle of the hall. He was scolding his subordinates so much that they did not even dare to breathe loudly. Li Hu, if you don't come out, I'll tear down your dojo right now. The young man stood with his hands behind his back. His tone was arrogant and domineering, as if he was going to take down the Li family martial arts dojo. The Li family is so arrogant. Tear it down if you can. I'd like to see what gives you the right to do. Li Hu entered from the main entrance and his gaze landed on the young man. I was wondering who it was. It's young Master Li Wuheng. Li Wuheng was a direct descendant of the Li family. He was quite influential. He had recently killed many experts and gained a lot of fame. It was hard not to know about him in the Star River Prefecture. It's good that you know my name. Li Wuheng turned around and said condescendingly. Li Hu, I'll cut to the chase. Join the Li family and hand over the Li family martial arts dojo. Good for you, good for me, and good for everyone. Domineering and direct. The veins on Li Hu's hands were bulging. As an ultimate god, he had never been ignored like that. The Li family is indeed domineering. Li Hu took a step forward and stared at Li Wuheng. What if I don't agree? Are you going to kill me right now? Boom! Li Hu's ultimate god aura turned into a gust of wind as he took a step forward and swept toward Li Wuheng. Li Wuheng smiled. It's not good to kill, but I don't mind crippling your strength. Without an expert like you, the Li family martial arts dojo will be doomed. Needless to say, the dojo's disciples felt a terrifying chill from Li Wuheng's body. The strongest person in the Li family martial arts dojo was Li Hu. Without Li Hu holding the fort, this martial arts dojo would be devoured cleanly by others. Too ruthless. I've long heard of young Master Li's strength. Today I'm here to see for myself. Li Hu stretched out his hand and a saber appeared in his hand. The saber turned into dozens of saber rays in midair. Li Wuheng reached out with one hand and lightly flicked his finger at the dozens of saber lights. After a series of clanging sounds, the dozens of saber lights shattered and lost their power. Finally, he flicked his finger heavily on the blade. Li Hu was holding the saber with one hand. Under the pressure of the other party's finger, the saber almost flew out of his hand. Li Wuheng had just stabilized his body when he was covered by a palm in front of him. Heart-piercing palm. Li Hu's palm pierced through the saber. He staggered and pulled himself back to the door. He coughed up a mouthful of blood as he stared at Li Wuheng in shock. Who would have thought that you have broken through to the hierarch realm and are half a step into the cosmos god realm? The power of your piercing heart palm is extraordinary. Li Hu seemed to have suffered a huge blow. His expression slowly paled. Are you going to fight me to the end? Li Wuheng clasped his hands behind his back and said with a smile, I only used 50% of my strength in the heart-piercing palm. Li Hu didn't expect Li Wuheng to be stronger than him. Caught off guard, the heart-piercing palm had injured his body, and the injury was not light. It's just that Li Hu wasn't willing to hand over the dojo. What a great Li clan. I wonder how is that young master from your Li clan doing now? Just as Li Hu was hesitating, a chuckle could be heard. Who is speaking? Li Wuheng turned around. Several cold lights came flying over. Lin Fei waved his hand, causing the cold lights to shatter. Hee, it seems the temper of your Li clan isn't that good. Lin Fei chuckled. You are too narrow-minded. Killing people at the drop of a hat. No wonder you can snatch things so easily. Li Wuheng saw the person who spoke. He looked young, and mistook him as a disciple from the Li clan dojo. Dojo Master Li, this disciple of yours isn't polite. Children shouldn't interrupt when adults are speaking. Let me help you discipline him. Li Wuheng's figure disappeared with a so. A palm imprinted on Lin Fei's chest. Li Wuheng's figure appeared with a faint smile hanging on the edge of his mouth. This is the heart-piercing palm? It doesn't seem powerful at all. Lin Fei smiled as he watched. I truly do not know who gave you such courage to deal against me. You are actually fine. Li Wuheng exerted his strength, yet the fellow in front of him did not move at all. That smile seemed so mocking to him. Of course I'm fine. Your heart-piercing palm isn't good. Lin Fei shook his head. Just nice, I know a palm technique similar to the piercing palm. You can give it a try too. Give it a try? Li Wuheng chuckled. He retracted his palm and left. Pung. At the moment when Li Wuheng reappeared in front of him, Lin Fei had already slapped his palm on Li Wuheng's chest. Kakakaka. Li Wuheng's powerful fleshy body actually collapsed under a single palm. After reforming once again, Li Wuheng's expression was abnormally pale. He stared at this black-robed man. Who exactly are you? Li Wuheng was a half-step cosmos god. and he could not resist the invasion of the other party's strength. Lin Fei grinned. Naturally, I specialize in dealing with those who are unconvinced. For instance, people like you. Do you feel good from that palm previously? Do you want to do it again? I guarantee you will feel great. Specialize in dealing with those who were unconvinced. Li Wuheng's expression became especially ugly. This is someone from the Li clan. Unless you want to interfere. Li Wuheng could not see through the other party. So what if I interfere? Lin Fei squinted. It seems you are prepared to try my palm technique again. A shield appeared in front of Li Wuheng. He was indeed frightened. That palm previously had consumed a large amount of his life force, making him feel fearful. Such an expert had appeared in the Li clan martial dojo, yet he did not know about it. His subordinates were all trash. There was not much time left until the contest for the position of Yuan Fu. The Star River Prefecture would become a place where everyone paid attention to. It was normal for such an expert to appear. Dojo Master Li, your luck is not bad. Li Wuheng snorted. I hope your luck will always be good. Li Wuheng was not willing to act again. It would be disadvantageous for him to face an expert he did not know. Furthermore, nobody dared to use their full strength in the Star River Prefecture. After leaving behind a ruthless sentence, Li Wuheng turned around and left. After waiting for Li Wuheng to leave, Li Hu gratefully said, Brother Lin, why must you do this? That is the Li clan, one of the top clans in the Star River Prefecture. Lin Fei shook his head. It's not a big deal. Furthermore, there is enmity between me and the Li clan. Even if I don't find them, they will come looking for me. Li Wuheng left the Li clan martial dojo. Immediately watch this place for me. Also find out what is the background of that brat. Li Wuheng turned back to the Li clan martial dojo. If you offend me, there will be no place for you in the Star River Prefecture. Chapter 3396. The direct descendant of the Li clan, Li Wuheng, came to visit. Li Hu felt a headache and immense pressure. If this matter wasn't handled well, Li Hu didn't dare to imagine what would happen to the Li clan martial arts dojo. After Li Wuheng left, Li Hu went to look for someone. It seemed like he wanted to have a good talk with the Li clan. How do you intend to deal with the Li clan? The Heaven's Fate Dojo Master asked Lin Fei. Initially, Lin Fei had not planned on taking action. However, Li Wuheng's actions had displeased him. Thus he had stepped forward to beat Li Wuheng back. However, he had clearly seen the look in Li Wuheng's eyes before he left. This matter wasn't over yet. It's simple. If Li Wuheng dares to make a move, I will dare to kill. Lin Fei was straightforward. Moreover, the Li clan won't dare to openly kill for a long period of time. In the Star River Prefecture, the Li clan was a noble clan. However, they didn't dare to kill at this time. If they offended the clans of other prefectures, they wouldn't be able to gain anything. Lin Fei was very indifferent. The Heaven's Fate Dojo Master was convinced by Lin Fei. After thinking about it, this method was actually quite good. On the other side, Li Wuheng returned to the Li clan with a belly full of anger. That kid seems to know Li Haoran. He should be Li Haoran's enemy. Li Wuheng quickly thought of something and went to look for Li Haoran. In the Li clan, all resources had to be fought for. Li Haoran was one of the best. However, ever since the incident at the Hopeless Boundary Mountain, Li Haoran had suffered a huge setback. He had no choice but to enter seclusion to cultivate. He had wasted a large amount of resources and became a joke in the Li clan. To be honest, Li Wuheng really wanted to thank the person who made a move. It was during Li Haoran's seclusion that Li Wuheng rose to power. The timing was just right. Third young master, you're really carefree. Li Haoran was hugging a maid. His entire head almost buried in the maid's chest, causing the maid to giggle. Li Haoran raised his head unhappily when Li Wuheng barged in. What brings you here today? What a rare guest. Li Wuheng chuckled. I'm actually just passing by. If I don't come in to take a look, then I've seen something bad. I can even see your murderous intent. In order not to be plotted against by you, I'm going to tell you something good. It's a good thing. Li Haoran didn't believe that Li Wuheng would be so kind. Then I really want to hear it. Li Wuheng waved his hand and used his energy to copy the image in his mind. This wasn't some profound technique and anyone could do it. A portrait appeared in front of Li Haoran. It's him. Li Haoran pushed the maid away and stood up. His eyes became scarlet as he stared at this person. Tell me, where is this person? Last time in the Boundless World Mountain, one of his main bodies had died, and the losses were heavy. Afterward, no one knew what happened. Li Haoran was furious. In the end, it was the clan's ancestor who used a secret technique to find the other party's appearance. This matter had always been a thorn in Li Haoran's heart. He is at the Li family martial arts school. Li Wuheng knew that he had come to the right place. Indeed, that brat had a grudge with Li Haoran. Furthermore, it looked like the fellow who had caused third young master to end up in a sorry state was this person. Li Hu was still looking for help. Lin Fei and the Empyrean Pole Dojo master didn't go out much. They were helping Li Hu to oversee the Li family martial arts school. After Li Wuheng came knocking on his door, Li Hu released the disciples from the dojo and told them not to come back for a period of time. He didn't want the disciples of the Li family martial arts school to become injured or disabled before the matter was settled. Currently, the Li family martial arts school was very quiet. Lin Fei enjoyed this quiet atmosphere. It was perfect for him to practice his extreme cultivation technique every day. Find that person for me. If he runs away, you guys are dead. In this quiet atmosphere, a group of people barged into the Li family martial arts school. The one leading the group was Li Haoran. After knowing the specific location, he immediately brought his men to the Li family martial arts school to capture that person. He had been holding this anger for a long time. Li Haoran walked into the Li family martial arts school. When he thought of that brat, he gritted his teeth. A dignified young master had suffered a great loss in a place like Boundless World Mountain. Young master, I found him. The martial practice hall was empty. Lin Fei was currently seated. He ignored the people who rushed in. Not far away, Black Yuan stood in front of him, forming a barrier. I've finally found you. The moment Li Haoran entered, his eyes seemed to be spewing fire. Boundless hatred surged out. It was precisely because of this fellow that he became a big joke in the Li family. He had almost lost his position. This time, let's see where you can run to. Li Haoran brought along experts from the clan this time. What a coincidence. I've killed you once, but you didn't learn your lesson. If you have time, I'll come again. Lin Fei chuckled. Li Haoran immediately became furious. Black Yuan knew that this was his scar, yet he dared to pour salt on it. What a bastard. Humph, the previous time you sneak attacked first. This time you can't escape even if you grow wings. Come, capture him alive for me. Li Haoran sneered. Wait until you land in my hands. I'll let you know what it means to wish you were dead. The 30 experts received their orders. Black Yuan laughed. He released his Cosmos God aura, causing a gale to blow. Pung pung pung. More than 30 experts were instantly pressed down onto the ground. Just the few of you dare to harm my master? Why don't you open your eyes and see what you are? Black Yuan took a step forward. Booming sounds could be heard. Li Haoran was shaken by this Cosmos God aura, causing him to tremble. You are a Cosmos God. Li Haoran felt his heart turning cold. What was this? An enemy of his actually had a Cosmos God as his subordinate? Li Haoran felt like vomiting blood. Cosmos God, did he have to be so savage? Are you still going to capture me now? Lin Fei had already stood up. He grinned as he walked towards Li Haoran. Quite a lot of people, but it's a pity that I can't do it at the crucial moment. Li Haoran did not dare to move, even though he had a huge improvement in his strength. He was a half-step Cosmos God, but the gap between him and a true Cosmos God was too great. Misunderstanding. This is a misunderstanding. Li Haoran planned to leave this place first. Facing a Cosmos God, the pressure was too great. Lin Fei laughed. But I don't feel that's the case. I've already said that I killed you the previous time, yet you came the second time. Don't you think you are a fool? I'll endure. Li Haoran knew that if he could not control himself, he would be beaten half to death. Say, do you think I should beat you to death again? Lin Fei grinned, revealing his white teeth. An ant. Yi Xiaolong was not interested in fighting him. Wait a minute, you can't kill me. This is the Star River Prefecture, and killing me isn't beneficial to you. I'm willing to compensate you. Li Haoran thought back to the methods he used in the past. Even now, he felt a lingering fear in his heart. Furthermore, there was still a cosmos god present. This was a huge pit. Chapter 3397. The Lee family martial arts school quieted down again. Those who thought that the Lee family martial arts school was going to suffer were gloating. Of all the people he could have offended, he had to offend the Lee family, a top-notch force in the Star River Prefecture. If they were in his shoes, they would have given up the Lee family martial arts dojo a long time ago. The Lee family martial arts school was not a secret in the surrounding area. Who wouldn't be able to tell that the Lee family was swaggering around? Would the Lee family martial arts dojo be able to withstand Lee Howren's visit? But the other result was that Lee Howren entered and came out quickly, and when he came out, he was expressionless. For a moment it aroused countless suspicions. Lee Hu came back as soon as he heard the news. The Lee family is going too far. When Lee Hu heard that Lee Howren, the direct descendant's young master, had arrived, he immediately dropped everything and rushed over. He was worried that something might have happened to Lin Fei and the Empyrean Pole Dojo's master. Brother Lee, this matter has been resolved. You don't need to worry anymore. Sky Pole Dojo master said with a smile. How is this possible? When Li Hu saw that the two of them were fine, he immediately relaxed. However, he was still skeptical of the Empyrean Pole Dojo's words. The Li family doesn't seem to be so easy to negotiate with. Lee Howren's influence in the Lee family was not small. Now that he had personally come to the Lee family, this matter would not be so easily resolved. Everything is fine now. It's impossible for the Lee family to make a move in the short term. Lin Fei smiled and said, I got to know this young master Lee Howren. After catching up with him, I let go of everything. Reminiscing, Li Hu felt that it was too unbelievable. That was the young master of the Lee family's direct line of descent. No matter how one listened to it, it didn't sound too realistic. Since my junior brother has said so, it must be fine. You can rest assured. The Empyrean Pole Dojo master said, even if the Lee family comes to look for the Lee family martial arts dojo, they won't look for you. Besides, it's not certain whether they have the courage to do so. Guts? Li Hu had a feeling that something had happened in the dojo while he was away. After Lee Howren left, the Lee family martial arts dojo returned to normal. As Li Hu had imagined, the revenge did not appear. It was unknown how many people were taken aback. After the dignified Lee family suffered a loss, they actually did not retaliate? Unbelievable. The Lee family martial arts school continued to exist. Lin Fei and the Empyrean Pole Dojo master stayed at the Lee family dojo. He stayed there for a long time. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. Over the past 10 years, the Star River Prefecture had become more and more lively. The battle for the Yuan Fu was about to begin, and almost all the geniuses from the major prefectures under the church had arrived. This time, the Yuan Fu competition included the experts of the entire universe. It was a true gathering of heroes. Since a year ago, all the inns in the Star River Prefecture had been booked. Those mansions were also bought at high prices. For example, some of the mansions near the Lee family martial arts dojo had changed owners for a very long time. The Star River Prefecture had issued an order that forbade anyone from causing trouble within the Star River Prefecture. Anyone who disobeyed would be killed without mercy. This was not an ordinary order. With the influx of outsiders, the Star River Prefecture became overcrowded with people. Fights broke out on the streets, and the Star River Guard had no choice but to issue orders. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to handle it all. Lee Family Martial Arts School. After the incident 10 years ago, Li Hu was worried for a period of time. Seeing that no one came to cause trouble, he was relieved. In a quiet courtyard of the Lee Family Martial Arts School. Success! Within the room, a figure who was seated jumped up. His face was filled with a smile. Second level of the limit cultivation technique. After resolving that matter, the Lee family remained indifferent. This was within Lin Fei's expectations. With a cosmos god protecting the Lee family martial arts dojo, they would not dare to do anything even if they were given 100 guts. Lin Fei calmly cultivated the limit cultivation technique. From the first level to the second level, the difficulty had increased by a huge level. It was fortunate that Lin Fei was prepared for it. But he had consumed quite a lot of prestige before he finally broke through to the second level of the limit cultivation technique. The moment he broke through to the second level, Lin Fei immediately felt the energy that came from deep within his body. That was an extremely dense energy that erupted from deep within his flesh and cells. Now that I am at the second level, I don't need to use prestige to beat up pseudo-cosmos gods. Even true cosmos gods can't injure me so easily. If one were to say that the first level of the limit cultivation technique was 1, then the second level would be 10. It was a full tenfold increase, and the difficulty of cultivating it could be said to be 10 times greater. Towards an ultimate cosmos god senior who could create such a cultivation technique, Lin Fei was filled with admiration. It's a pity that this cultivation technique wasn't easy to cultivate, and one might not be able to reach a high realm in one's entire life. The consumption of resources was too huge. What the ultimate cosmos god did in the past could no longer be used now. No wonder he wanted to vie for the position of prefecture master in the past. This is the best way to obtain resources. Lin Fei seemed to understand why the ultimate cosmos god wanted to become the prefecture master in the past. That was a great step to take. He had to first put on a layer of skin for himself before anything else. Only by obtaining the identity of a noble would he be able to do things easily. Heaven's Limit Dojo Master knew that Lin Fei had come out from closed-door cultivation. He immediately came over. When he saw Lin Fei, he revealed a look of ecstasy. Congratulations, junior disciple brother. It has just been 10 years, and you have broken through to the second level of the limit cultivation technique. Amazing! Heaven's Limit Dojo Master said excitedly. Even teacher can't compare to you in the past. Heaven's Limit Dojo Master sized up Lin Fei. I can feel a threatening feeling coming from you. This is the effect brought by the limit cultivation technique. Your fleshy body has undergone a deeper level of development, and the inheritance of teacher will depend on you in the future. Heaven's Limit Dojo Master felt happy for his teacher. This was the best successor, unlike him, who had yet to break through to the second level. Lin Fei could tell that the Empyrean Skylimit Dojo's master was genuinely happy. A monstrous existence like him would most likely be hard to find. In just 10 years his strength had advanced by leaps and bounds. Any master would be overjoyed to have such a disciple. Hee. Lin Fei chuckled. Perhaps I am a genius. Heaven's Limit Dojo Master nodded. You are a genius among geniuses. Originally, I was worried that you would compete for the position of Mansion Master. But now that you have reached the second level of the limit cultivation technique, your strength has increased by more than 10 times. As your senior disciple brother, I can rest assured. There was nothing more delightful than seeing his junior disciple brother's strength improve by leaps and bounds. What happened? Lin Fei's keen senses picked up on something. Could it be that many experts have come? Heaven's Limit Dojo Master said. I originally thought that the Yuan Fu's Mansion Master contest wouldn't be as grand as I imagined, but now I realize that I was wrong. This time, the contest for the Mansion Master might involve some big shots, and it would surpass any other contest for the Mansion Master. Experts of the younger generation are emerging one after another, and many of them have already become famous in the Star River Mansion. Chapter 3398. When Lin Fei came out of closed-door cultivation, he heard that the contest for the prefecture master of the Yuan Fu had surpassed all other times. It could be said that many geniuses had gathered. He immediately thought of Zilong's words. Many great characters had started fighting behind the scenes. And to Lin Fei, the more experts came, the more prestige he could accumulate. It was equivalent to increasing his strength unknowingly. After all, if he relied on external strength, he could barely bring out a pinnacle cultivation technique. This pinnacle cultivation technique might be powerful, and it could increase one's strength greatly. The only flaw was that it consumed a huge amount of resources. It was fortunate that Lin Fei could use his prestige to convert the resources, but the consumption was similarly huge. After tasting the sweetness, he naturally hoped to push this cultivation technique up. Reaching the Cosmos God level, everyone would choose to specialize in a certain cultivation technique like survival techniques or killing techniques. There were all sorts of them. Pinnacle cultivation techniques could not only protect one's life, but they could also be turned into powerful offensive techniques. It would be a pity if he did not cultivate such a cosmos cultivation technique. Wasn't it just resources? Lin Fei was confident of getting a huge amount of resources. After knowing the news, he was the most obvious one. Because of this, Yi Xiaolong personally went out for a stroll. You have to say, no matter what restaurant it would be crowded with people. Both inside and outside, it was related to the contest for the prefecture master. For instance, some geniuses would appear out of nowhere, or some geniuses would kill other geniuses. Or, not convinced? Come and fight. They would happily head to the Star River Plaza and have a hot-blooded spar. There were all sorts of things like the seeded contestant with the greatest potential. What a large-scale battle! When he arrived at the Star River Plaza, it was different from the previous time. This place had been cleared, and 3 arenas had been rebuilt. At the same time, a powerful restriction was laid down that could prevent any powerful energy from leaking out, preventing it from affecting the people outside. And at the outer perimeter of the plaza, there were many spectators. Most of them were young. None of the 3 arenas were empty. Everyone was fighting, and it was extremely exciting and fascinating. They did not feel anything towards people like Lin Fei. There was only one point. The strength of those who went up the arenas were ordinary. There was no one who could brighten the eyes of others. Lin Fei had learned a lot from the information gathered by the system during his trip out. He wasn't really concerned about the battle in the arena. Old friend, you haven't left the Li family martial arts dojo for 10 years. Yet you're still able to endure it. Just as Lin Fei was about to leave, a figure blocked his way. It was none other than the arrogant Zilong, who was looking at him with a smile. Cultivation requires a calm heart. It's just 10 years. It's nothing. Lin Fei spouted nonsense with a serious face. Do you feel that I'm stronger than before? Zilong hadn't come to look for Lin Fei since the last time they parted, but there were always people watching over him. Poochie. Zilong couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. Your strength hasn't improved, but your mouth has become more powerful. How rare. Zilong said, but he was even more afraid of Lin Fei in his heart. This guy actually had a breakthrough in 10 years. Zilong's senses were very sensitive. From the moment he saw Lin Fei, he felt a sense of death looming over him. And this sense of death came from Lin Fei. Really? I don't think so. Lin Fei shook his head. I think I've become very powerful. It's a pity that your senior brothers aren't here. If not, I could give it a try. Zilong really admired Lin Fei. They wouldn't dare to come. You made them feel pressured last time. Now they are all immersed in cultivation. Zilong smiled. Our divine dragon sect should really thank you. Lin Fei looked disappointed. That's a pity. I wanted to find them to see if my strength has improved or not. Zilong decided not to talk about this anymore. The contest for the prefecture master position is about to begin. Are you here to place a bet? Zilong waved the special token in his hand. This is a rare opportunity. Don't miss it. Place a bet. Lin Fei really had such a plan. It would be a pity if he did not take advantage of such a good opportunity. We can place a bet here? Lin Fei really did not notice it. Along the way, he only listened to the news and seemed to have overlooked something. Zilong rolled his eyes. I really have to give it to you. After 10 years of seclusion, you've become stupid. Didn't Tiger Li tell you that the wealthiest man in the eternal universe is placing bets here? Lin Fei really did not notice it. The wealthiest man? Who is so arrogant? Lin Fei replied subconsciously. Immediately, he was despised by the people around him. Zilong subconsciously stood far away with a look of disdain. It was as if he was saying, I don't know this guy. Brother, you came from the mountains. Don't tell me that the wealthiest man in the eternal universe doesn't know? He really doesn't know that you cultivate. When the title of the wealthiest man is mentioned, who isn't convinced? Facing the sneer of a group of people, Lin Fei was speechless. This was probably the first time and he could not even make a move. He was unhappy, really unhappy. After a burst of laughter, Lin Fei left the crowd immediately. You're such a powerful person, but you actually don't know the wealthiest man. I'm dying of laughter. Zilong laughed all the way out. It was not easy to catch Lin Fei's sore spot. Lin Fei's face was sullen. It's normal not to know. How would I know the title of the wealthiest man in our universe? It was rare for Zilong to make Lin Fei suffer a setback. He explained, this is not a title. This is the title of the wealthiest man. In the entire universe, no one can compare to the wealthiest man. Even those top powerhouses can't compare. In front of the wealthiest man, they are like little tycoons. Lin Fei had never heard of such a famous person. Could it be that he was really ignorant? That was not right. What do you mean? Zilong chuckled. Anyway, you just need to know that the wealthiest man is the richest. This wealthiest man loves to open bets. As long as you can take out the corresponding item, you can get what you want from the wealthiest man. Isn't it very tempting? You have to know that there are countless treasures in the wealthiest man's vault. In the past, there were top powerhouses who went to his vault. It was said that after coming out, they were depressed for 100 years. Obviously, they were stimulated. Lin Fei suddenly had an idea. Anything will do? Of course. The title of the wealthiest man is not just for show. Do you want me to show you? Zilong laughed. Sure. Lin Fei was tempted by his words. If there was such a wealthy man, it would be a good thing. Follow me. Zilong led the way. Actually, the location was not far. It was near the square. A mansion was specially opened. The name was quite unique. Chapter 3399. God of Fortune Restaurant. A mighty and domineering name. Seeing this name, Lin Fei's heart trembled. It really matched the title of the richest man in the world. After entering the God of Fortune restaurant, the hall was full of people. They are all here to bet. Zilong stood next to Lin Fei. Every time there is a grand event, the God of Fortune's restaurant will be the first to open a bet. There is a saying in the eternal universe that if you want to win money, go to the God of Fortune's restaurant. The hall of the God of Fortune restaurant was very big. Not only was it big, but there were also many refining methods. For example, the wide display screen contained exquisite methods. In Lin Fei's opinion, it was not something that could be found in this universe. On the screen, a series of names were moving. Those are the names of the geniuses of the various mansions. There is a detailed introduction. Zilong explained. In the God of Fortune restaurant, there are many ways to play. For example, betting on a few geniuses to enter the top few, and also the top 10. Even if Zilong did not mention this, Lin Fei also noticed it. Among the series of names, there was a group of names with low odds, basically 1-1, 5. In other words, if these people win, you will only get 5 points. This was also normal. How are you going to bet? Lin Fei was trying to figure out the various ways to play. Actually, to him, there were many ways to play in the God of Fortune restaurant, but it had nothing to do with him. Hee. Lin Fei smiled mysteriously and walked to the counter. Is there anything I can help you with? A beautiful fairy came forward and asked. Lin Fei gave them a cursory glance and slipped away like a wisp of smoke. They were actually all beautiful fairies, forming a unique scenery. I want to bet. The fairy said sweetly. What are you going to bet? Multiple people or single people? How much? Lin Fei shook his head. This way of playing is boring. I like to play big. For example, directly placing a big bet on the final candidate of the mansion master. Fairy, what do you think? The fairy chuckled. You're quite an interesting person. From your tone, could it be that you're betting on yourself to win? Smart. I'm planning to buy myself to be the governor of the Yuan Fu. It shouldn't be a problem, right? Lin Fei admitted it openly. You're really thick-skinned. Zilong had already guessed that this would be the case. If you think that Lin Fei will play his cards properly, then you are absolutely wrong. Only someone like Lin Fei would dare to bet on him to win and become the manor head. Sure. The fairy still said sweetly. I wonder how much you've prepared. Could you tell me your name so that we can investigate it? Lin Fei. Lin Fei said. I'm going to use the power of faith. The fairy arranged for people to investigate, and very soon they had Lin Fei's information. Your Excellency, you can place your bet. Since it is your first time coming to the God of Wealth restaurant, your odds are 100. The fairy smiled and said, How much do you want to bet? The odds were 100 to 1. Lin Fei was not very satisfied. At least he had to pay 1,000. As for changing the odds, that was impossible. I'll reluctantly bet 2 trillion power of faith, Lin Fei said very casually. But to the fairy, she was completely shocked. Even the people around her who had placed their bets were shocked. Power of faith was not the main currency. But taking out 2 trillion at once was really a huge amount. There were even some experts who only had a few 100 million power of faith. Where did this rich young master come from? What's wrong? Is it too much? Lin Fei coughed lightly. Only then did the fairy react. It's not much, not much. We'll register immediately. When Lin Fei received a piece of proof, in the hall of the God of Wealth restaurant, most people knew about this matter because the person who was registering at the side exclaimed in surprise. 1 to 10, 10 to 100, and soon everyone knew. 2 trillion power of faith. Who knows where Lin Fei came from? 2 trillion power of faith, who is he robbing? 100 to 1. If he wins, that's 2 trillion power of faith. What a huge upset. It's definitely a wasted effort. Yeah, right? Everyone was mocking and ridiculing. 2 trillion power of faith was going to go down the drain. This time, the candidates for the position of prefecture master were experts from all over the 9 prefectures. Many of the seated candidates might not be able to have the last laugh. Now a guy dared to place such a huge bet. It was simply too crazy. Taking out 2 trillion so casually. It was really infuriating to compare oneself with others. However, the name Lin Fei was very unfamiliar to everyone. It was as if he had emerged from a ravine. Basically, no one knew where he came from. Lin Fei left the God of Wealth restaurant with a straight face, but in fact, he was very happy in his heart. Not to mention anything else, it was such a pleasant thing to increase his prestige. He believed that this matter would soon spread, and it wouldn't take long for his name to be on everyone's lips. This was what made Lin Fei the happiest. When did you earn so much power of faith? Zilong looked at Lin Fei curiously, as if he wanted to find the answer from his face. Yes. Zilong immediately lost his desire. My father wants to see you. Are you interested in going? Zilong invited him after leaving the God of Wealth restaurant. Lin Fei had a deep impression of Ziotan. This lord was not an easy person to deal with. Now that he had regained his freedom, he believed that he would be stronger than before. Sure. Lin Fei took this opportunity to learn about the situation in this universe. He believed that Ziotian must know something. You're being followed. As they walked, Zilong suddenly said. There were many people following behind Lin Fei, and one could tell that they were not good people. It turned out that after the God of Wealth restaurant incident, this tycoon had been targeted by people of the lower class. Lin Fei did not care about the people following him. They were like ants, and no matter how many of them came, they would just be sending themselves to death. Furthermore, no one dared to make a move in the Starry River Prefecture city. It's fine. If you want to follow me, then follow me. I believe that the experts of the Divine Dragon sect will be happy to help me deal with them. Lin Fei chuckled. Zilong cursed at Lin Fei's shamelessness in his heart. You want us to deal with the ants following you? You're an expert, alright? You're such a lazy person. The Divine Dragon sect's residence in Linshu was a luxurious mansion. The Divine Dragon sect is very rich. Lin Fei praised. Even now, I can't afford a mansion in the Starry River Prefecture. Zilong decided not to speak to Lin Fei. This fellow always had nothing good to say. He turned to the guards and said, You guys go and warn those people. If they dare to loiter around here again, they will all be arrested. Chapter 3400. God of Wealth Pavilion. This was a unique building constructed by the number 1 wealthiest person. The news of a wager of 2 trillion faith energy soon spread across the Star River Prefecture city. Faith energy was not a mainstream currency, and it was not easy to accumulate it. If this wager was placed on another seated contestant, it would be normal. But the other party placed it on himself, and the situation was different. There were only 2 explanations. Either the other party was a wastrel or he was confident of himself. But in the eyes of everyone, the first explanation was more acceptable. As for the second explanation, it was better to forget about it. Experts from the 9 great prefectures were here. Regardless of the younger generation or the previous generation, all of them were famous across the world. There were even rumors that young experts from the Eternal Church would come here to temper themselves. No one knew if this was true or not, but just the number of experts that they knew was enough to make others feel fear. Pavilion Master, the situation is like this. We have investigated and found that this Lin Fei has quite a huge origin. Currently, we only know of one thing: the person who caused a huge disturbance in the Dark City recently is this person. With a wave of his hand, he has played everyone. God of Wealth Pavilion. Within the study room of the Pavilion Master, a young man dressed in luxurious clothing was currently looking at the Star River Prefecture city through the window in front with his hands behind his back. The faint sunlight landed on his knife-like face. At this moment, someone was reporting to this young man. Interesting. The final disciple of a peak cosmos god? The young man listened to the report with a look of contemplation. Unless he is that confident of himself? The God of Wealth Pavilion did not place 2 trillion faith energy in their eyes. According to our analysis, this Lin Fei has a mysterious origin, and he is extremely dangerous. Until now, nobody knows the limits of this person's strength. According to what we know, this person should be walking on the Tao of body refinement, and his cultivation technique should have reached the first level. Since the God of Wealth Pavilion dared to open a wager, they naturally had a huge intelligence agency. If Lin Fei knew of the situation here, he would definitely give a thumbs up to express his approval. That year, the peak cosmos god stole everyone's limelight and stepped into the ranks of the aristocrats. Now that his final disciple is acting, I think this matter should be very interesting. The young man chuckled. Go and register this Lin Fei as a seated contestant and change the wager to 160. Lin Fei did not know that the God of Wealth restaurant would ask about this matter. After all, the God of Fortune House had always been cautious. 2 trillion power of faith and a payout of 100 was very scary. If they really won, the God of Fortune House could not avoid bleeding. Lin Fei followed Zilong to the backyard of the mansion. In a pavilion in the back garden, 2 people were playing chess. Father, I've invited him back. Zilong laughed as he went up the stairs and came to the pavilion. The 2 people who were playing Go looked very focused. Wait. Ziotian didn't look at Lin Fei. He was completely focused on playing Go. The white-haired old man opposite him was the same. Zilong stuck out her tongue like a cute girl and secretly spread her hands at Lin Fei. An hour later. I won. Ziotian put down a chess piece and couldn't help but laugh. It really wasn't easy to beat you. The white-haired old man threw down the chess piece. I knew you would use this move. Nothing is too deceitful in war. Ziotian laughed delightedly. This is something left behind by the ancients, and it contains the essence. It's the same logic as a single move dominating the world. Yua. The white-haired old man laughed. My apologies, I was too focused while playing Go. Ziotian stood up and said to Lin Fei. It's fine. Lin Fei chuckled. It has been a long time since we last met. Dao friend Z, your strength has improved by another level. That's something worth celebrating. Previously, when the 2 were playing Go, Lin Fei had actually been secretly observing the 2. There was no need to talk about Ziotian. He was much stronger than the previous time. As for that white-haired old man, his strength was frightening. He was actually a cosmos god expert. Currently, Lin Fei was extremely sensitive to aura. The aura of the white-haired old man was perfectly concealed, making him seem like an ordinary person. Those who were not in the know might have misjudged him. But to Lin Fei, that cosmos god aura was the most obvious. The God Dragon sect was not simple. Ziotian glanced at Lin Fei before smiling bitterly. Dao friend Lin, don't ridicule me anymore. You are the monster. Even though you haven't become a cosmos god, this killing move of yours. Previously, Ziotian had fought with Lin Fei, yet he could not see through the other party. But this time, using a secret technique to observe, he felt a suffocating feeling of death. Frightening. Ziotian had relied on the resources from the God Dragon sect. With his foundation, it was not difficult for him to break through. But it was said that Lin Fei was a loner. This is? Lin Fei asked curiously. The white-haired old man stood up. He could see further than his junior disciple brother. Young man, you are very strong. That time when my junior disciple brother told me about it, I did not believe him. Today, seeing it with my own eyes, I am truly shocked. Even the geniuses of my God Dragon sect might not be your opponent. Junior disciple brother? Lin Fei guessed that the white-haired old man had a close relationship with Ziotian. Who would have thought that they were fellow disciples? He is the sect master of the God Dragon sect. Zilong teased. Do you want to join the God Dragon sect? Lin Fei came to a sudden realization. If it was a situation between fellow disciples, then everything could be understood. Junior greets the sect master of the God Dragon sect. Lin Fei cupped his hands. This older generation was worthy of respect. After all, the God Dragon sect did not have an undeserved reputation. Little friend, you are too polite. The white-haired old man did not put on any airs. A person who could make him feel threatened was not someone he would treat as a junior. With such strength at such an age, one would definitely be startled if not for personally witnessing it. Ziodan immediately got someone to clean up the chessboard and replaced it with a pot of good tea. The expression of this sect master disciple brother of his was just as he imagined. He was frightened by this brat. This cultivation speed was simply skyrocketing. If he fought with Lin Fei now, Ziodan did not have the slightest confidence. No matter how great a person's potential was, it was impossible for him to raise his strength so quickly. A terrifying increase in strength. Father, you probably don't know yet. This guy used 2 trillion power of faith to buy himself as the prefecture master. He is really amazing. Zilong said with a grin. 2 trillion power of faith. Ziodan was also startled. That's a lot of money. I'm also risking it. It is not easy to earn money nowadays. Lin Fei said seriously. As long as you are a human, you should have confidence in yourself. Don't you think so? Using 2 trillion power of faith to bet on his confidence. Ziodan only wanted to say that he could do whatever he wanted when he was rich. Little friend, you are really bold. If it was me in the past, I would not have such guts. Now it is the world of the young. The white-haired old man said leisurely. Lin Fei said with a smile. My strength is nothing. I heard that there are many experts this time. With my small arms and legs, I really can't handle them. Chapter 3401. After meeting Ziotian and that God Dragon sect master, Lin Fei did not stay for too long before he took the initiative to leave. Zilong personally sent Lin Fei out of the residence. When he returned, Ziotian was chatting with his senior disciple brother. Are you surprised and shocked? The potential of this fellow is too frightening. Ziotian became fearful when he mentioned about Lin Fei. It has far exceeded my expectations. The white-haired old man nodded. What a monster. Even I feel a dangerous aura from him. This fellow is clearly not a cosmos god. Yet he has the strength of a cosmos god. There will be an unforeseen event in this conference of immortal destiny. Ziotian believed in the judgment of his senior disciple brother. That time the ultimate cosmos god swept everyone's face. I'm afraid the same thing will happen again this time. Furthermore, this Lin Fei is even more frightening than the ultimate cosmos god. The expression of the white-haired old man turned solemn. Everything is changing in the future. Little Z, it is best for you and Lin Fei to maintain your current relationship. Don't mess around. Zilong had seen many geniuses before. There were only a few who were qualified to be regarded so highly by the sect master. He shouldn't be able to become the prefecture master, right? Zilong asked. 20% chance, the white-haired old man said. There were as many geniuses as the carps in the river. A 20% chance was a huge chance. Then I'll go and place my bet first. When Lin Fei left the residence, there was no longer anyone following him. My prestige seems to have increased. What is going on? As he walked, Lin Fei discovered something interesting. His prestige, which had been increasing steadily, had increased by quite a bit. Could it be that the news of me placing a huge bet has spread? In a place like the Star River Prefecture City, Lin Fei believed in one thing, and that was the spread of news. After all, he had placed a heavy bet on himself. Thinking of the prestige of 200 trillion, he would feel extremely happy when the time came. Lin Fei no longer cared about the increase in his prestige. That was a good thing. Furthermore, he was in the Star River Prefecture City, and it was safe within safety. In a mansion. Ever since Li Haoran suffered a great loss and was extorted from Lin Fei, his hatred for Lin Fei grew by the day. He provided Lin Fei with a portion of his prestige practically every day. He could be considered a great source of income. Young Master Li Wuhan is here. A subordinate came in to report. At the mention of Li Wuheng, Li Haoran was filled with anger. This bastard, he's finally willing to come. After suffering a huge loss the last time, Li Haoran had wanted to settle the score with Li Wuheng. In the end, this fellow was incredibly slippery and had left the Starry River Prefecture city, causing Li Haoran to grit his teeth. Let him in. Li Haoran stood up fiercely. Last time he caused me to bleed. If he doesn't make me happy this time, I will definitely teach him a lesson. As soon as Li Wuheng saw Li Haoran, he immediately cupped his hands and said, Haoran, it's my fault. I didn't expect that kid to be so powerful. I know I was wrong. Li Haoran gritted his teeth and said, Do you know how much I suffered? I really want to whip you to death, you bastard. Let's make it clear. If you don't satisfy me today, you won't be able to leave. Li Wuheng nodded repeatedly. Brother Haoran, I know I was wrong. For this, I also brought your favorite immortal brew. I also brought you a piece of good news, a really happy piece of good news. You still dare to talk about good news? Li Haoran almost grabbed something and threw it at Li Wuheng. Last time, because of good news, he failed. This time he actually dared to use good news to fool him. Did he really think that he was a 3-year-old child? Li Wuheng explained again and again. Last time even he didn't expect that things would develop like this. When he heard that Li Haoran suffered a loss, he immediately ran away. This time it's really good news. Li Wuheng said, Listen to me. If the news is not good, you can kick me out. I won't complain at all. Say it. Li Haoran stared at Li Wuheng. If it's not good, I'll definitely kick you out of this place as far as possible. After the previous incident, I've investigated that fellow. If I didn't investigate, I wouldn't know that his origin isn't simple. Not too long ago, he did something sensational that you wouldn't expect. Li Wuheng did not dare to keep the other party in suspense. That fellow is called Lin Fei, and he is also the final disciple of an ultimate cosmos god. Not too long ago, the auction in the Dark City should be done by him. Not too long ago, he used 2 trillion faith energy to bet that he could become the prefecture master. Don't you think that brat is crazy? When Li Haoran heard the words final disciple of an ultimate cosmos god, he was more or less shaken. That person was someone who wished for the world to be in chaos. Fortunately, he died in the end. How is this considered good news? Li Haoran did not hear anything beneficial to him. He assumed a posture of wanting to kick the other party out. Wait a minute, this is good news. Li Wuheng said again. Don't forget how many experts the ultimate cosmos god trampled on in the past. In the same place, in the same contest for the prefecture master. What do you think will happen if we add fuel to the fire? Li Wuheng laughed wickedly. Now that you mention it, it seems it might work. Li Haoran had seen Lin Fei being unlucky more than anyone else. As long as it was something that made Lin Fei unhappy, he would feel happy. The God of Wealth Pavilion might be able to see this point and have already placed Lin Fei as a seated participant. If we were to use our strength, I believe those who were slapped by the ultimate cosmos god in the past would come to the Star River Prefecture city. By then, even if Lin Fei is powerful, could he start a war with the world? Li Wuheng felt proud of his intelligence. Open the wine. Let us have a good drink. Li Haoran's mood was great. Just previously, many thoughts appeared in his mind. Only then did he discover that it wasn't a difficult task to deal with Lin Fei. Right, it is time for us to have a drink. Li Wuheng knew that he came to the right place. He opened the freshly brewed wine and personally poured a cup for Li Haoran before pouring one for himself. Li Haoran drank it in a single gulp. The immortal brew was indeed not bad. I feel that we can add fuel to the fire for Lin Fei. For instance, let's spread the news that Lin Fei has disregarded all seated participants and is the #1 young expert in the unit Cosmos. He will trample all experts during the contest for the prefecture master. At the same time, we can also spread the news about the Li clan martial dojo. Li Wuheng gave a thumbs up. This is a good move. It will make that fellow feel overwhelmed. What a good idea. Another cup. Hence, on that night, under the manipulation of the Li clan, the news of Lin Fei looking down on all seated participants and smearing the names of the various geniuses spread through the tea houses and wine shops. On the second day, when the sun rose, the name Lin Fei entered the ears of everyone. The news of Lin Fei staying in the Li clan martial dojo was also spread. Chapter 3402. Star River Prefecture City. The day of the prefecture master selection was getting closer. Many experts gathered in the Star River Prefecture City. But as a piece of news spread, a place became famous. That was the Li clan martial dojo. Being a martial dojo, its reputation was ordinary. After all, it was not just the Li clan martial dojo that could open a martial dojo. But this time it did not become famous because of the influence of the dojo. Instead, it became famous because of a person, a very arrogant person. How is it? This move of ours isn't bad, right? Not far away in a tea house, Li Haoran and Li Wuheng booked a private room. They pushed open the window and could see the situation not far away. Great! Li Haoran was in a good mood. At this moment, the Li clan martial dojo was tightly shut. A large group of people had gathered outside. With a glance, there were at least a few hundred people. They had completely sealed off the entire street. This is just the beginning. I've heard that many geniuses are dissatisfied with this Lin Fei. Li Wuheng said delightedly. I've even heard that those experts who suffered under the hands of the ultimate cosmos gods in the past have arranged for their juniors to come over and trample on this inheritor. Li Haoran laughed delightedly. This time, let's see how he can survive in the Star River Prefecture city. Even if he doesn't die, he will lose a layer of skin. Some people aren't so good-tempered. Lin Fei, come out. What makes you say that our senior disciple brother isn't your opponent? Come out, come out. Outside the Li clan martial dojo, the crowd surged. If not for this being the Star River Prefecture, due to the rules, they would definitely fight their way into the Li clan martial dojo and let that fellow Lin Fei experience what a formidable technique was. The disciples of the Li clan martial dojo did not think much of it at first. Eventually, they returned unrecognizable and had to recuperate in bed for half a year. The Li clan martial dojo disciples who originally planned to go out became turtles. If they were to go out, they would be beaten half to death. Someone wants to mess with you. Li Hu went out to take a look. There were many people outside, and most of them were admirers of those people like junior disciple brothers and sisters. Many of them had a tyrannical aura and were not simple. As an expert, Li Hu couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat when facing those murderous gazes. If he offended any one of these people, the Li family martial dojo wouldn't be able to bear it. Lin Fei's face was expressionless, but in his heart, he was overjoyed. The prestige of Zhangjiang flowed like water, making him feel great. His prestige continued to increase in an orderly manner. Someone must be trying to mess with Brother Lin, Li Hu said fiercely. This is overpraising you to death. This is too vicious, especially at this time. In order to deal with you, the person who did this has really invested a lot. The Empyrean Pole Dojo's master was in a bad mood. He had been schemed against the moment he arrived. He was truly unhappy. This is not going to be easy, Lin Fei said without thinking. It's easy to deal with them. Don't they want to fight with me? They want to teach me a lesson. That's fine. Anyway, I'm quite free these days. How? Li Hu was quite curious. We can't just rush out and beat them up, right? You have to know that some of the people here have quite a background. If a big shot comes out, it can scare people to death. Li Hu's words were not frightening at all. The Yuanfu Prefecture Master Contest had gathered experts from all 9 great prefectures. If one was not careful, they would offend others. Furthermore, this time Lin Fei was the final disciple of a peak cosmos god. He had obtained the cultivation technique, and to everyone, he was a person who attracted hatred. When mentioning the peak cosmos god, who would not grit their teeth? Now that that disciple had died, those who talked about the peak cosmos god would instantly be filled with hatred. Now that a final disciple dared to be so arrogant and trample on everyone to get a higher position, no matter what, they had to teach him a lesson first. Simple. I'll have to trouble Big Brother Li to help me erect a huge banner. I'll accept everyone's spars, Lin Fei said. Because I'm too strong, not just anyone can spar with me. I'll accept 3 people a day, no 5 people. As long as the 5 people who can give me the most faith power before noon, I'll spar with them. The Empyrean Pole Dojo master did not know whether to laugh or cry when he heard this. This junior disciple brother of his was good at everything. The only difference was that he loved faith energy. Previously, he auctioned the treasures left behind by his teacher. It was the same this time too. Li Hu opened his mouth but could not say anything for a moment. This is possible too. Li Hu was truly convinced. Why not? Lin Fei blinked. I believe they will be very willing. Oh right, if a huge banner isn't enough, we must erect another one. On it, write unparalleled in the same realm, specialized in dealing with all sorts of unwillingness. Li Hu gave a thumbs up. Lin Fei snorted. They are spending so much effort just to deal with me. If I don't add fuel to the fire, it will not be fitting for them. If not for the huge amount of prestige he gained previously, Lin Fei would not dare to say these words so confidently. Outside the Li clan martial dojo, there were still many people gathered here. Everyone wanted to teach that Lin Fei a lesson. What plaything was this? How dare he compete with their worshippers? What qualifications did he have to say such words? It's a pity that the Li clan martial dojo did not open, and they could not barge in. If it were somewhere else, they would have already rushed in and found Lin Fei to give him a beating. Coward. He doesn't even dare to fight one-on-one. What a coward. Everyone spoke one after another, as if this was the only way to vent their dissatisfaction. Creak. The door of the Li family's martial arts school suddenly opened. Make way. Li Hu came out personally. Yes, your 2 seats stand aside. Facing everyone's gaze, Li Hu took a deep breath. The answer you want is here. With a wave of his hand, 2 huge banners were erected at the entrance of the Li family's martial arts school. Everyone subconsciously looked at them. On the left was unparalleled in the same realm, specialized in dealing with all sorts of unwillingness. On the right was an expert is lonely, I am truly unparalleled. Welcome to battle. The huge banners fluttered, and everyone outside the Li family's martial arts school saw the words on the banners. Many people's veins popped out on their faces. Too arrogant. Does he really think he is unparalleled? I'm going to spar with him and let him know what it means to be a man. Seeing the 2 sentences on the left and right, everyone was momentarily shocked before they immediately cursed. They had never seen such a shameless and arrogant guy. Ha ha ha, that kid is courting death. When Li Wuheng saw the words, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of tea. Li Haoren clapped and cheered. Arrogant, truly arrogant. He has completely offended everyone. This is good, the more people he offends, the happier I will be. Chapter 3403. Everything was as Lin Fei had imagined. When the 2 flags were hung on the left and right, the scene immediately turned into chaos. After a short moment of shock, everyone was enraged. Even the dojo master, Li Hu, felt uncomfortable under the furious gazes. If it was someone with poor mental fortitude, the current situation would cause them to collapse. Everyone, don't be anxious. Li Hu's voice was like a great bell, suppressing the angry crowd. Young Master Lin said that it's not a problem to spar with him. Whoever can provide enough faith energy can spar with him. Li Hu said. Remember, only 5 people are qualified to spar with young Master Lin every day. Whoever can provide more faith energy will be qualified to spar with young Master Lin. Many people will ask why there are only 5. The reason is simple. Young Master Lin is known to be invincible within the same realm. How can anyone challenge him? Li Hu threw a sentence and closed the door. We'll start tomorrow. Everyone go back and prepare. In the dojo, Li Hu's voice sounded again. As the 2 flags were hung, Li Hu's words once again set off a storm in Xinghe Prefecture City. Everyone knew that there was a guy named Lin Fei in the Li family dojo. He was known to be invincible within the same realm and specialized in dealing with all kinds of dissatisfaction. Such an arrogant tone infuriated all the geniuses in Xinghe Prefecture City. Even those arrogant ones weren't as arrogant as this person. The Li family dojo's name once again spread throughout Xinghe Prefecture City. The next morning, outside the Li family dojo, it became lively again. Many busybodies came early in the morning. When they arrived, the Li family dojo was already filled with hundreds of people, close to 1,000. The Li family dojo's main entrance was wide open, and an arena had been set up in the spacious area inside. It looked like it was the real deal. Unknowingly, an expressionless man in black had appeared in the Li family dojo. His face couldn't be seen clearly as he casually sat in front of the Li family dojo. There must be many experts who want to teach Lin Fei a lesson today. Yeah, he dares to say such words. Does he really think he's invincible? Many people were discussing. Who would be the first to go on stage today? I'll bid 100 million faith energy. 100 million faith energy is nothing. I'll bid 200 million faith energy. 300 million. It had to be said that yesterday's words had provoked many people. Therefore, many people had prepared enough faith power to be the first to teach Lin Fei a lesson. The power of faith also skyrocketed from the initial 300 million, quickly breaking through to 1 billion power of faith. After that, no one bid anymore. A big tycoon. 1 billion power of faith. So it's the third young master of the Chun family of the Star River Prefecture. That's a sky pride. The young master who had won the first fight arrived at the entrance of the Li family's martial arts club, escorted by a group of young masters. Throwing down 1 billion power of faith, he said, "Tell your Lin Fei to wash himself clean. This young master will beat him up like a dead dog. What do you guys say?" "All right." A group of people behind him shouted. Chun San was immensely proud of himself. He had used 1 billion power of faith to defeat this arrogant fellow. The report he got in return was definitely worth it. "You're the first. Come in." From the first challenger to the fifth challenger, they were quickly selected. They were all sky prides from the various clans in the Star River Prefecture, and were extremely famous in the Star River Prefecture. The 5 slots brought a total of 3 billion power of faith to Lin Fei. Lin Fei was quite satisfied with this number. He knew that today was the first day, and everyone wanted to be the first to defeat him, so that they could make a name for themselves in the Star River Prefecture. They did not mind spending more power of faith. Furthermore, the power of faith was not that easy to obtain. If Lin Fei was defeated, the power of faith would return to the other party. It could be said that Lin Fei's appearance gave many people a chance to perform. "Is that guy Lin Fei? I don't think he's that great. He's very ordinary, but he's very arrogant. What do you mean by invincible in the same realm? I specialize in dealing with all kinds of disagreements. I'm simply the best at talking." Noon arrived. Lin Fei came out of the martial arts club and walked toward the arena. At that moment, countless eyes fell on him. Lin Fei was already used to this. The moment he appeared, his reputation rose rapidly. He was so happy that the edge of his lips curled up. "I have quite a lot of enemies. Those who contributed to my reputation all have killing intent towards me." Sweeping through the crowd, Lin Fei became speechless. How many people has that cheap teacher of mine offended? It seems they are all enemies. Lin Fei did not dare believe it. This was the public enemy of the entire cosmos. If not for the sake of earning more faith energy, Lin Fei would not want to be so high profile. Obtaining the benefits of a peak cosmos god was equivalent to offending a large number of enemies unknowingly. If he did not earn more faith energy, wouldn't he be missing out on this opportunity? "You are Lin Fei? How disappointing." Chun San and the other 4 had already arrived by the side of the arena. "This young master still thought that you have 3 heads and 6 arms. When Lin Fei appeared, the 5 felt slightly disappointed. They did not have any impression of this person in front of them. They did not know where he came from. "It is right that you all do not know me." Lin Fei did not get angry. He went straight to the arena. "It's really because you guys don't know me that I want to let everyone know that I'm known to be invincible in the same realm. That's because I have real skills." This was selling himself and boasting. Chun San and the other 4, including those outside, were all filled with an atmosphere. His skin was too thick. Who would dare to say that he was unparalleled in the same realm? This fellow in front of them seemed too ordinary no matter how they looked at him. He did not have the slightest aura of an expert, and it was hard for others to believe his words. "You are very arrogant. You are the most arrogant person I have ever seen." Chun San laughed. "Just because of this sentence of yours, I will definitely have a good experience of what it means to be unparalleled in the same realm." Lin Fei was already standing on the arena. "No problem. With 1 billion faith energy, I guarantee you that I will let you experience what it means to be unparalleled in the same realm. I will let you enjoy what it means to have a good value for money." Chun San did not believe his words. In a moment, he would let Lin Fei know what it meant to be the most eloquent person. His 1 billion faith energy could not be taken by just anyone. On the arena, Lin Fei stood lazily. "Because you are the first one, I have decided to give you a chance to fight," Lin Fei said with a smile. "Don't miss this opportunity." You are very arrogant. Chun-san laughed. Since you are so polite, how can I not accept it? Isn't that right, everyone? The spectators outside roared with laughter. 13 doppelgangers. Chun-san moved. One figure after another walked out of Chun-san's body. A total of 13 doppelgangers walked out. Each doppelganger's aura was exactly the same, and so were their expressions and movements. Chapter 3404. The moment the 13 Heaven Profound Array appeared, a huge array appeared, and the 13 avatars disappeared. The world turned dark, and everyone could feel an oppressive aura. Young Master Chun is amazing. This is the apex killing move of the Chun clan. Who would have thought that he could cultivate it at such a young age? The moment this array is activated, who dares to fight against him? I must teach that Lin Fei a good lesson and let that brat know that it isn't him who has the final say in the Star River Prefecture. The moment the array was activated, it covered the world. Even those far away could feel the power of the array. The 13 avatars disappeared. Chun-sen also entered the array. At the same time, in the Fortune Pavilion of the Star River Plaza, the situation at the Li Clan Martial Dojo was projected over by a unique treasure, allowing everyone to see it clearly. This brat from the Chun clan has activated the 13 Heaven Profound Array. This news will most likely be troublesome. A middle-aged man laughed. Using a banner to stimulate the geniuses and earn faith energy is a good idea. I wonder if you have the capability to do so. How is the investigation going? One of the subordinates behind him reported. Seems to be from the broken Yuan Fu. We are still investigating the exact situation. That passage is filled with danger, and it will take some time. Interesting. Even further away, within a tea house. This tea house was extraordinary. It was famous in the Star River Prefecture, and those without wealth could not afford it. At this moment, in a private room, several young men and women were seated together. The scene at the Li Clan Martial Dojo appeared in front of them. Chun-san's combat power is passable. He has cultivated 13 avatars, and it is easy for him to deal with ordinary gods. The red-haired prince laughed. According to hearsay, the Chun clan's mysterious heaven array can cultivate up to 108 avatars. It's a pity that currently, the highest cultivation reached is 56 avatars. The moment the array is activated, even cosmos gods have to stand by the side. If not for the juniors of the Chun clan being too weak, the current Chun clan could easily become a prefecture master. That is old news. Old brother, don't mention it. A frivolous young man laughed. Chun-san is merely bullying a country bumpkin. You can't say that. Chun-san has a bit of fame. Although he can't be compared to everyone here, he's still a good candidate to test that brat. A young man dressed like a scholar said with a smile, if it were you or me, I don't think we would have the courage to say that. The frivolous young man said disdainfully, what invincible in the same realm? He's just talking the loudest. He'll regret it later. Let's see how he breaks the 13 Heaven Profound Array. Similar situations were happening in almost every tea house. For the young people, this was just a joke after a meal. What invincible in the same realm? It was purely a joke that they had nothing better to do, and were trying to please the crowd. There was nothing worth paying attention to. But who told this fellow to place a heavy bet on the god of fortune? A total of 2 trillion power of faith. This attracted everyone's attention, and everyone treated it as a joke. Chun-san's display of the 13 profound heaven formation had indeed stunned many people. This cultivation was not simple. As soon as the 13 profound heaven formation was activated, the arena was enveloped by the formation. A phantom slowly appeared, and the face of the phantom was that of Chun-san, standing between heaven and earth. How is it? Isn't my aura very powerful? Powerful enough to easily crush you. The huge phantom laughed, looking down at Lin Fei in the arena as if he were an ant. Lin Fei stood ramrod straight and said indifferently, it's quite a big scene, but I don't know if it can satisfy me. Make your move. If I make my move, you won't have a chance. Chun-san had thought that this fellow would show fear under his 13 Heaven Profound Array, but his tone did not change at all. It was too uncomfortable. How dare you look down on me? I'll slap you to death. The huge phantom was furious. It opened its hand, and its 5 fingers were like mountains, slamming down with the pressure of Mount Tai. A mountain of knives and a sea of fire appeared in its palm, descending on the arena. Before this huge palm arrived, the arena was already filled with all kinds of killing moves. The fire was not ordinary fire. The mountain of knives was incomparably huge, and it followed closely, landing on Lin Fei's body on the arena. Under such attacks, Lin Fei was as steady as Mount Tai. When the attacks landed on his body, they were all bounced off. Is this the power of the 13 heaven formation? It's not even enough to tickle me, Lin Fei said with a smile. If you have any big killing moves, just use them. Don't hide them, they're not powerful enough. The people below are still waiting. The 4 candidates standing far away from the arena wanted to vomit blood when they saw this scene. This kind of attack was not powerful enough? What do you want us to do? They had no choice but to vomit blood. The 13 heaven formation could split into 13 clones to control it. Its power was not to be underestimated. Even if they encountered it, they would not dare to take it head-on. In the end, this person disparaged this method to be worthless. He did not take humans seriously at all. Chun San was indeed provoked. He used the 13 heaven formation to become famous in one battle, but this fellow was stronger than he had imagined. That was just an appetizer. I wanted to see if you had the strength to fight with this young master. Now you do. Chun San snorted coldly. Fortunately, it was a phantom, and his true face could not be seen. In fact, the corner of Chun San's eyes twitched. Come. Lin Fei hooked his finger. Don't make me wait. Chun San's huge phantom grew 3 heads and 6 arms, and his body became infinitely smaller. At the same time, he took out 13 weapons, and each weapon was different. He displayed 13 different attacks, and his strength instantly soared. Lin Fei encountered 13 different attacks. For each attack, he would wave his hand and shatter the attack with ease. The shrunken phantom Chun San controlled the 3 heads and 6 arms and attacked Lin Fei fiercely. The 13 clones cooperated with each other. Under the great increase in strength, each attack was easily repelled. 1, 2, 3, 10, 20, 50, up to 100 times. Chun San could not make his opponent waver. This caused the expressions of the candidates below to turn ugly. Body cultivator? An expert would know whether or not he was one as soon as he made a move. Under such fierce attacks, he was still unable to force his opponent back. This was too fierce. Was he really invincible in the same realm? Sai, looks like you can't do it. Lin Fei shook his head. Then I'll make my move. Watch carefully. An ordinary punch. Lin Fei directly punched over ordinary and unremarkable. Chun San did not feel anything. The huge phantom disintegrated in an instant, and the power of the formation disappeared. This extremely ambitious young Master Chun fell out of the arena. Fortunately, he did not die. He was only seriously injured and fainted. Defeating his opponent so easily still shocked the audience. They could not imagine that this guy called Lin Fei could be so strong. It was a completely one-sided action. That was young Master Chun. Carry him away next. Lin Fei smiled and looked at the next person. Come. I've prepared a chance for you. Chapter 3405. Silence. The entire place turned silent. Everyone was stunned by what happened in front of them. Third Prince Chun from the Chun clan could not defeat the other party, even after using the 13 mysterious heaven array. He was easily defeated. What the hell? There were some people with discerning eyes. What a strong body. His pure fleshy body isn't any weaker than a cosmos god. It is not wrong for Third Prince Chun to lose. According to rumors, the peak cosmos gods had a pinnacle cultivation technique that allowed them to surpass the limits and reach the apex. Pinnacle cultivation technique? Isn't it rumored that it is hard to cultivate? This brat actually grasped it? Many people were startled. Everyone had heard of this cultivation technique before, but they knew how hard it was to cultivate. In the past, peak cosmos gods would plunder resources everywhere for the sake of cultivating. That was a well-known fact, and they even offended many experts when they went to other cosmos. Everyone knew of this. Yet now this Lin Fei had grasped it. That was too unfathomable. Lin Fei stood on the arena. Next. The voice from outside naturally entered the ears of the 4 candidates. They felt their hearts trembling slightly. Fleshy body strength? No wonder he could break the 13 mysterious heaven array with his strength. The next was also a young master from the Star River Prefecture. Please guide me. All right. Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back. This young master took out his weapon and displayed a sharp sword technique. Many sword gods walked out from the sword technique, forming a huge sword array. It was filled with power. Lin Fei merely used a fist to smash into the center of the array, breaking it. He then kicked his opponent down the stage as if he was just going through the motions. Next, the remaining 3 had similar strength. Some were even weaker than third Prince Chan. All of them were sent flying with a single fist before falling off the arena. The entire process felt like viewing flowers on horseback. Let's end it here for today. I welcome everyone to spar tomorrow. Lin Fei left the arena. The door was closed, leaving behind those who were defeated by him. The battle at the entrance of the Li Clan Martial Dojo had blinded the eyes of many. The 5 young masters from the Star River Prefecture were all defeated. Similarly, everyone had witnessed how powerful Lin Fei was. He was indeed the inheritor of a limitless cosmos god. His fleshy body was unfathomably strong, and he could easily break the heavens with his strength. Such a powerful figure appeared out of nowhere. Many people exclaimed that a dark horse had arrived. In the past, only a few could walk this far in the Tao of fleshy body, and one of them was a peak cosmos god. And now this inheritor Lin Fei seemed to be catching up. Hence, everyone had no choice but to pay attention to him. 3 days passed in a row. Even though third young Master Chan had been defeated, the appearance of such an expert had attracted quite a few experts. Of course, the amount of faith power had decreased, and everyone had learned their lesson. But without exception, all the challengers were thrown out of the ring by Lin Fei. After defeating 15 powerful warriors in a row, many of whom were famous warriors, Lin Fei's reputation of being invincible in the same realm began to spread. Up until now, no one had been able to block the power of Lin Fei's punches and kicks, even if they were wearing protective armors. Junior disciple Brother Lin, your title of being unparalleled in the same realm is about to become real. Li Clan Martial Dojo. Heaven's Limit Dojo Master was currently drinking tea with Lin Fei. Now no one dares to come. I reckon those who schemed against you are all dumbfounded. Defeating 15 experts in 3 consecutive days. The strength that Lin Fei displayed completely deterred those people from making any more reckless moves. The power of his punches and kicks suppressed everyone. If anyone wanted to challenge him, they would have to first consider whether they could withstand the power of his punches and kicks. I really have to thank them. During these few days, his reputation had been increasing rapidly. Where else could he find such a good thing? Lin Fei was clear that his influence was growing by the day. Heaven's Limit Dojo Master could not understand the true meaning of those words. I reckon those seated participants are about to act. Lin Fei shook his head. It's hard. They won't act. The moment they fight and reveal their strength, they won't be able to use their trump cards anymore. They might even be able to catch their opponents off guard. That is truly a pity. Over the next few days, the number of people who came to challenge decreased. Eventually, there were only a few who came. It seemed that they were all afraid of Lin Fei's strength. Since no one came to challenge him, Lin Fei was happy to be idle. He immersed himself in cultivating the 3rd level of his ultimate cultivation technique. This level was completely different from the 2nd level, and it required a huge amount of energy. His progress wasn't fast. Lin Fei wasn't anxious. This matter couldn't be rushed. Compared to the ultimate cosmos gods, he had an advantage. It was just a matter of time before he reached the level of ultimate cosmos gods in the past. Just like that, he immersed himself in cultivation for several months. During this period, there weren't many experts who appeared. It seemed that the 2 flags weren't able to stimulate the other party. After thinking about it, Lin Fei felt that it was right. Those who could cultivate to that realm would have a higher mental state than others. How could they be stimulated? In the blink of an eye, 8 years passed. There weren't many days left until the selection of the prefecture master of the Yuan Fu. Many people gathered in the Star River Prefecture. The majority of them were here to watch. This was a rare grand event, and they might not be able to see it even once in their lifetime. Most of them came out of curiosity. The selection of the prefecture master will begin in 3 days. Li, who had been in charge of gathering information recently. I heard that a religious master from the Vatican has come to oversee the selection. He even said that it will be held in a mystic realm. Lin Fei had been cultivating for the past 8 years. He was barely halfway to the 3rd level. It was truly too difficult to cultivate. Fortunately, Lin Fei wasn't in a rush. His cultivation speed was extremely fast. Religious master? Lin Fei recalled. I heard that there are 12 religious masters in the Eternal Vatican. Above them are the great religious masters. There are a total of 3. I didn't expect a religious master to come. The selection of the prefecture master isn't a small matter. For a religious master to come, it shows how important this matter is. Li Hu said. I wonder which religious master will come this time. It's been a long time since such an important person came to the Star River Prefecture. Li Hu sighed. Lin Fei knew that the religious masters of the Eternal Vatican were the apex experts of this cosmos. They usually presided over a part of the cosmos and were elusive. Not everyone could meet them. On the way to the Star River Prefecture, a gigantic creature leapt through the air towards them. It wasn't a warship, but a living creature. It was the famous cosmic beast of the Eternal Vatican. They were adept at spatial teleportation, and only the Eternal Vatican possessed them. The cosmic beast's body shone with starlight. It was very special. Every time the space beast moved, it would cross an extremely long distance. Only space beasts could cross the vast universe. If it was an expert flying by themselves, it would take a very long time. By the time they reached a certain place, it would be too late. After the cosmic beast moved dozens of times, the starlight on its body dimmed significantly. Its huge body arrived under the starry sky of the Star River Prefecture. Chapter 3406. Welcome, Religious Leader. Welcome, Religious Leader. At the boundary, Star River Prefecture Master brought a group of people to welcome him. When the space beast acted, everyone lowered their heads. The sharp gaze of this huge creature made them not dare to look straight at it. The huge body of this huge creature was continuously shrinking. Eventually, it turned into a miniature form and landed on the body of a silver-armored male. He then closed his eyes and rested. Let's go to the prefecture. The silver-armored religious leader nonchalantly said. Yes. Star River Prefecture Master wiped his sweat. The pressure he felt when facing one of the 12 religious leaders was too great. He was a cosmos god, yet before the other party, he only felt immense pressure. He did not even have the thought of acting. Star River Prefecture. City Master Prefecture. The silver-armored religious leader sat on the highest seat. Everyone below was standing. They did not dare to sit in front of the religious leader. They would not dare to do so even if they were given 100 guts. How are the preparations going? A voice that was neither heavy nor light carried a tone that could not be rejected. Everything is ready. We can start anytime. Star River Prefecture Master lowered his head. You have done well. The silver-armored religious leader said. After this matter ends, the Holy Church will definitely not mistreat you. Don't you want to go to the Holy Church? After this, you can start preparing yourself. Many thanks, religious leader, for fulfilling my wish. Star River Prefecture Master was delighted. He gratefully said. Being a prefecture master was an overlord of a region, but it was not as good as working in the Holy Church. Deep into the night, City Master Prefecture. This subordinate greets religious leader. Along with a ripple in space, a figure appeared in front of the silver-armored religious leader. He knelt down on one knee. Did you discover any good seedlings? The first sentence the silver-armored religious leader said was this. This time during the prefecture master contest, quite a few seedlings with potential emerged. This is the information this subordinate has collected. Sir, please take a look. The person in front of him took out a document and handed it over. I have recorded their origins clearly. The silver-armored religious leader indifferently swept his gaze across. They really can't sit still. An indifferent snort frightened the person in front of him. He lowered his head and looked at the ground. Oh right, how is Star River Prefecture Master doing recently? Did those people do anything? Nothing for the time being. It is calm. The Black Shadow said. I think they want to wait until the mansion head competition is over. After all, The Star River Mansion has been very lively recently. Keep a close eye on those guys. Step down. This subordinate will take his leave. The black shadow dissipated and disappeared without a trace. The silver-armored Hierophant put down the documents, his eyes cold. A bunch of old things, you'll regret this sooner or later. Sect leader is here. Lin Fei received the news immediately. Moreover, it's the ruthless zealot sect leader. The Empyrean Terminus Dojo's master was shocked. I didn't expect them to take this contest so seriously. They even sent zealous hierarch here. He's a die-hard follower of the Eternal Church. Who knows how many traitors have died at his hands? No one will dare to play any tricks this time. Li Hu nodded. Ferocious Battle Religious Master is the craziest and most thorough person. He walks on the Tao of body cultivation and is extremely tyrannical. It is rumored that once he cultivates the world limitless body, to the large success realm, 7 to 8 cosmos gods could do nothing to him. Lin Fei did not have a deep understanding of the 12 religious masters. But he had more or less heard of this ferocious battle religious master. The reason was simple. The other party walked on the Tao of body cultivation and was famous in this cosmos. More importantly, in the past, Xueying had competed with this ferocious battle religious master before. It's a pity that he was suppressed by the other party. The peak cultivation technique had unlimited potential, yet it was not as tyrannical as the other party's world limitless body. Since this person is here, he should have other matters to attend to. Lin Fei pondered before saying, the Yuan Fu isn't as powerful as it was in the past. It is impossible for him to come if he doesn't have other motives. Currently, the Yuan Fu was enveloped by the primal destruction energy. Internally, it was divided into 5 great continents. No matter how it was after fusing together, it was still incomparable to the past. As for what other methods were involved, it was something that Lin Fei could not guess at the moment. The news of ferocious battle religious master coming to the Star River Prefecture soon spread. As for how it spread, nobody knew. Upon hearing that the ferocious battle religious master had come, many people's faces turned pale. This was the most terrifying person. His ferocious name had spread throughout the entire universe. He could not tolerate even a grain of sand in his eyes. At the same time, in a secret mansion, layers upon layers of array formations were shrouding the place. Several people sat together with solemn expressions. We have been too high profile for some time. The ferocious battle religious master must have come for us. The one who spoke was a middle-aged man with a tired look on his face. So what if he's here? If we join forces, we won't be afraid of him. This was what a young man said. You're too young. The ferocious battle religious master is a top powerhouse who has cultivated an inner world. Once his inner world condenses an astral nucleus, he can break through the limit and become a stellar powerhouse. As long as the astral nucleus is not destroyed, he will never die. Everyone present fell silent. A stellar powerhouse was a terrifying existence. They were people who could truly destroy the world. We can't give up the fight for the Yuan Fu. With the few people we have arranged, they will definitely get first place and become the Yuan Fu Prefecture Master. When that time comes, we can just wait and see. These were the words of an elderly man. Everyone, don't contact each other for the time being. The ferocious battle religious master's power is not something you and I can contend against. The old man's face showed deep worry. They were coming with ill intentions. Similar incidents kept happening in several places. Those who were operating in the dark all stopped. As one of the top powerhouses, the ferocious battle religious master was not someone anyone could go against. He had set foot on the position of a top powerhouse by using bones as a mountain. In this side of the universe, no enemy could kill him. The Star River Prefecture quieted down. On the surface, it was still lively. Those arrogant geniuses had become well-behaved and focused on their preparations. This situation lasted for a month. A month later, the day of the Yuan Fu competition arrived. The square of the Star River Prefecture had long been cleared. The Star River Guard had forcefully sealed off the area, and there were people everywhere guarding the surroundings. As a result, the square was empty. When the first rays of the sun fell on the square, more and more people started to gather. You are here too. How could I not be here? The Prefecture Master Competition is a grand event. Moreover, the ferocious battle religious master is here in person. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Ha ha ha, that's right. As a top powerhouse, not everyone had the opportunity to meet him, and such opportunities were really rare. All the forces that came to participate in the competition also began to enter the square. They entered the center of the square and stood in order. Whenever a genius from a major force appeared, it would always cause a cheer. Chapter 3407. All the experts who came to participate in the Yuan Fu competition gathered in the plaza. Waves of tyrannical auras enveloped the plaza. Those who were weaker didn't dare to approach because they would be pressured to the point that they couldn't breathe. As a result, there would be a gap in the middle forming two steps. Many of the experts standing in the plaza had covered themselves with energy, so their faces couldn't be seen clearly. However, it was obvious that they were all heroes and overlords. It's really a gathering of experts this time. I wonder how many experts will fall. Li Hu stood in the crowd and said. Lin Fei could feel the waves of tyrannical auras. Although everyone seemed to be fine, they were actually fighting against each other. Wave after wave of auras clashed against each other. If anyone were to foolishly approach, they would be blasted away on the spot and become a joke in everyone's eyes. That's for sure. Anyone who wants to become the mansion master has to pay the price. Lin Fei smiled and said, It's more interesting when there are more people. At this moment, there were hundreds of thousands of people gathered in the plaza. It was a huge scene, and this was only the people in the plaza. Many people chose to watch with treasures. It could be said that the entire Star River Prefecture was paying attention to this. As for those who were watching in secret, there were countless of them. All right, I'm going in to meet the so-called experts. Lin Fei smiled and said. The Empyrean Dojo Master said. Junior brother will definitely return as the king. That's for sure. Lin Fei nodded and strode forward. Wherever he passed, no matter who it was, they were all knocked back. Li Hu said with anticipation. He will definitely succeed. Li Hu had seen Lin Fei's performance, so he couldn't help but look forward to it. The so-called invincible in the same realm seemed to be somewhat credible. At the very least, he wasn't a match for Lin Fei. Lin Fei blasted away the crowd. Who is it? Do you have to be so overbearing? Courting death. That person, do you know that this position is occupied? Lin Fei's behavior was too provocative. The plaza was very big, and was divided into inner and outer regions. The inner region was naturally for the powerful experts, while the outer region was for the disciples of the various clans. Now that someone domineeringly wanted to enter, everyone would definitely be unhappy. Brother, don't you know him? That's Lin Fei from the Li family martial arts school. He's said to be invincible in the same realm. Do you want to test your skills with him? A disciple from a distant clan stepped aside. What? That's Lin Fei. The one who is invincible in the same realm. I couldn't tell. Everyone knew that the Star River Prefecture had caused such a huge commotion. Regardless of whether it was a joke or not, at least for the time being, no one was a match for him. They didn't even know where his limits were. This Lin Fei had maintained a mysterious air about him. Many people in the square knew about it, but not many had seen it before. Thus, no one could recognize it immediately. Humph, what invincible in the same realm? What claptrap? Watch me take care of him. A figure in front of him shouted and a flying sword flew over. With a swoosh, the flying sword appeared behind Lin Fei's head and stabbed towards the back of his head. It was truly strange and terrifying. His voice could be heard from the flying sword. Under my sword, no one can block it. The flying sword turned into a spot of light and instantly pierced the back of Lin Fei's head. Someone exclaimed, He's the little sword saint Xiao Fan. This seems to be the little sword saint's formless sword art. What a terrifying sword art. Someone had already recognized the identity of that person. It was the little sword saint from the Sky Sword Mountain. Lin Fei didn't turn around. It was as if he had eyes on the back of his head. His illusory fist directly punched the spot of light. With a cracking sound, the flying sword revealed itself. Its surface was covered with cracks. The little sword saint had already vomited blood. He put away the flying sword with a heartache. You destroyed my flying sword. In just one move, Xiao Fan's flying sword had been severely injured. Come and go. Why don't you take a punch from me? Lin Fei took a step forward and arrived in front of the little sword saint, Xiao Fan. His fist was like a torrent. Sword shadows appeared in front of the little sword saint and instantly disintegrated. The little sword saint was sent flying and fell on the square. Lin Fei was already standing at the position of the little sword saint. Who else is unhappy? Feel free to make your move. I guarantee that all of you will be satisfied. I won't charge you for the time being. Lin Fei revealed his white teeth. Such a good opportunity isn't something anyone can have. Everyone became speechless. This person's temper wasn't ordinary. The defeat of Little Sword Saint Xiaofan had forced many people back. The experts from the Sky Sword Mountain were all experts in using the sword. Even such a sharp sword technique could not threaten the other party, so it was useless for them to go up. No one acted anymore. They took the initiative to open up a path. Lin Fei was slightly disappointed. Thinking about it, it made sense since these people did not want to show off too early. But he still noticed that quite a few gazes landed on him. From the periphery to the inner stage, Lin Fei took out his identity to verify. After that person saw it, his expression changed slightly. He should have some thoughts about the word successor of a cosmos god. The moment he stepped into the inner stage, hong hong hong, a violent gale and rainstorm surged towards Lin Fei. Are you trying to intimidate me? These gale waves were controlled by someone, and they came pressing down like waves. Lin Fei chuckled. His body was like Mount Tai as he stepped out. At the same time, his aura erupted, and an even more ferocious gale surged out. Only pung 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 sounds could be heard in the sky. Within the inner stage, dozens of experts fell to the ground. The extreme strength of the fleshy body of a cultivator at the second stage could easily suppress their gale waves. With a single kick, Lin Fei caused those who wanted to suppress him to suffer greatly. The gale waves started retreating, and the first round of probing ended. Lin Fei wasn't surprised at all about the probing. Recently, he had been in the limelight, and it was impossible for others to not have any thoughts about him. The first wave of probing came and went quickly. Lin Fei didn't chase after them. He had plenty of time to fight for the position of the prefecture head of the Yuan Fu, and he wasn't in a rush. After that, Lin Fei didn't meet with any other probing. Everyone treated it as if nothing had happened. Instead, those who were forced back by the gale had their gazes filled with hostility. Lin Fei treated it as if nothing had happened. He chose to ignore them. He closed his eyes and recuperated, shielding himself from all hostility. Until he is here. After an unknown period, a dangerous and fearful aura descended above the public square. Mad Battle Religious Master. The moment this aura appeared, a name immediately appeared in Lin Fei's mind. In the entire Star River Prefecture city, there was only one person who could make him feel pressured. The moment this person appeared, the huge public square became silent. He was an apex expert in the eternal cosmos, one of the 12 religious masters, and a peak cosmos god. Lin Fei tried looking at him. The other party was covered by a layer of energy. He was illusory and could not be seen clearly. Everyone felt as if they were looking at a lump of fog. Chapter 3408. As soon as the ferocious sect master took the stage, the aura of a top expert filled the air. Even though he hadn't released it on purpose, it was enough to overwhelm the crowd. The spacious plaza fell silent. After the ferocious battle cult master arrived, the Star River Mansion master and the other higher-ups all stood up. You may begin. The ferocious sect master's voice was low and ethereal. He was standing right in front of them, but his voice seemed to come from a faraway place. The Star River Prefecture master personally stepped forward. He would be the one presiding over today's ceremony. It was a very familiar opening line that conformed to the norm. There was nothing to be surprised about. After all, the zealous sect leader was present and did not dare to say too many meaningless words. The Yuan Fu's competition will be held in a special secret realm. It's called the Eternal Sacred Land. You're all convinced, the governor said quickly. Many were shocked when he mentioned the Eternal Sacred Land. It was the most wondrous secret realm in the entire Eternal Church. It could even be called the #1 secret realm. No one knew its exact origins. But everyone knew that the sacred land was a place where danger and opportunity coexisted. Countless people wanted to go in once. The only thing you need to do in the eternal sacred land this time is to collect enough eternal stones. It's very simple. You'll have 100 years to prepare. The highest number of origin palace heads will be given to you. Once you're inside, your fate is up to the heavens. The rules were quickly announced. Eternal stones could only be produced in the sacred land, and they had extraordinary effects. Junior brothers, this is an eye-opener for you. You must seize the opportunity to enter the eternal sacred land. The Empyrean Terminus Gym Master exclaimed excitedly. Lin Fei didn't know much about the sacred land. He'd heard of the top-secret realm before. How generous, Lin Fei remarked. The competition will be even fiercer this way. I like it. Ha ha ha, you're awesome, junior brother. The Empyrean Pole Tavern Master smiled. Among the participants you have to be careful of Danyu. The current Manor Lord is vicious and merciless. I heard that many people went to help him. Lin Fei had heard of the name before. He'd interacted with the man before. I'm well aware that he's the one who cares the most about the manor head's position. Can be said that everyone is his enemy. It's normal for him to be vicious and merciless. The Empyrean Vault Master added. You have to pay special attention. Danyu was the one who fought with your master and lost to him. He is the Lord Prefect after Master. As for you, Lin Fei blinked. No way. That's why I said you have to be extra careful. The Master of the Empyrean Pole Dojo said. Ever since you fought in the same realm as him, he has probably been eyeing you. Lin Fei had no choice but to accept it. It's okay. Even without my master, they have already regarded me as a potential rival because I'm known to be invincible in the same realm. Lin Fei laughed at himself. Maybe the God of Wealth restaurant is regretting taking the order now. Ha ha ha. Just as Lin Fei and the Empyrean Limit Dojo Master were exchanging divine senses, the Berserk Sect Master took out a treasure. It was originally the size of a palm, but as the wind blew, it expanded until it became a door. Moving door. Someone exclaimed inwardly. This kind of treasure was a top-notch treasure. If they encountered danger at a critical moment, as long as they opened the door, they would be able to summon experts to help them or even escape. This is a good item. Lin Fei had many support skills. Among them there were movement skills. However, compared to the movement gate, they were clearly inferior. This kind of skill was the best for escaping. This door leads to the eternal sacred land. Once you enter, you will be teleported to a random location. You will have to find the eternal stone yourself. Everyone has a chance within 100 years. Zhang Kuang's voice reached everyone's ears. Being able to enter the eternal sacred land was worth everyone's time. Even if they failed, they would still be able to show off. This was the eternal sacred land. Everyone, don't be anxious. Come one by one. Once the door opened, everyone could vaguely see the scenery on the other side. Ha ha, I'm going. A young man soared into the sky and dove into the door. After the first, a second followed. Numerous figures rushed into the door like streaks of light. In the blink of an eye, the figures on the plaza disappeared into the door. Lin Fei was in no hurry. The teleportation through the door was random. There wasn't much of a difference whether one entered earlier or later. Moreover, Lin Fei noticed that those who entered first were the more impatient ones. Those who weren't in a hurry hadn't set out yet. They all looked calm and collected. There were too many people attending the ceremony. It wasn't until half a day later that the plaza emptied a little. Some of the older experts began to enter the door. Lin Fei was ready to enter as well to see what the eternal sacred land looked like. After all, it was the #1 secret realm in the eternal sacred land. Few secrets about the sacred land had been leaked to the outside world. Lin Fei believed that the Eternal Church had purposely kept it a secret, so that the eternal sacred land remained a mystery. You're that old bastard's heir. Just as Lin Fei was about to enter, a figure blocked his path. It was as heavy as a mountain, and a ferocious aura washed over him. Lin Fei saw a ferocious-looking fellow approach him. A murderous aura gathered around him. Like dark clouds, it blotted out the sky and caused the surrounding temperature to plummet. Danyu. Lin Fei recognized the man. Rumor had it that he was violent and bloodthirsty. Who knew how many lives he'd taken? It's good that you know me, Danyu hissed. I hope you don't die too quickly after entering the eternal sacred land. I'm going to break all your bones. Let's see if you're as tough as that old bastard. Lin Fei wasn't angry. He smiled and said, "My bones are very strong. You, on the other hand, have to be careful. Don't let me break all your bones. My fists are very hard. One punch for one, huh?" Dan Yu's eyes glinted. All right. I'll remember you." Throwing down these words, Dan Yu turned around and rushed into the door. Lin Fei's expression darkened. Nothing good ever comes of coming uninvited. Do you really think you can defeat me like this? It turned out that before leaving, Dan Yu had left behind a trace of baleful aura that attached itself to Lin Fei's body. If it was an outsider, they definitely wouldn't be able to sense it, but to Lin Fei, that trace of baleful aura was too obvious. Lin Fei pretended that nothing had happened. Chapter 3409. The public square of the Star River Prefecture was quickly emptied. After the crowd was cleared, the Mad Fighter sect master waved his hand and a sky screen list appeared on the plaza. At this time the list was empty. It turned out that anyone who obtained a piece of Eternal Divine Stone would be shown on the list, and one could see the ranking from there. This was a good opportunity for everyone to learn the rankings. Lin Fei dove into the door. The moment Lin Fei entered the door, a massive force assaulted him, wrapping around him. He was unable to move at all as he quickly traveled through the void. "Locate him!" Lin Fei shouted in a low voice as he exchanged his reputation for spatial positioning. The first secret realm of the Eternal Sacred Land. Lin Fei didn't want to miss such a great opportunity. He had to locate him regardless of whether he succeeded or not. He believed that the system's skill would work. If he did, the Eternal Sacred Land would be able to enter. It would be a waste not to reserve a spot for such a great opportunity. The portal only lasted for a brief moment. In that instant he felt as if he traversed thousands of mountains and rivers and stepped through countless spaces. It was a wondrous feeling. Whoosh! Whoosh! After a moment of dizziness, Lin Fei fell into a thicket. What a powerful technique! The Eternal Sacred Land is hiding in the void. It's almost impossible to locate him. My consciousness is in disarray, and I can't get a hold of him at all. Lin Fei shook his head to dispel the dizziness. It was a very uncomfortable feeling. Lin Fei had planned to record the location on his own, but he couldn't succeed due to the chaotic space. Anyone would be affected by it. I wonder if the location worked. That was what Lin Fei was looking forward to the most. When he opened the system, he saw a GPS location. Ha, it worked. Lin Fei didn't dare to have any confidence. The simple numbers gave him a great sense of excitement. Suddenly, he noticed the amount of prestige he had consumed, and he couldn't help but inwardly cluck his tongue. What a fellow! I actually consumed so much prestige. He'd spent more than 3 billion reputation points in one go. It was all about locating the location. A quick glance revealed that it was all due to the failure. Difficult, it's really difficult. Lin Fei could imagine just how many mysteries the Sacred Land's location held. If I put the coordinates up for auction now, it'll fetch a high price. Lin Fei was now certain that the Eternal Sacred Land was hidden in the void. Other than a moving door, no one could enter. It's a pity that you ran into me this time. Lin Fei was in a good mood. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth here is really thick. Lin Fei squinted his eyes and looked around. Apart from the endless mountains, there were more mountains. The surroundings were even more quiet. This is... A banner appeared in the sky. At this moment it was empty. Could it be that this is a record of the Eternal God Stone? Lin Fei was very interested in this God Stone. The word eternal was inscribed on it, so it was definitely not something ordinary. But where did it come from? This was a question worth thinking about. From the looks of it, this place didn't seem very dangerous. Lin Fei decided to take a look around first. For safety's sake, he activated absolute defense to form a double layer of defense. Lin Fei didn't dare underestimate the number 1 secret realm. It'd be a shame if he were to fail. The forest was very quiet. Lin Fei didn't fly in the sky. It was better to keep a low profile here. Who knew what traps were waiting for him in the sky? Boom! He hadn't gone far when a thunderclap resounded in the sky. A figure quickly turned into a cloud of black smoke and disappeared without a trace. Lin Fei vaguely saw that it was a person. He didn't look weak, but he'd been reduced to ashes in a single exchange. What a powerful attack. It ignored all defenses and turned me into ashes. Lin Fei was shocked. I really can't underestimate the eternal sacred land. Lin Fei took this seriously. This place might be even more terrifying than Hopeless Mountain. He'd wanted to teleport but decided against it. Human. Ha ha ha. As he walked, a sky full of trees came crashing down like thousands of arms, blotting out the sun. It was a towering tree that spoke human language. Its branches were like arms. In a single exchange, Lin Fei was attacked by thousands of attacks. His absolute defense was immediately broken. Lin Fei suffered a barrage of attacks. Every one of them caused heaven and earth to shatter and the sun and moon to change color. His body crumbled again and again several dozen times. Damn it! Absolute defense blocked his way again. Lin Fei's blood boiled. The eternal sacred land is a land of death. Such a powerful attack is going to kill me. The barrage of attacks didn't stop. More frighteningly, the towering trees around him attacked as well. Their branches were like a sea, and the attacks were endless. It was enough to drive one to despair. Lin Fei was truly shocked. The Yuan Fu's competition was indeed deadly. It was just a forest, yet it was so tyrannical. How many people would be able to withstand such overwhelming attacks? Lin Fei activated his physical strength and slashed through the air like a blade. There was a clang, but he failed to cut the branches. What an eye-opener! The eternal sacred land's items are extraordinary. They're able to withstand my physical strength. Lin Fei attacked again and again. Apart from knocking the branches away, he didn't do much. Instead, he was trapped in the attack's range. Whether it was in the air or around him, he was completely trapped. No one was comfortable in this situation. Take it? He couldn't. Lin Fei decisively switched to a different method. He used Prestige's fire technique to deal with the strange trees. Die! Raging flames erupted. The flames were extraordinarily powerful. Screams of agony rang out as soon as they started burning. The branches retreated quickly, but couldn't withstand the onslaught. Black smoke billowed after each wave. In the blink of an eye, the ferocious attacks disappeared. An empty space appeared in front of him. That's... A sparkling object appeared in the clearing. Lin Fei reached out to grab it. It was warm and purple in color. An eternal stone. The thought popped into Lin Fei's mind. This thing can kill monsters? I have to give it to you. Lin Fei was speechless. This tree doesn't look ordinary either. Can speak. The eternal sacred land is a mystery indeed. Any smart person would be able to tell the difference. Lin Fei raised his head to look at the banner. Sure enough, he saw his name. 3 eternal stones, and ranked outside the 100,000. Lin Fei shook his head. That's crazy. Lin Fei understood the eternal sacred land's power now that he'd witnessed it firsthand. The stones weren't easy to obtain, especially when he was alone. He wouldn't be able to withstand the onslaught. Chapter 34:10. Lin Fei had seen firsthand how dangerous the eternal sacred land was. The unkillable trees alone were impossible to kill with brute force alone. In the end, he'd have to rely on auxiliary skills to kill them. Lin Fei finally understood why those people had teamed up. If they didn't work together, they wouldn't be able to advance. Lin Fei didn't care much about the rankings for now. He'd spent 100 years collecting them, so the early rankings were nothing. I wonder what the stone can be used for. Lin Fei was looking forward to the arduous process of obtaining the stone. The stone was purple in color and felt warm and comfortable in his hand. He studied it carefully but didn't find anything different about it. Master, this is good stuff. He examined it with his consciousness but couldn't figure out what it could be used for. Just as Lin Fei was surprised, the little devil's voice came just in time, like the sound of nature. Good stuff? But I don't see what it can be used for. Asked Lin Fei. Apart from the material, there's really nothing to pay attention to. If it weren't for the first secret realm, Lin Fei would have treated it as an ordinary object. Heh, you don't know about that, Master. The Eternal Church is really something else for something as good as this to appear here. The little demon guffawed. Congratulations, Master. You're about to unleash the invincible Era Conqueror. Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat. What did you say? Invincible Era Conqueror. Normally, he'd only think about it in his head. He didn't dare say it aloud. However, the little demon's words were beyond Lin Fei's expectations. The eternal stone is formed by absorbing all kinds of negative emotions. It's superior in quality, but it's actually a high-quality power of faith. In addition, the stone contains a special, mysterious energy that can greatly enhance one's physical strength after absorbing and refining it. If I'm not mistaken, someone in the Eternal Church needs a lot of these stones. Lin Fei's jaw dropped when he heard the little demon's words. Damn, I'm too lucky. I've run into all kinds of good things. Humph, this is also Master's good luck. If it was someone else, they could only stare at him. The little demon sneered. This kind of eternal divine stone has a layer of power sealed in it. Outsiders can't open it at all. Lin Fei carefully examined the eternal God stone in his hand. Sure enough, as the little devil had said, it really had a special substance that could resist the invasion of spiritual sense. Ha ha ha, no matter who wants the eternal divine stones, from now on these eternal divine stones belong to me. Lin Fei was bold. Why would he reject something that the heavens had given him? The Eternal Vatican is probably going to regret this. Lin Fei didn't try to absorb it. He could vaguely sense that the eternal Godstone had been locked down and couldn't be taken away. Sure enough, there was a mysterious force preventing him from collecting the eternal Godstone. Master, there's nothing to worry about, the little devil said. Every blade of grass and every tree here can't be treated with ordinary eyes. Master can only use the system's auxiliary skills. Otherwise, you won't be able to kill them. At the moment of death, the system can collect them in advance without being discovered by the will of this space. Lin Fei was even more curious about the eternal sacred land. You say that there's still a will in this space? It was an incredible thing to know that a space had a will. Humph, don't underestimate this space, Master. I can say that all enemies of the Vatican will eventually be exiled here and become what you see now. The eternal Godstone was formed by a special method. Even the will of this space was formed voluntarily by the Eternal Vatican's past powerhouses. Lin Fei clicked his tongue inwardly. That was too much information to take in. I can say that the Eternal Vatican must have opened up a battlefield to conquer other universes. They must have done so in the past, but I don't know if they still exist. Lin Fei immediately remembered something. Looks like the rumors are true. The Eternal Vatican really has internal problems. Lin Fei didn't care about other things, but the Eternal Godstone was his priority. The little devil's words were too tempting. It would be a pity not to fight for it. Then I'll begin. Lin Fei couldn't wait. With the little devil controlling him, there was nothing to worry about. Skyfire incinerate the heavens. The little devil had said that the eternal sacred land was unusual. Lin Fei didn't waste his time and used a support skill. Whoosh! Whoosh! Skyfire rained down from the sky and raged through the forest, sweeping everything in its path. The trees that didn't understand what was going on immediately struggled and screamed in agony. They couldn't hold out any longer, and black smoke rose into the air. You should thank me for sending you to heaven. Lin Fei was pleased with himself. He really didn't like the Eternal Vatican now. What a cruel act. Eternal Godstone, here I come. The Eternal Godstone fell to the ground. The moment it formed, the little devil made her move. The system's space covered the area and collected the Eternal Godstone ahead of time. Awesome! 12 Eternal Godstones in hand. On the ranking in the sky, Lin Fei maintained the number of 3 Eternal Godstones. The person in first place currently had 320. That's fast. Lin Fei buried himself in collecting more Eternal Godstones. In the next 30 to 50 years, everyone would be collecting Eternal Godstone in alliance. Beside a lake in the Eternal Sacred Land, a large number of fish monsters in the lake attacked from afar with their divine powers. Many experts were working together to kill the fish monsters in an orderly fashion. There was no trace of panic. Eternal Godstone after Eternal Godstone was collected. Potentate, this place can produce at least 3,000 Eternal Godstones. Dan, you didn't do anything other than collect Eternal Godstone. The people fighting by the lake were all Dan Yu's men. Others might not know, but he knew that he'd arranged for a large number of people to come here and complete the task. Not bad. Dan Yu was satisfied. We'll use 50 years to put some distance between us. Then I'll deal with those guys. Anyone who participated in the contest for the potentate was his enemy. Danyu didn't mind killing them all. Time passed year by year. In the plaza of the Starry River Prefecture, the names on the ranking kept changing from hundreds to thousands to tens of thousands. In 30 years, the person in first place had 120,000 Eternal Godstone. The person in second place had 110,000 Eternal Godstone. The gap wasn't big, and he would catch up soon. Chapter 34:11. The Eternal Sacred Land. A raging fire swept through a forest. After a series of cries, eternal stones fell from the trees and disappeared without a trace the moment they appeared. The entire process happened quickly, leaving behind an empty space. The Eternal Sacred Land is such a good place. Lin Fei ran happily to the next place, summoning flames with a wave of his hand. The raging fire covered the sky and the earth. Lin Fei had been collecting eternal stones for 40 years, since he came to the Eternal Sacred Land. So far, he had collected 230,000 stones. His efficiency was incomparable to that of ordinary people. The person in first place had only collected 160,000 stones. It was obvious that the other party had worked as a team. Otherwise, they wouldn't have collected so many stones. Lin Fei didn't use eternal stones in the Eternal Sacred Land for fear of being detected by the will of this space. Fortunately, the power of faith he had accumulated was enough. There's someone here. Lin Fei hadn't encountered any enemies. Even if there were, he dealt with them easily. In the Eternal Sacred Land, one wrong move could lead to a fight. One wrong move could cost one's life. Lin Fei had never been idle. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A dozen figures rushed over. Kid, hand over the eternal stones. A treasure was summoned and smashed down. The method was direct and merciless. When the treasure was summoned, the space around Lin Fei seemed to solidify. A dozen sword and saber lights slashed out of the void in perfect coordination. Looks like they're looking for someone to get more eternal stones. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. His body shook and he shot into the sky, knocking away the treasure. With a crack, the treasure shattered. Too bad you're unlucky to have met me. After knocking away the treasure, Lin Fei didn't look to see who it was. He punched straight at the enemy. Mountains crumbled and the earth cracked. The dozen experts were crushed into pieces. The power displayed by a limit level 2 body could easily kill them. After they died, the Eternal Godstone fell. Lin Fei didn't use the system to collect them this time. Instead, he reached out and grabbed them. They were quickly accepted by the space. Over 300 Eternal Godstones, not bad. Lin Fei's ranking had risen quite a bit, but this was only the beginning. Lin Fei planned to use these Eternal Divine Stones to pave the way. The Eternal Divine Stones that he obtained in secret were his own. The words of the little devil were very stimulating. This was the capital of invincibility. It started in the 60s. The rankings on the list were constantly changing. Today a new person could appear. Tomorrow a new person could appear. The rankings were constantly changing. Everyone knew that a battle of plundering had begun. If they didn't compete, they wouldn't be able to catch up immediately. It was very difficult to gather enough Eternal Godstones by simply killing the creatures in the secret realm. Everyone knew this very well. For the time being, there was not much change in the top 10 rankings. The one who was ranked first was a guy called the Life-Snatching Scholar. He had firmly held the first position for more than 30 years. The few people behind him followed closely behind. Danyu, you really dare to kill us? In a forest, a group of experts was besieging another group of people. No matter how one looked at it, the remaining group was no match for Danyu's group. They were quickly surrounded and wiped out. A large number of Eternal Divine Stones were given away. Haha, what a big fish. Danyu put away the Eternal Divine Stones. The number of Eternal Divine Stones in his hand increased again. He instantly rushed into the top 10 and ranked 10th. I'm finally ranked 10th. Danyu retracted his gaze from the list. There are still 30 years left before the real battle begins. I still have time. 70 years, 80 years. There were only a dozen years left. The battle for Eternal Divine Stones had begun. Countless experts had fallen in the Eternal Sacred Land. The top 10 rankings were constantly changing. Today, one person would be ranked first and tomorrow another person would be the next. The changes were non-stop. No one could guarantee who would be the final winner. In the square of the Starry River Prefecture, there were people watching at all times. The life-snatching scholar is amazing. He killed another one and increased the number of eternal divine stones by 80,000. No wonder he's the top genius of Skyluo Prefecture. Isn't that right? He might be first now, but he might not be able to last until the end. Don't forget, the number of geniuses entering this time is innumerable. By the way, it seems that Lin Fei, who's said to be invincible in the same realm, is nowhere to be found. Ha ha ha, who said he wasn't? You're exaggerating. Meanwhile, in the God of Fortune Pavilion, the God of Fortune Pavilion had accurately estimated the top 10 geniuses. They were all under control for the time being. Is there really no chance for that guy to make a name for himself? In the God of Fortune Pavilion's study, a man was quite disappointed. It seems that I've worried too much. Otherwise, he would have made a name for himself instead of keeping a low profile. There were only 10 years left before the Eternal Sacred Land. The battle for eternal divine stones had reached a climax. Another group of suicidal fools. Lin Fei shook his head. Ever since the Eternal Sacred Land entered the Eternal Sacred Land, everyone started fighting as soon as they saw each other. There wasn't a single word of nonsense. From beginning to end, Lin Fei had encountered hundreds of attacks. He had collected more than 10,000 eternal divine stones, but he was still 300,000 or so away from the top 10. It seemed that he wouldn't be able to catch up anytime soon. After dealing with the latest group of people, he collected 3,000 eternal divine stones. This was not a small number. It was his biggest gain so far. I'm alone. There's a high chance that I'll be targeted. Lin Fei chuckled. Since 5 years ago, he hadn't gone out to kill the sacred land's flowers and plants. Basically, he just wandered around. The results weren't bad. More and more people took the bait. Lin Fei wasn't very satisfied for the time being. It was a pity that he hadn't encountered a single big fish. There are only a few years left. I'm going to make a move. Lin Fei had collected quite a number of eternal divine stones. It was time to take that position. Over the years he had collected more than 200,000 eternal divine stones. After refining all of them, his prestige would be greater than ever before. Track. Lin Fei exchanged for a powerful tracking skill. This tracking skill was limited to a certain area around Lin Fei. He could see everyone clearly in his mind. My luck is not bad. With the tracking skill, he could see whether there was anyone around him at a glance. When he used it for the first time, there were hundreds of green dots, all of which were people. Chapter 34:12. The Eternal Sacred Land. It was a place that produced eternal paragons, a special type of energy stone. Any plant or flower would drop eternal paragons. In just 100 years, millions of eternal paragons had been produced. I'm sorry, but your eternal paragons are mine now. Lin Fei had no interest in killing at the moment. When he tracked them down, he immobilized them and took their eternal paragons with ease, leaving them dumbfounded. That person seems to be the so-called invincible Lin Fei. He's strong indeed. He lost before he even made a move. They were prepared to lose their lives. However, Lin Fei's actions surprised them. Under the tracking technique, Lin Fei targeted them accurately. He immobilized them with his eternal paragons and took their eternal paragons with ease. A few dozen eternal paragons were not a small number, but hundreds and thousands. The number of eternal celestial stones in Lin Fei's possession began to gradually increase, and his ranking also began to rise day by day. This speed of improvement was noticed by many. Many people had treated Lin Fei, who was known to be invincible among those of the same cultivation level, as a joke. However, as the number of eternal divine stones increased, this proved one thing. At the very least, he was very strong. No expert who could last until the last 10 years was easy to deal with. This showed how strong Lin Fei was. I've finally made it to the top 10,000. Lin Fei looked up at his ranking with satisfaction. There were still 8 years to go. He wasn't in a hurry. With his prestige skill, it was only a matter of time before he found them. Meanwhile, many people in the Starry River Plaza noticed that Lin Fei's ranking was rising. Changed every once in a while. What a powerful move. I heard that the Eternal Sacred Land is huge. Is he a dog? How can he find people so quickly? I know. At this rate, it's only a matter of time before he breaks through to the top 10,000. It might not be that easy. For example, if the number one life-stealing scholar were to go into hiding, who would be able to find him? I dare say that Lin Fei would slow down very soon. For the time being, no one was optimistic about Lin Fei. Those who could last until the end were not easy to deal with. Unless they were truly invincible in the same realm, Lin Fei would not be able to take first place so easily. In the Star River Mansion, the ferocious battle cult leader had been paying attention to the progress. Others were concerned about the rankings, but he was concerned about the number of eternal divine stones. This was the most important thing. If I'm not mistaken, the life-stealing scholar should be in first place, Star River City Lord said in a low voice. The ferocious battle hierarch said lightly, "No one knows what will happen until the very last moment." How could the Celestial River City Lord dare to say anything else? However, he noticed that there was a trace of doubt between the eyebrows of the Battle God Cult Master. He was curious about what the Battle God Cult Master was wondering about. After the Galaxy City Lord left, the ferocious battle sect leader's doubts deepened. There must be a cunning person in the eternal sacred land who is trying to deceive everyone. What a clever trick. I'd like to see who dares to steal from the eternal church. The ferocious battle sect leader's eyes flashed coldly. He was determined to make the person regret it, no matter who the mastermind was. In the 6th year from the last, all the experts who possessed a large number of eternal divine stones began to move erratically, while the rest of them had a large group of experts by their side. What they needed to do now was to find an opportunity to defeat their opponents one by one, and seize the eternal divine stones. What they needed now was patience. In order to avoid being found, they took out all kinds of treasures from the chaotic space. Young Master, we're ranked 56th and have 180,000 eternal divine stones. According to our analysis, there will definitely be people passing through this unknown area. We've set up a great formation. All we need to do is wait for them to take the bait. In a small valley, it looked ordinary, but a great formation had been set up and more than 500 experts were hiding around it. The person who was addressed as Young Master was the young master of a top family in the Abyss Prefecture. His name was Lan Tianyu. At this moment, he was calmly cleaning the weapon in his hand. There are still 6 years left. No need to rush. Lan Tianyu was in no hurry. I can activate the Eternal Divine Stone's aura now. I can't wait to kill someone. The weapon in his hand flashed coldly and cut open a rock in the valley. The rock turned to dust and disappeared with a gust of wind. All right. The servants began to work. Lan Tianyu. More than 180,000 eternal divine stones. A voice rang out in the valley without warning. Die. Lan Tianyu, who was sitting cross-legged, swung his weapon through the void and stabbed at the source of the voice. A large area of space collapsed and turned into a giant black hole. Above the black hole, Lin Fei clamped the weapon with one hand. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free. It's you. Lan Tianyu recognized the person in the sky. It was the arrogant Lin Fei. Disintegrate. The flying sword that Yixian clamped turned into a wisp of green smoke and quickly left. Condensed again. His sword technique was incomparably sharp. One strike after another. However, these attacks were all blocked. All that was left was the crisp sound of metal clanging. You still want to fight me? Lin Fei began to search for the target by name. How dare you? Dark clouds covered the sky above the valley. A hand slapped down. It turned out that the formation had been activated. A huge formation energy was attacking. Seal. Lin Fei's body shook. His aura soared to the sky. He crashed into the big hand and broke into pieces. The sealing energy had already been released. The valley fell silent. Everyone was unable to move. What method did you use? Lan Tianyu was knowledgeable. However, he could not break the sealing energy on his body. He could only see the eternal divine stone leaving him and falling into the hands of his opponent. I'm known as invincible in the same realm. You should be glad that I don't like to kill people. Lin Fei took the eternal divine stone and left a sentence in a very pretentious manner. He turned around and left, leaving Lan Tianyu in shock. Is this invincible in the same realm? Isn't this too unfathomable? This single person suppressing more than 500 experts was truly unimaginable. Even ordinary cosmos gods would find it hard to do so. After collecting 180,000 pieces of eternal divine stone, Lin Fei's ranking rose by a huge chunk once again. He broke through to the 6,000 plus rankings, a total of 4,000 plus rankings. Do your best. Lin Fei began searching once again. He rushed forward. Chapter 34:13. With 180,000 eternal divine stones, Lin Fei's ranking shot up rapidly. It was unknown how many people were shocked by such a scene. For example, in the Star River Square, the ranking had risen like a rocket, and many people had noticed it. Good heavens! 4,000 ranks all of a sudden. Who did he kill? He's so fast. I think Lan Tianyu was robbed. No way, let me take a look. That seems to be the case. Lan family is one of the top families in the Abyss Manor. I heard that they arranged for many experts to participate to assist young Master Lan. Many people were shocked when they heard that Lan Tianyu had been kicked out of the Abyss Manor. Young Master has been kicked out. In one of the mansions of the Star River Prefecture, the members of the Lan family panicked when they saw the situation. Please don't let anything happen to him. If the young master died inside, they would not have a good life. Young master is fine. That's great. An elder in charge came out and checked the soul tablet immediately. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief when they made sure that the young master was fine. If something had really happened, they would not let Lin Fei have a good life. They had to pay the price no matter what. Not everyone could withstand the wrath of the Lan family. Soon a question popped up in their minds. The Lan family had gathered a large number of experts. How could they have failed to protect their young master? Was Lin Fei really invincible in the same realm? But those few hundred people were not to be trifled with. They were all the best of the best. They would have to wait for the young master to come out to find out. Meanwhile, in the eternal sacred land, Lin Fei's rapid rise in the rankings attracted some attention. Everyone was secretly shocked when Lan Tianyu was kicked out of the Abyss Manor. That was the young master of a major family in the Abyss Manor. But he had been defeated so easily by Lin Fei. This was quite a surprise. In a forest, a young man dressed like a scholar was sitting cross-legged. There was no one around him. Anyone who recognized him would have exclaimed, "The life-stealing scholar." This was the life-stealing scholar who was currently ranked first. This Lin Fei has some tricks up his sleeve. The life-stealing scholar looked at the rankings. Invincible in the same realm? It's quite interesting. All of a sudden, the figure of the life-stealing scholar dissipated. The place where he was standing had suffered a heavy blow. Dozens of people approached from the forest. Deadly bookworm, you won't be able to escape this time. The life-stealing scholar appeared under a tree and smirked. Why should I run? Trash like you, I'll kill as many as you come. On the other hand, at the same time there was a group of people who noticed Lin Fei. This person was none other than Dan Yu, the previous manor lord. He was also participating in this competition. Good fellow to be able to run so fast. He must have some kind of treasure on him. A ferocious glint flashed in Dan Yu's eyes. To be able to snatch more than 100,000 eternal celestial stones from Lan Tianyu, it seems like it was specially prepared for me. Dan Yu killed quite a few people. However, in the last few years those who weren't strong enough were all killed. Those who remained were the strongest of the strongest. Check where this Lin Fei is. Although he isn't a big fat sheep, we can still start killing him. Dan Yu laughed sinisterly. The arrangements he'd made before could finally be put to use. My lord, he doesn't seem to be far from us. He seems to be heading in our direction. 5 months at most. Someone reported. 5 months. Dan Yu laughed. All right then. Let that kid live for another 5 months. I'll let the ultimate cosmos gods know that his inheritor is a piece of trash who can't even withstand a single blow. Who knows, I might even be able to learn an ultimate technique. Ha 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 ha. Yi Xian continued to track the experts. Those who were targeted basically didn't even need to fight to have their eternal celestial stones snatched away. As a result, Lin Fei's ranking continued to rise. It rose by dozens, then hundreds, then 3,000, then 2,000, then 1,000. While everyone was feeling bewildered, Lin Fei was steadily improving. Who knew how many people were stunned? His methods were incredible. Ha ha ha. I finally made it to the top 500. After robbing another young master, Lin Fei was elated. It had only taken him 4 months. The Eternal Sacred Land was huge, and they had to run all over the place. Lin Fei's speed of improvement was the fastest of them all. Who knew how many people would pass out from shock? Someone's coming in my direction. While Lin Fei was resting, he sensed an aura targeting him. This was a support skill he'd activated that could sense if he was being targeted. Interesting. Even though he didn't know who it was, Lin Fei had nothing to worry about. As long as they came, they wouldn't be able to leave. They'd be delivering themselves to his doorstep. Yes, delivering themselves to his doorstep. "Milord, that kid is right in front of us. I've already arranged for people to surround him. He won't be able to escape even if he has wings." Dan Yu was very satisfied with his subordinate's report. That kid is skilled, but it's a pity that he's that old thing's successor. Dan Yu had been thinking about Lin Fei for a long time. He was actually quite curious as to how he'd managed to raise his ranking so quickly. If he could figure it out, it would definitely be beneficial for him. "Surround him. Don't let him escape," Dan Yu said. "Who knows if that kid has any escaping abilities? If he does, it won't be good for us to waste our efforts. Milord, rest assured. We've set up a great formation. I guarantee that no one will know. They're here." Lin Fei pretended to be resting and acted as if he didn't know anything. When he sensed the auras, he knew that these people had arrived. However, he didn't know which one of them would make a move against him. Could it be that his speed of improvement had attracted some hidden enemies? If that was the case, Lin Fei would be overjoyed. He didn't even need to come looking for him. If this wasn't a good thing, what else could it be? Only Lin Fei could come up with such an idea. Dong! 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 After a few tremors, a layer of energy appeared out of nowhere and rapidly sealed off the area where Lin Fei was. The formation was complete. This was a formation that isolated the auras of battle. As long as the formation was complete, no battle auras would leak out, and outsiders wouldn't be able to sense the battle fluctuations in this area. Whoosh! Whoosh! More than 10 sharp auras closed in on Lin Fei. More than 10 streaks of light attacked Lin Fei. In Lin Fei's field of vision, these streaks of light disappeared without a trace. However, the attacks were still there, and they were inconceivably powerful. Such an attack was not a small matter. Lin Fei straightened his body. More than 10 attacks appeared in front of him, but they were blocked by a layer of energy, unable to approach. This attack is quite interesting. Chapter 34:14. What a formidable technique. It has truly broadened my horizons. Lin Fei ignored the corpses that fell on the ground. He had to admit that those who acted were strong. It's a pity that they were not strong enough to deal with Lin Fei. Pa 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 pa. A group of people walked out from the darkness. The one clapping his hands was none other than that Dan Yu. "You are indeed the inheritor of that old thing. Your killing techniques are not bad. It's a pity that you are destined to die here." Dan Yu glared at Lin Fei. "Who asked you to be the inheritor of that old thing?" Lin Fei did not notice that it was this fellow who came to kill him. What a big fish. After a brief moment of surprise, Lin Fei could not help but laugh. "I was wondering who came to deliver themselves to me. So it is the defeated opponent of teacher. You really know how to find people." Dan Yu loved to talk about the matter of how he was defeated by the Limit Cosmos God in the past. Precisely because of that, he helped the Limit Cosmos God become famous throughout the cosmos. After that, he became the prefecture master. Regardless of which aspect he was in, he was not as good as the past. It was truly a difference between heaven and earth. Dan Yu could not explain his hatred towards the Limit Cosmos God clearly. If not for the killing technique left behind by the Limit Cosmos God, Dan Yu might have completely destroyed the inheritance of the Limit Cosmos God. What a sharp-tongued fellow. "Let this seat see how you speak later," Dan Yu coldly said. "Act. Capture him alive for this seat." Lin Fei laughed. "Capture me? With just you? You aren't even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth." Hua hua hua. With an order, the experts brought over by Dan Yu immediately acted. Many treasures came smashing down from above Lin Fei's head. They were truly ferocious. Accompanying the treasures, more than 10 figures also came attacking. At this moment Lin Fei could not move at all. Several hundred attacks came flooding down. This seat knows that you have cultivated the limit cultivation technique and have a strong fleshy body. But this seat has researched a treasure that can break through your fleshy body for many years. Dan Yu maliciously laughed. You will soon experience what despair is. A piece of poisonous substance drifted over. Lin Fei lightly shook, and all the attacks that approached him collapsed, crushed into pieces by an even more powerful force. As soon as the poisonous thing appeared, it condensed into a poisonous sword. The poisonous arrow was emerald green, and it slashed down from the sky. Zalazla! Lin Fei's vibrating frequency attack failed for the first time. The poisonous sword slashed out, leaving a wound on his body. Venom spread out, and his flesh began to melt. Tyrannical. Absolutely tyrannical. What kind of poisonous thing is this? Lin Fei's face was filled with fear. How could my body not be able to withstand it? Dan Yu was even happier. Ha ha, brat, you're still too inexperienced. The attack just now was just to attract you. This is my present for you. Dan Yu said happily. This is refined from one of the world's most poisonous plants, the body extermination grass. For this thing this king paid a great price. You are lucky enough to taste this king's gift. Are you surprised? Lin Fei had never believed that the body was invincible, and that there would always be a corresponding existence in the world. He didn't expect to really encounter one. His body was collapsing, and the power in his body couldn't be suppressed at all. Collapse again. His body was collapsing very rapidly. This was the first time Lin Fei had experienced such a tyrannical attack. No wonder this Dan Yu dared to be so confident in killing him. If this king had the body extermination grass in hand back then, how could that old thing be this king's opponent? Dan Yu roared at the sky, filled with endless hatred. From then on, this king swore that I would definitely destroy that old thing's orthodoxy. I'll kill you first. Then I'll kill that trash sky pole martial schoolmaster. In a short period of time, Lin Fei's hands completely collapsed. Your hatred for that master of mine isn't small. However, if you only rely on this body extermination grass, then I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Lin Fei said indifferently. Dan Yu was filled with blind confidence in the body extermination grass. Ha ha ha, who the hell are you? Do you really think that you can get rid of one of the world's deadly poisons, the body extermination grass? You don't need to have wishful thinking. Dan Yu said with a sneer. The power of the body extermination grass is even more tyrannical than you imagine. That feeling of wishing to die rather than live, you'll definitely like it. This king has to appreciate it properly. Lin Fei even thought that the other party had some ability. Turns out that he only knew how to use underhanded means. If he encountered others, he might be able to. But encountering an unconventional existence like Lin Fei, any move was unrealistic. Come out. A low voice emitted from Lin Fei's throat. Traces of green dots emerged from his body, flickering like starlight, spreading out in front of Lin Fei, finally condensing into a green ball, the size of a medicinal pill, floating. Are you surprised? Are you pleasantly surprised? Lin Fei laughed loudly and said, This is your trump card. Dan Yu devoted himself to research. It wasn't 1 or 2 years. After a long time, he already believed that this could deal with body refinement cultivators. The stronger the physical body, the greater the power. It was unknown how many powerful body refinement cultivators had died under this poison. But the scene in front of him shattered the confidence that Dan Yu had accumulated for many years. This is fake. Don't try to fool this king. Dan Yu sneered. You just randomly picked out a green ball. Do you really think we're fools? Lin Fei shook his head. It seems that you don't believe me. That's a pity. I can only return this to you. With a flick of his finger, the green ball flew over. When it was close to them, it automatically exploded, turning into green dots that filled the sky, enveloping everyone. The nearest group of people screamed as soon as they touched it, instantly turning into nothingness. Sir, save us. I don't want to die. I'm still young. It's fake. It must be fake. How could the experts that Dan Yu brought believe that the poison of the body extermination grass could be forced out? When they were hit, they were all dumbfounded. In the blink of an eye, they were all poisoned to death. I already said that this thing is real. Why didn't you listen? Lin Fei said regretfully. Dan Yu's reaction wasn't slow. After detecting the danger, His pupils shrank and he retreated. One by one, his subordinates blocked in front of him. More than a dozen of them died, blocking this wave of attack. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of experts on Dan Yu's side died. The poison was too overbearing. When it swept over, it almost took people's lives. What do you mean by you? It's me, Lin Fei said. I'm known as invincible in the same realm. That's not an empty title. Back then you lost to my master. This time you'll be the same. Dan Yu stared at Lin Fei. He knew that he had underestimated him. This bastard was unbelievably strong. Who had ever heard of someone forcing out poison? Don't take it seriously. Once this poison entered the body, it was basically impossible to expel it. Otherwise, Dan Yu wouldn't have thought so highly of it. Chapter 34:15. Dan Yu was truly frightened out of his wits. If he hadn't reacted quickly enough, the poison would have landed on his body and he wouldn't have had a good ending. This thing had no antidote. When he had first obtained it, Dan Yu had been very careful. But this time this Lin Fei had given him a pleasant surprise. Of course, this pleasant surprise wasn't anything good. It caused Dan Yu to loathe Lin Fei even more. Good. It seems this seat has underestimated you, Dan Yu fiercely said. Aren't you just relying on the power of a special treasure? Even without the body extermination grass, this seat can still take care of you. Open the formation. With a loud rumbling sound, the grand formation activated. A giant whirlpool formed and a vast amount of heaven and earth spiritual energy surged over. A giant hand descended from the sky. This was an attack formed from heaven and earth spiritual energy. The important thing was that it was full of power. Dan Yu also knew how to scheme. He secretly rejoiced at the fact that he had set up a grand formation to borrow the power of heaven and earth spiritual energy to kill this brat Lin Fei. Lin Fei no longer had any interest in playing with this Dan Yu. An attack of poison and heaven and earth spiritual energy didn't make one's eyes light up at all. Lin Fei was truly disappointed in this point. No matter what, you've lived for such a long time. All you can think of is some crooked method. How disappointing. I've waited for you for a long time. In the end, you're even weaker than I imagined. Lin Fei shook his head. That's why I don't plan on ending things with you. It's completely pointless. When the palm in the sky was halfway there, it could no longer move forward. I should be the one thanking you for sending me so many eternal divine stones. Lin Fei strode forward. With every step he took, hidden experts would explode like fireworks. Along the way, Dan Yu's painstaking efforts had all been destroyed. For the first time, Dan Yu couldn't see through this. There was no energy at all, yet most of his people had died. This was simply illogical. What exactly did you cultivate? Dan Yu had never seen such a move before. It could truly kill without leaving a trace. I've already said that I'm known to be invincible in the same realm. Lin Fei waved his hand, and a vigorous power swept over, breaking the heavens with a single strike. The area around Dan Yu exploded. The remaining experts around him were all dead. The most terrifying thing was that Dan Yu couldn't use his energy at all, as if it had been sealed. There was nothing more terrifying than this. A hand reached out and grabbed at him. Dan Yu could only watch helplessly as his neck was grabbed. A face appeared in front of him. He felt a sharp pain on his left cheek and all his teeth flew out. Look, you lost. A young face appeared in front of Dan Yu. Dan Yu was in complete despair. There was nothing more terrifying than being able to instantly seal a person's strength. You can't be that strong. Dan Yu shouted. His thoughts were about to collapse. This was not a fellow he could deal with. It was a ferocious tiger monster. Lin Fei gave him a backhand slap. This is really interesting. Why can't I be strong? The other half of Dan Yu's face turned into a pig's face, and his eyes were filled with fear. He simply couldn't bear the scene in front of him. I don't understand. Lin Fei gave him another slap, causing his flesh to turn into a mess. You still don't understand? My teacher can suppress you and I can similarly suppress you. Do you know what my nickname is? Unparalleled in the same realm. Lin Fei gave Dan Yu another slap. This fiendish Dan Yu attacked from the left and right, shattering the confidence of a person in a superior position. At this moment he was only left with fear. Dan Yu was a cosmos god, yet his strength was sealed so easily. How strong was the other party? Even a true peak cosmos god might not be able to casually seal his strength. Lin Fei gave this previous prefecture master a good beating. It was for the sake of the ultimate cosmos god, and also for the sake of the celestial pole tavern master. He wanted to vent his anger. You don't kill me. I'm willing to hand over all the eternal god rocks. Dan Yu no longer had any temper after beating the other party. This person was simply too strong. Just based on his ability in sealing, who could be a match for him? Dan Yu did not dare say he could survive. Once you die, everything remaining will be mine. Lin Fei shook his head. It's best if I beat you to death. Furthermore, everything on your body will be mine too. What do you think? No, you will regret it if you kill me. Dan Yu hurriedly said. It isn't important if you kill me, but the people behind me will definitely make you regret it. They are. An indescribable force appeared and killed Dan Yu. A terrifying force erupted, shattering several dozen layers of energy protecting Lin Fei. A cosmos god was killed just like that? Lin Fei was startled. That wave of energy seemed to erupt from the mind of Dan Yu. It was extremely powerful and it was a true killing move. It seems there is an expert behind Dan Yu. This fellow is really something. Doesn't he know that he has leaked the secret? Lin Fei kept the eternal god rocks. Dan Yu was dead, but these eternal god rocks were left behind, as well as Dan Yu's storage ring. So what if I offended him? Now that I have the backdoor key to the holy ground, I no longer lack the support of prestige. Even if I don't have it, I can still come in and earn some money. It was more or less a pity that he couldn't kill Dan Yu with his own hands. Another powerful enemy had appeared out of nowhere. Lin Fei was very displeased, but he didn't know who this person was. It was indescribable how conflicted he was. When he saw his ranking shoot up to the top 100, the depression in his heart disappeared. He was even closer to that position. At the same time, at the moment of Dan Yu's death, a supreme will descended from the eternal sacred land. What a despicable fellow! How dare he kill someone in the sacred land? I've truly underestimated them. The will of invincibility swept across the sacred land and quickly disappeared. However, Lin Fei noticed this. He knew that Dan Yu's death had attracted attention. It might even be the will of this dimension. Thus he pretended that he didn't know anything. As long as he got the eternal god rocks, there was no need to think too much about other things. After dealing with Dan Yu, Lin Fei continued his search. There were only a few that caught his eye. This time he decided to kill the life-seizing scholar and become number 1. After what had happened to Dan Yu, Lin Fei was afraid that something unexpected would happen. First he had to secure first place. Everything else could be put aside. There was nothing to worry about. On his way to track down the life-seizing scholar, while Lin Fei was deep in thought, a voice pierced through everything and descended into his mind. Young man, you're quite impressive. This voice was filled with the aura of nothingness, making it impossible to detect where it came from. Who are you? Lin Fei exclaimed. He was secretly shocked. This was the first time someone had broken through his defenses and sent a voice down. Chapter 34:16. I'm sorry, but I don't like working with sneaky people. Lin Fei replied expressionlessly. I don't like your behavior at all. Lin Fei said. I don't know who you are, but I don't like you. You can leave now, as far as you can, and don't bother me. Lin Fei really didn't like this kind of behavior. What a joke. Did he really think he was that great? After a series of words, the voice in his mind paused for a moment, as if it had been agitated. Good. You're the first person to dare speak to me like this. You'll regret it. No one has ever refused our invitation. Regret? Lin Fei didn't know what regret was. What kind of joke was that? Regret? If you have the ability to make me regret it now, then consider yourself powerful. Lin Fei laughed. If you can't, then don't fight here. All I did was beat up one of your agents. Lin Fei knew why the man had come. The unfortunate Dan Yu had been killed by this person. Lin Fei was 100% sure of this. The man was agitated again. You'll regret it soon enough. Don't think you're all that just because you defeated Dan Yu. Many people in this world who were stronger than you died because they thought they were smart. The voice in his head disappeared. Lin Fei harumphed. He'd known that the man wouldn't dare act recklessly. This was the eternal sacred land after all. The man would be an idiot if he dared to make a move here. The man from the eternal sacred land would definitely teach him a lesson. This was his territory and he was in charge. As for whether the man would fly into a rage, Lin Fei wasn't worried at all. It wouldn't be that easy to kill him. He was safe here for now, unless he left the eternal sacred land. Looks like I'll have to give myself a few more layers of protection when I leave. I don't want to be ambushed from afar. Lin Fei thought to himself. He decided to activate 2 layers of protection on himself. Caution was paramount. Lin Fei was displeased to be disturbed by the mysterious man, but he also realized that the everlasting universe wasn't as peaceful as he'd imagined. Oh, why do I have a feeling of uneasiness? Within the forest, a figure was moving at a rapid speed. Everything around him was starting to turn into a void. This was the unique skill of the life-stealing scholar. Anyone who tried to follow behind him would be attacked by the power of the void. It was an extremely creepy existence. In front of a huge tree, the life-stealing scholar stopped. No one in the eternal sacred land should be my match, but this is a strange feeling. The life-stealing scholar thought to himself, could it be that those fellows have joined forces? If it's them, they might really have some capabilities. A few figures appeared in the life-stealing scholar's mind. Among all the experts, only a few could give him pressure. The rest were not worth mentioning. Do it. Now that the life-stealing scholar had a suspect, he launched a surprise attack. The space it was in was instantly annihilated into nothingness. The entire process did not last for long. The destroyed space reappeared and the scene returned to normal. The original place had turned into an empty space. A figure fell out, looking rather battered and exhausted. It was the life-stealing scholar. The life-stealing scholar was covered in wounds and cracks. It was a ghastly sight. He looked like a work of art that would shatter at the slightest touch. Cough, cough, cough. You're indeed strong, life-stealing scholar. You're able to withstand the gift that we've prepared for you. An arrogant voice came from the space. Immediately, 9 imposing figures walked out from the space nearby. Each of them exuded an aura of invincibility. These 9 people were the most outstanding of the 9 residences. They were also the top 9. It was unexpected that they would join forces. You've blocked the first gift. What about the second? Do it. Without further ado, the 9 figures attacked together. One of them took out a terrifyingly powerful treasure and launched 3 attacks in a row. Each attack was earth-shattering, causing the sun and moon to change color. This was a classic case of taking advantage of one's weakness. The life-stealing scholar was too strong. He had to be careful. Fantion, I didn't expect you to use your clan's treasure just to deal with me. After the 3 attacks, the life-stealing scholar charged out. His face was even paler than before, and he was on the verge of collapsing. What a pity. The 9 of you are still lacking. Cough, cough. The life-stealing scholar spat out a mouthful of blood. I'm not someone you can fight against. The injured life-stealing scholar did not fall. After withstanding the 3 attacks, he launched a powerful attack. He took out a unique divine weapon. It was a sword. First/heaven. Second/earth. Third/human. The 3 swords merged into one, and the world was replaced by a single sword. The 9 figures tried to escape, but they were ultimately no match for the might of the 3 swords. Fresh blood splattered across the sky, and broken limbs could be seen. With a single sword, the 9 figures were forced back. Cough, cough, cough. The 9 of them are indeed strong when they work together. The life-stealing scholar's aura quickly weakened. What a pity that I couldn't kill them. What a pity. The power of the 3 swords was strong, but the 9 of them were ultimately not ordinary people. They were well-known figures of the younger generation, and it was not easy for the life-stealing scholar to force them back. That power of my 3 swords merging into one is sufficient to prevent them from acting again. The life-stealing scholar did not believe that they would have the guts to do so. No one can shake my position as the number 1. The life-stealing scholar was filled with confidence. You are indeed one of the strongest geniuses. The 9 of them aren't your opponent even when they work together. Only this seat can act personally. A figure appeared in front of the life-stealing scholar. You dare to act against anyone? Do you really think you are a big deal? The life-stealing scholar slashed out with his sword. There were many transformations within, and it contained the offensive strength of a cosmos god. This person was extremely ordinary. He was basically an inconspicuous existence in the crowd, and it was hard to remember him with a single glance. But it was precisely this person whose body started turning illusory. The strength of the life-stealing scholar surpassed the other party, and he could not injure the other party at all. The level of your strength is too low. You can't fully utilize it. That person said, hand over the eternal God stone and become the little brother of this seat. It will only be beneficial to you. Not everyone can get this opportunity. You are quite capable. The life-stealing scholar pressed forward. Multiple swords were sent out, and the sword intent cut in all directions. This person did not move at all. Not a single attack landed on his body. It was as if he had an unparalleled body. You have grasped the true power of nothingness. The life-stealing scholar was experienced and knowledgeable. He immediately turned around and left. Such an expert was not someone he could break through. Do you think you can leave? The life-stealing scholar had grasped a certain level of voidification, but he could not compare with this person. The surroundings started turning illusory. The life-stealing scholar slashed out with sword after sword, yet he could not move the void at all. He was instantly trapped. Chapter 34:17. The life-stealing scholar was restricted to the extent that he could not circulate his strength. Such a scene truly shocked him. This was a peerless expert acting against him. Such an expert had actually snuck into the eternal sacred land. What was more frightening was that this technique was something he had never seen before. It was something that only existed in the legends. This was the first time he experienced it, and he dared not believe that it was real. Who exactly are you? The life-stealing scholar struggled. Every time he unleashed his strength, it would be suppressed by the other party. He could not move at all. I will be your benefactor, the person who will make you a tyrannical existence. This person continued, now follow me. Your bright future will begin. You will be able to look down on the world, rebuke the winds and clouds, and rule the world. This voice was filled with endless temptation. The sword intent around the life-stealing scholar cut through the devilish voice and woke up. I will become a tyrannical existence myself. I do not need your kindness. The sword intent came slashing down. Wave after wave was suppressed, causing the life-stealing scholar to fall into endless despair. The person who came was too strong. Under normal circumstances, such an expert should not appear in this place. But now, the other party had appeared and avoided the will of the other party. It is not your turn to speak now. A ray of light rose. Within the light, there was an illusory figure seated cross-legged. Sounds of Sanskrit could be heard. The heart of the life-stealing scholar was broken. His expression turned bewildered. If not for an accident, he would have been controlled by the other party. You can't resist me. The life-stealing scholar was about to surrender. Looks like I've come at the right time. This guy that's neither a human nor a ghost, can you step aside now? Just as the life-stealing scholar accepted his fate, a laughter could be heard from afar. Following that, a young figure turned into a stream of light and came over. And a sword light was slashed out. With a single thought, the killing move sticky hand message came. The sword light contained all sorts of profound mysteries. The other party did not move at all. He arrived not too far away without any obstruction. Life-stealing scholar. I'll help you get rid of this fellow. I only want the eternal divine stone on you. Lin Fei laughed. I don't think this request is too much. All right. The life-stealing scholar recognized this person. He was none other than that Lin Fei who was known to be unparalleled in the same realm. He was a disciple who inherited the inheritance of a cosmos god. Do you want to run? Or do you want me to kill you? Make your choice, my patience is limited. Lin Fei looked at him and said, looks like you've chosen the second option. I'll kill you right now. The attacker was still in a daze. You? Of course, if I say I'll kill you, I'll kill you. Lin Fei smiled and said, for example, if you are unlucky, you will die soon because God is angry. Who asked you to be so bad? Lin Fei immediately exchanged for a super ultimate skill. This person was very strong. The life-stealing scholar was speechless. This was a person who had caused him to suffer a great loss the moment he made a move. Yet, he wanted to make the other party suffer a loss with just a single sentence. What kind of joke was this? I'm dying of laughter. Crack. Without any warning, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky. This bolt of lightning was incomparably thick, and with a gotcha sound, this person was struck in the head. His entire body was struck by the lightning, and arcs of light flickered. It was extremely terrifying. Heavenly tribulation? Impossible. This is the eternal sacred ground. Damn it. Crack. Crack. 2 bolts of lightning struck down consecutively, each striking the other party's body. The pain was truly unbearable. The life-stealing scholar blinked, a look of disbelief on his face. It was hard to believe that a super expert had been struck so hard that he was hovering between life and death. This scene was too awesome. Only now did the life-stealing scholar realize that Lin Fei was indeed invincible among those in the same cultivation realm. Every bolt of lightning struck the other party to the brink of death. Voidification. Lin Fei's body was shrouded by the power of voidification. Layers of attacks came at him, shattering the space around him. When the attacks were infinitely close to his body, the power of voidification was blocked. How is it? Does it feel good? Bolts of lightning struck down. This super expert was starting to emit smoke. His strength was so strong that even Lin Fei was shocked. Just what kind of background did this guy have to be able to last so long under such a powerful attack? Slash. The life-stealing scholar regained his freedom. His sword intent streaked across the other party's body, sending blood and flesh flying. No matter how hard the other party tried to dodge, he couldn't avoid the lightning. Each bolt of lightning fell faster than the one before, making it impossible for him to evade. Each bolt struck its target with unbelievable power. Kill, kill, kill. The life-stealing scholar was filled with anger. His sword intent reached the sky, almost turning into a boundless sword veil. This was a true killer move. Lin Fei, I'll remember you. The person turned into a puff of black smoke and disappeared without a trace. As soon as the other party disappeared, so did the lightning. Everything in the eternal sacred ground returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. Thank you for your help, Brother Lin. I'm a man of my word. Here are all the eternal divine stones. I'll give them all to you now. The life-stealing scholar kept his word and tossed over a storage ring. All the eternal divine stones are in there. Lin Fei didn't expect the life-stealing scholar to be so efficient. There were indeed eternal divine stones in the storage ring. Not one more, not one less. Lin Fei was a little surprised. This guy is interesting. I'll take it. Lin Fei smiled. What did you cash just now? Was it the Great Curse art? The life-stealing scholar asked curiously. He didn't seem to care much about the storage ring. The life-stealing scholar had seen many things, but he had never seen such a move before. The Great Curse art? Isn't it too easy to cast it? The life-stealing scholar couldn't help but feel suspicious. Lin Fei smiled. More or less. You can think of it as the Great Curse art. It's awesome, isn't it? If it wasn't for that person just now, the Great Curse art would have landed on me. The life-stealing scholar mocked himself. I've seen the power just now. It's indeed powerful and powerful. No, Lin Fei said. I believe you'll be more than happy to hand it over. We're all smart people. Ha 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 ha. The life-stealing scholar was very interested in this Lin Fei. I hope the next time we meet we'll have the chance to spar. The life-stealing scholar took out a scroll and opened up a passage. He turned around and walked in, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. What a nimble person. Lin Fei thought that the life-stealing scholar would make a move. He didn't expect him to hand over the item so easily and leave. There's definitely a reason why he could cultivate to this level. Lin Fei didn't chase after him and let him leave. That person just now, his background is very mysterious. The life-stealing scholar couldn't even put up a fight against him. That's strange. Lin Fei didn't think that the life-stealing scholar was weak. The fact that he could maintain first place for so long was definitely a testament to his strength. That person's strength is also very strange. He can turn his body into nothingness. Overbearing and strange. Lin Fei recalled the exchange just now. even though it happened in an instant. No matter what, I'm first. Chapter 34:18. The list changed once again. A mysterious name leaped up like a rocket. At that moment, many experts in superpowers were stunned. It changed. Lin Fei has become first. What the hell? He actually defeated life-stealing scholar? What a joke. Now the gap between first and second is a few tens of thousands of eternal god stones. He said he would become first. Big dark horse. In the public square of the Star River Prefecture, the scene on the list shocked many people. That fellow who was known to be unparalleled in the same realm had actually become first. What kind of concept was that? Now that there was such a huge gap, it was easy to imagine what would happen. If nothing unexpected happened, this Lin Fei would be the new prefecture lord. He would instantly step into the ranks of the nobility and become one of the overlords of the eternal universe. This person is quite interesting. Star River Prefecture, City Master Prefecture. Wild Battle Religion Master revealed a rare look of surprise. The one who became first was not one of the few that he had in mind. Instead, it was a nameless fellow. That was an interesting matter. This person is called Lin Fei. He is rumored to be the successor of that ultimate cosmos god. Who would have thought that he is so powerful that even life-stealing scholar isn't his opponent? Star River Prefecture Master reported. Ultimate Cosmos God? Interesting. Wild Battle Religion Master laughed. But it might not be easy for him to last until the end even though he has become first. Wild Battle Religion Master said. Nobody is willing to have a sh*t stirrer as the Prefecture Master. This will only bring about more unforeseen events. Star River Prefecture Master did not wish to have such a neighbor. There was also competition between prefecture masters. Such a sh*t stirrer. How was the ultimate cosmos god in the past? That fellow who inherited it should be similar. Within the eternal sacred ground. Similarly, everyone was surprised and shocked. Life-stealing scholar actually lost. What exactly is the background of that Lin Fei? What should we do now? Even life-stealing scholar isn't his opponent. Even if we work together, we might not win. Is he really unparalleled in the same realm? Many people felt despair amidst their shock. They were not as strong as life-stealing scholar. Given how powerful Lin Fei was, they were naturally not his opponent. This made them think of the matter that caused a huge uproar. Within a forest. It was covered by a formation. 9 figures were seated cross-legged. If the life-stealing scholar were here, he would definitely be able to recognize them. They were the 9 strongest experts who had joined forces. At this moment, all of them were injured, and their faces were deathly pale, without a trace of blood. The deadly scholar's swordsmanship is indeed impressive. Even with the 9 of us joining hands, we were defeated so thoroughly. It's not an injustice. Who the hell is Lin Fei? How could he defeat the life-stealing scholar? Could it be that he took advantage of us? That must be it. If not, how could he have defeated the life-stealing scholar? Shameless bastard, how dare you take our things? They were the first to find out about the changes on the leaderboard. Their faces turned ugly as they realized that they had missed out on something. From the bottom of their hearts, they did not believe that Lin Fei would be able to defeat the fatal scholar. This first place was supposed to belong to one of us. All 9 of them were furious. If word got out that he had been taken advantage of, he would be laughed at to death. He defeated the life-stealing scholar and must be heavily injured. No one can withstand the might of that person's swordsmanship. We can't delay any longer. We can't let anyone else take advantage of us. Everyone realized that another opportunity had come. There were only a few years left before the 100-year deadline. The life-stealing scholar had maintained his position in first place because of his formidable strength. Everyone feared him, but who was this Lin Fei? If not now, when would he strike? Lin Fei won first place. He was in a good mood. Although he had encountered some bad things during this period, Lin Fei did not care. What a joke. What was there to fear about threats? He was rich now, and he had control of the eternal sacred land's backdoor. This meant that he would be receiving an endless supply of prestige. Did Lin Fei still need to be afraid? The answer was a definite no. After the leaderboard had changed, Lin Fei found a safe place and stopped harvesting eternal divine stones. It was better to keep a low profile for the next few years. Lin Fei believed that many people would not be convinced that he had won first place. If they were not convinced, he would beat them until they were convinced. He would also take advantage of the situation. I, Lin Fei, am here. If you want eternal divine stones, come here. Lin Fei's voice reverberated throughout the area. Everyone could hear it clearly. His voice reverberated a total of 3 times. It was hard not to hear it. His actions infuriated the crowd. He was looking down on them too much. After all, they were all geniuses from the 9 prefectures. Some of them were even veteran experts. He's in the East. How dare he strut around after winning first place? He really doesn't take us seriously. Let's go together. We'll kill this arrogant fellow even if we have to fight him one after another. Lin Fei's words were very effective. Waves of tyrannical auras surrounded them from all directions. Lin Fei did not want to hide for the last few years. Moreover, there was no need for that now. He would do what he had to do and take care of everything in one go. Things were different now. They're here. The closest group of people arrived very quickly. They were in the vicinity, and there were dozens of them. At this time, it was definitely not a single person. It was definitely a group of people. There was strength in numbers. There was nothing wrong with being here. Lin Fei, hand over your eternal divine stones. Don't think that we don't know that you're heavily injured after fighting with the life-stealing scholar. You're really looking down on us if you're trying to scare us with this. A group of people charged over. Dozens of treasures came crashing down at the same time. This was the advantage of strength in numbers. No matter who you were, you would not be able to withstand all kinds of attacks the moment you met them. The attacks were very sharp. Anyone who saw them would have to treat them with caution. Good one. Lin Fei's body grew infinitely larger, turning into a giant. With a grab of his hand, all the treasures were taken. With a light grip, a series of cracking sounds echoed. The dozens of people spat out blood. After crushing the treasures, Lin Fei's huge arm was like a blade. With the momentum of a palm blade, the dozens of people fell to the ground before they could even make a sound. The scene was silent. Lin Fei closed his eyes again and sat cross-legged on a rock. He closed his eyes and rested, waiting for the next group of people to come to him. More and more people were heading in his direction. Chapter 34:19. Such a scene was happening almost constantly in this forest. The area around the forest had long turned into ruins. It was unknown how many people had fallen here. No one could withstand the crushing power of Lin Fei's physical body. Once they appeared, they would die within a few breaths. There were no exceptions. The temptation of being number 1 was too great. Everyone thought that Lin Fei was heavily injured and would not be able to gain any advantage against the deadly scholar. As long as everyone worked together, they would definitely be able to take down Lin Fei. By then, it would not be difficult to divide the eternal divine stones. Many had this thought in mind. Unfortunately, no one could leave alive. However, Lin Fei's name on the leaderboard had changed greatly. The gap between number 1 and number 2 continued to widen. Many were dumbfounded. Was he in a hurry to give away the eternal divine stones? The one who was the most speechless was the number 2. Initially, the gap was not too far. If he worked hard, he would have a chance to catch up. But now there was no chance at all. Time passed year by year. The number of people surrounding Lin Fei began to decrease. That unreachable ranking and number of eternal divine stones shocked who knew how many people. That was a chasm. Everyone watched from afar. Billions of miles away, no one got close. Lin Fei could not be bothered to deal with them. He was satisfied with his gains so far. The number of eternal divine stones was far ahead of everyone else. The strongest few had yet to appear. Looking at the time, it should be time for them to make their move. Lin Fei squinted. There was less than a year left before the 100-year deadline. The strongest few had yet to appear. They're here. Lin Fei suddenly opened his eyes and walked into the void. When he appeared again, he was in the sky. I'm here. The place where Lin Fei appeared was right in the middle of the 9. His powerful aura pressed down. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Boom, boom, boom. Under the pressure of the aura, the 9 of them fell down like a huge mountain. So strong. These 9 people were the strongest of the 9. Under such a situation where they were suppressed, strange thoughts popped up in their heads. It didn't seem like they were seriously injured at all. They had waited for so many years for Lin Fei's injuries to worsen. Fighting against a person like the life-stealing scholar, it was simply too difficult to recover from one's injuries. It would take at least a few decades or even hundreds of years. Furthermore, with the waves of challengers, it was even more difficult for one to recover from one's injuries. They waited until the last year to act. Lin Fei made the first move before they could even make a move. Just his aura alone was enough to suffocate them. Falling. He continued to fall. Their strength was unable to withstand the crushing pressure of such a powerful aura. In front of this aura, they felt extremely small. They were clearly the true geniuses of the heavens, but in front of Lin Fei, they inexplicably lowered their heads. Resist. Waves of tyrannical aura soared into the sky, resisting against Lin Fei's aura. Unfortunately, the result was the same. Bang bang bang. The 9 figures smashed into the ground, causing the earth to quake and the mountains to shake. 9 huge craters were smashed out. The experts from the various forces who saw this scene from afar all took a deep breath. Too strong. None of the 9 figures were not famous existences. However, they were smashed into the ground so easily. One could only imagine how strong Lin Fei was. Seal. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Lin Fei waved his hand and a wave of coldness spread out like a snowstorm. The 9 figures had just charged out when they were smashed back into the craters. Their bodies were covered in a thick layer of ice. Their strength seemed to have been frozen, and they could not use it for a moment. I've already told you, I'm known to be invincible in the same realm. Taking care of you is a piece of cake. Lin Fei landed next to one of the figures and reached out to grab it. The eternal celestial stone broke out of the ice and landed in Lin Fei's hand. Number 1. Lin Fei did not look at the other party's expression, and took all the eternal celestial stones from the 9 people one by one. Done. The number of eternal celestial stones on the leaderboard increased rapidly, creating a huge gap. At this point, no one could shake the number 1 position. I welcome all of you to fight. The leaderboard was changing crazily. Everyone understood one thing. The prefecture master of the Yuanfu had a new master, and no one could shake it anymore. A huge black horse appeared. That fellow was right. First place. The god of wealth pavilion is going to bleed. 2 trillion power of faith. This technique is really impressive. I want to know how he defeated so many experts. The public square of the Star River Prefecture was in an uproar. It was too shocking and joyous. Li Clan Martial Dojo. Ha ha ha. Junior disciple brother is amazing. Heaven's Limit Dojo master was crying tears of joy. Who dares to look down on us now? Teacher, if you knew, you would definitely be overjoyed. Being a disciple of a cosmos god, Heaven's Limit Dojo master had always wanted to regain his prestige, but he had always been powerless. But this time, his junior disciple brother Lin Fei had fulfilled his wish. Heaven's Limit Dojo master was truly happy. He was genuinely happy. It was the same for Li Hu, the dojo master. Ha ha ha. Who would have thought that I would be acquainted with a prefecture master and a noble? This is truly unexpected. In the eternal church cosmos, the number of nobles could be counted with one's fingers. Even if you were a peak stage hierarch, you were not qualified to become a noble. Those who could become a noble had to come from a huge clan that had existed for a few million years. Ordinary people were not qualified. It was the same even for cosmos gods. Hence, the competition for every noble's identity was intense. Lin Fei becoming a noble was akin to ascending to the heavens in a single step. Ordinary superpowers had to lower their heads and did not dare to do anything against a noble. This was something acknowledged by the Eternal Church. Lin Fei snatched the first place, shocking many people. This made those who treated the identity of a noble as something important to them dumbfounded. His identity as a noble had been taken away by someone just like that. One could say that many people had destroyed many things within the luxurious residence of the Star River Prefecture. None of them could accept this scene. They had spent so much effort to form all sorts of alliances and arrangements. Yet now Lin Fei had snatched the first place. Who would be happy? This rare opportunity was lost just like that. They could not wait to get rid of Lin Fei. Truly amazing. God of Wealth Tavern. The person in charge was relatively shocked when he saw this result. He immediately went to report it. This person had placed a huge bet on their God of Wealth tavern. Everyone knew that they would have to bleed a lot this time. The God of Wealth tavern, which had always been good at scheming, had finally suffered a huge loss. They waited until the outcome was reported. The owner of the God of Wealth tavern simply chuckled. He did not reveal any unhappiness. Who would have thought that our God of Wealth tavern would make an error in judgment? 200 trillion faith energy was indeed a huge sum. The God of Wealth tavern had to spend quite a lot of resources to do so. Immediately prepare 200 trillion faith energy. I want to meet this Lin Fei personally. Chapter 34-20. The battle for the Yuanfu Prefecture Lord had finally come to an end. Lin Fei had obtained a large number of eternal divine stones with his overwhelming strength. The people behind him could no longer catch up, so they had no choice but to give up. No one had ever seen such a speed of plundering. In the blink of an eye, everything changed so quickly that it was hard to believe that this was real. On the plaza of the Star River Prefecture, figures appeared one after another. However, everyone's faces were listless. Many of them had arrogant expressions on their faces as if they had experienced something. The moment they came out, they left the plaza in the blink of an eye. It was truly too embarrassing for them to stay. The number of people in the plaza started to decrease. However, there was still a portion of people waiting for one person. That person was Lin Fei, a dark horse that exceeded everyone's expectations. He had obtained first place with unbelievable strength. What a dazzling result. Another figure appeared from the door. Following this person's appearance, an uproar broke out in the plaza. It's Lin Fei. Lin Fei is out. A new aristocrat. As soon as Lin Fei came out, he was immediately locked onto by countless gazes. There were all sorts of negative emotions, but he pretended not to see them. Not too enthusiastic, Lin Fei said. Many people curled their lips when they heard this. You really know how to talk, snatching food from the mouth of a tiger. Who would be in a good mood to welcome you? It would be good enough if they didn't come to kill you. Daoist Lin, please come with us. The sect master wants to see you. Before the outsiders arrived, someone had already arrived. It was a trusted aide of the Star River Prefecture Lord. He was also very polite to Lin Fei. A new aristocrat would have a bright future. Alright. Lin Fei knew how powerful that person was, so there was no harm in meeting him. As long as that person admitted that he was the Prefecture Lord, the true Prefecture Lord, even if it was a rundown prefecture, he would still have the status of a noble. Just like that, Lin Fei left the plaza with the other party. Star River Prefecture, City Lord Mansion. The Battle Sect Master lived in the City Lord Mansion. A short 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. When Lin Fei walked into the City Lord's mansion, a powerful divine will immediately scanned him from head to toe. The movement was very subtle, and unless one was extremely strong, they would not be able to detect it. Lin Fei easily sensed it, as if he really didn't know. It should be that sect leader Zhang Kuang. Only that guy has such means. Lin Fei thought to himself. I guess he wants to see where I come from. Lin Fei had no secrets that could be exposed. Sir Lin Fei has arrived. This confidant brought Lin Fei to the entrance of a courtyard. He did not enter, but stopped to report until a figure came out. Young man, you're not bad. The person who came to welcome Lin Fei was none other than the Star River Prefecture Master. Lin Fei pretended to be flattered. Mannerhead, how come it's you? The Star River Prefecture Master smiled. Why can't it be me? You're now the new Prefecture Master, and we'll be colleagues from now on. Can't we get to know each other first? Lin Fei said awkwardly. Actually, I'm not ready yet. Haha, it's fine. You'll understand after some time. The Star River Prefecture Master personally led the way. Come, the sect master wants to see you. You're the most outstanding person in this batch, and not everyone is qualified to meet the sect master. You're really lucky. Lin Fei did not have a good impression of these crafty old foxes. If he really believed them, he would definitely suffer a huge loss. Along the way, Lin Fei pretended to be restrained, listening more and talking less. The changes on the Star River Prefecture Master's face were all seen by him. Sect Master, we're here. A figure was fishing by a lake in the city lord's mansion. The Star River Prefecture master seemed to be very familiar with him, and he called out before he even reached the lake. "You are Lin Fei." The fishing silhouette didn't turn around, but a voice rang out in Lin Fei's mind like a bolt from the blue. It was filled with boundless majesty. This voice was incredibly powerful. Lin Fei knew that it would not be easy for him to meet the wild battle religious master. Thus, he had made preparations in the dark. Junior Lin Fei greets Sir Religious Master. Lin Fei paused for a breath of 2 breaths before regaining his senses. He cupped his hands towards that figure. The Star River Prefecture master stood by the side. He thought, his reaction is really fast. Not everyone can withstand the voice of the religious master. This brat is quite capable for him to become the top ranker. His techniques are amazing too. You can defeat life-seizing scholar and the 9 great geniuses. You are not bad. The ultimate cosmos god has left behind quite a lot of things for you. The voice of the wild battle religious master was faint. The strength displayed by Lin Fei might seem strange, but in the eyes of the wild battle religious master, it was normal. It was definitely obtained by the ultimate cosmos god in the past, and there was nothing strange about it. Religious master, these are indeed left behind by my teacher. I am slightly slower in entering the realm, and have only grasped a small part of it. Lin Fei replied. Since the other party thought so, Lin Fei would not be foolish enough to say anything else. It was not easy to find a scapegoat. The wild battle religious master was relatively satisfied with Lin Fei's performance. Do you know what you will face when you become the prefecture master of the Yuan Fu? This was something Lin Fei was not clear about. The reunification of the Yuan Fu will definitely attract many people to act. I will do my best to protect the Yuan Fu, Lin Fei muttered. Since you are clear about it, that is for the best. I hope that you can be like your teacher and protect the Yuan Fu well. If there is anything you don't understand, you can discuss it with Star River. The wild battle religious master waved his hand, causing a talisman to fly over. Drip your blood on it, and you will be the prefecture master of the Yuan Fu from now on. Lin Fei did not hesitate. He dripped his blood on the talisman. At that moment it felt as if something was extracted from his body. 2 words appeared on the talisman Lin Fei. Now you are the prefecture master. This is bestowed to you by the religious church. A treasure came before Lin Fei. This is the Cosmos Treasure Eternal God Shield. It can form a powerful defense that can only be broken by several cosmos gods. Another weapon came before him. This religious master sees that you are walking on the path of body refinement. The Eternal God Shield will protect your life. And this is the Eternal Gloves that can amplify your strength by 3 levels. Giving out 2 cosmos treasures at the same time was a huge move. No matter which one it was of excellent quality. Lin Fei was wild with excitement. He thanked the religious master. I will definitely protect the Yuan Fu for the religious church, and there will never be any chaos. Alright, you can leave now. Lin Fei thanked the religious master again before leaving the lakeside. You have to help look after this Lin Fei, the wild battle religious master said. Chapter 34-21. The new Yuan Fu prefecture head was a dark horse. It was unknown how many people were stunned by this news. After Mad Religion Master met with Lin Fei, he quickly accepted his fate. That Lin Fei would be the new prefecture head, and he would be taking over in a few days. Some were happy and some were furious. Lin Fei returned to the Li Clan Martial Dojo. Li Hu and Heaven's Limit Dojo Master came to congratulate him. The happiest one was none other than Heaven's Limit Dojo Master. What he failed to do was accomplished by his junior brother. As such, he was genuinely happy. Lin Fei took the initiative to bring up the idea of recruiting them. In a few days I will be taking over as the prefecture head. I lack a helper by my side, and I wonder if the 2 of you are interested in helping me. In Lin Fei's opinion, it wasn't an easy task for him to grasp the position of prefecture head. This time he had spoiled the plans of many people. Up until now, Lin Fei's protection had been activated. The appearance of that voice was constantly reminding him that the eternal cosmos wasn't as peaceful as it seemed. If he did not give himself more protection, who knew if he would be killed? Heaven's Limit Dojo Master and Li Hu did not hesitate to agree. The former was going to assist his junior brother. Today the situation was different, and he had no choice but to be careful. As for Li Hu, he was going to follow a noble like Lin Fei. His future would be 10 or 100 times better than opening his own martial dojo. Such an opportunity didn't come by every day. If he did not agree, when would he have to wait? The Eternal Church really has some control methods. Lin Fei took out the command token in his hand. It might not seem special, but at the moment he refined it, a strand of soul energy was taken away. With the help of the system, Lin Fei could feel everything clearly. Precisely because the system had a corresponding technique, he did not hesitate to refine the command token. If he knew that my soul energy is fake, I wonder what expression that religious master would have. I believe it will be interesting. Lin Fei placed the command token by the side and took out a cosmos treasure. No matter how good the treasure is, it is still weak when compared to my offensive techniques. Lin Fei did not have much interest in cosmos god treasures. They want to control me, so I'll just let them be happy for a bit. If things get out of hand in the future, they'll have plenty to enjoy. From this point of view, the everlasting universe isn't peaceful. Lin Fei knew very well that if he were to reveal any sort of expression in front of the Berserk sect leader, he would definitely be captured and he would never be able to leave the City Lord's mansion again. I guess the Star River Mansion Master will secretly monitor me. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. When I go to the Yuan Fu, it's hard to say who will be the one to deal with who. The young owner of the God of Fortune came to the Li family dojo. This shocked Li Hu quite a bit. That was a famous person and he actually took the initiative to pay a visit. When Lin Fei came out, that person was sitting and drinking tea. Young. He was very young. Lin Fei thought that the other party was impersonating him. Congratulations, Governor Lin. You've made a name for yourself. When Lin Fei saw the person from the God of Fortune, the other party stood up and cupped his hands with a smile. I'm one of the heirs of the God of Fortune, Ning Jin. Lin Fei had heard about the God of Fortune before. The God of Fortune had many women, so he had many children. Anyone with potential would be appointed as the owner of the God of Fortune. Ning Jin was one of them. Ning Jin was very interested in this fellow who had placed a huge bet on the God of Fortune. Daoist Ning, you're too polite. Lin Fei returned the greeting. I'm just so. Ha ha ha, Governor Lin, don't be so humble. You're the first person who dares to place such a huge bet on yourself. I admire Governor Lin's confidence. Lin Fei laughed along. Both parties sat down again. Governor Lin, here's your 2 trillion power of faith. I've prepared it for you. Ning Jin took out a storage ring. All the power of faith is inside. Lin Fei could tell that Ning Jin was trying to rope him in. Then I won't hold back. 2 trillion power of faith. Lin Fei was in an exceptionally good mood. This was his source of confidence. Even with the Eternal Sacred Land's backing, who wouldn't want to accumulate more power of faith? Ning Jin's willingness to offer himself improved Lin Fei's impression of him. At the very least, he wasn't the kind of person who didn't know how to work. He could communicate with him. This is what Governor Lin deserves. Ning Jin didn't mind giving away 2 trillion power of faith at all. A person like this was worth recruiting. Following that, they naturally chatted casually with one another. This Ning Jin was very good with words, sounding like he was trying to probe Lin Fei. Lin Fei replied unhurriedly, "That's right. Oh, I heard that the Yuan Fu has been a bit chaotic lately. This is a small token of my appreciation. I believe Governor Lin will need it." Ning Jin left behind a document before leaving. Lin Fei didn't read it and thanked Ning Jin for the favor. After Ning Jin left, the master of Empyrean Skytop Tavern came in. This Tower Lord Ning Jin is really courteous. He came personally to deliver the power of faith. I think he's taken a liking to junior brother. Lin Fei rolled his eyes. Ba, what do you mean taken a liking to him? The owner of the Empyrean Pole Dojo also realized that his words were incorrect. He changed his words and said, "The reason why the God of Fortune restaurant is able to become a special power is because they have recruited a large number of experts and even some people with potential. That is why the God of Fortune restaurant is able to maintain its standing at the peak." Lin Fei smiled. It's not bad to be taken in by Fortune Tower. Ning Jin is someone worth working with. Maybe we can work together in the future. Work together? The master of Empyrean Skytop Tavern didn't understand. How could the master know that Lin Fei wanted to trade Eternal God Stone? Lin Fei took the report and flipped through it. If he hadn't read it, he wouldn't have known. But the moment he read it, he was badly shocked. All of it was related to the restructuring of Yuanfu. I've only left for a short time. It turned out that the document contained a lot of information. Many mysterious factions had invaded the continent and supported some factions in the dark. As a result, the situation in the Yuanfu was very bad. They really know how to choose the time. Lin Fei didn't know what to say. I need to return to the Yuanfu as soon as possible and smoothly become the prefecture lord. After obtaining the 200 trillion power of faith, Lin Fei soon received the appointment letter. It had the imprint of the Battle Maniac sect master. No one could fake it. It's time to leave. After the appointment letter arrived, Lin Fei declined the Star River Prefecture Lord's escort and decided to go to the Yuanfu first. After offending so many people in the Eternal Sacred Land, Lin Fei didn't believe that they would swallow it. They would definitely ambush him along the way. With one less person, he didn't have to worry about exposing his identity. Let's go. After leaving the Star River Prefecture, Lin Fei used greater teleportation and disappeared with the Empyrean Pole Master and Li Hu. They run so fast. After he left, a voice rang out and then also disappeared. Lin Fei didn't dare to fly. He used greater teleportation and teleported out of the Star River Prefecture's territory. I wonder what those people's expressions will be like. No one would have guessed that Lin Fei would use such a method. As soon as he left the Star River Prefecture, Lin Fei didn't dare to relax. A saber light slashed at him without any warning. No one knew where it came from because when they saw it, the saber light was already on them. Chapter 34:22. The blade light slashed over. Both Heaven's Limit Tavern Master and Li Hu turned pale from fright. What kind of strength was required to attack from such a distance? It would be weird if their expressions did not change. At the moment when the blade light was about to slash down, a layer of defense appeared around Lin Fei. But in front of this blade light, this layer of defense immediately shattered. At the moment when it shattered, a second layer of defense appeared. It continued shattering, and yet another layer of defense appeared. This blade light destroyed a total of 17 defenses. Both Heaven's Limit Tavern Master and Li Hu were so frightened that their bodies began trembling. Being experts, being so close to death was something they would never forget in their entire lives. Time after time, they were about to escape from the edge of death. That blade light seemed to appear right in front of them, stimulating their mental state time after time. Only after a total of 17 times did the power of the blade light dissipate. Junior disciple brother, who did you offend? This must be an experienced cosmos god acting. That blade contained enough energy to kill me dozens of times. Heaven's Limit Tavern Master wiped off his sweat. This is too horrifying. Li Hu nodded. I feel that I am about to die. Lin Fei was startled too. Those shameless fellows dared to act. Not good, it's coming again. In the world, another 3-blade light slashed over. The power was exactly the same as before, and it seemed like they would not stop until they were killed. Damn it, do you really think I'm easy to bully? Lin Fei snorted. He immediately exchanged for a technique. The blade lights came with great momentum. Just as they got close, the void appeared, and the blade lights were diverted away. The 3-blade lights had practically disappeared without a trace. That big character in the dark, I have too many trump cards on me. If you want to deal against me, you can't just rely on this. Lin Fei shouted out. He was not surprised that he was targeted. No matter how many you have, this seat will still kill you. The blade lights were like clouds. They came slashing over, illuminating the entire world. Lin Fei was someone who had experienced it before. He did not care about such power. The only thing he did not know was who was the one dealing against him. The blade lights came blasting over. Some of them penetrated through the void, though the majority of the force still slashed over, forcing Lin Fei to activate his defenses. This consumption rate is too fast. I have to retaliate. Lin Fei had to be careful against such a super expert. Since you want to kill me, I'll teach you a lesson. Lin Fei sneered. Great curse poison. This time he had used up a lot of his prestige. Lin Fei didn't care. A muffled groan suddenly rang out. Someone was poisoned. The poison came from the system. Awesome. I forgot to mention I've also learned the invincible great curse. Lin Fei could feel the hatred coming from that person. If one poison isn't enough, I'll give you another powerful one. Lin Fei laughed. Curse weaken. Unknowingly, the other party was afflicted with the weakness debuff again. My goodness, his body is so strong. When the attack landed on the opponent's body, the amount of prestige the opponent received was more than any curse. In order to make the other party unhappy, Lin Fei didn't care about prestige anymore. Since you dared to deal with me, I'll curse you until there's not a single part of you left unscathed, leaving you with a deep impression. With 2 curses, no matter who it was, they would definitely feel good. Indeed, those blade lights no longer appeared. The world seemed to have regained its calmness. Go. Lin Fei once again executed the great teleportation technique. He kept teleporting along the way. This time it was different from the previous time. With a detailed route, there was no need to be so troublesome. And in a piece of space, a figure was in a sorry state. He fell down and smashed through a mountain range, leaving behind a sinkhole. Despicable fellow, how could this curse technique be so huge? This person had the appearance of a middle-aged man, but in reality he was a monster that had lived for an unknown period. But at this moment, his face was filled with shock and fury. Thinking about how an ultra-strong expert like him had suffered such a huge loss in the hands of the other party, he did not dare believe this was real. That brat is truly wicked. Such a formidable curse technique shouldn't have been left behind by that ultimate cosmos god old thing. The middle-aged man was poisoned, causing his aura to weaken. At the same time, he could not exert any strength at all. If not for his powerful strength, a single poison would have killed him. Hurry up and leave. Being poisoned and weakened, this ultra-strong expert had to leave this place even if his killing intent was great. He had many enemies. Along the way, it seemed that Lin Fei had opened up a path with the curse technique. Everything became peaceful. He spent a few years. Lin Fei barged into a piece of elemental destruction energy. At this moment, he did not need to rely on any energy, and could easily withstand the invasion of the elemental destruction energy. After entering the elemental destruction energy, Lin Fei took out the command token. It automatically guided him along the path. That time when he was weak, he had come here before and coincidentally met a city. After that, he never met another city. One could see that the elemental destruction energy covered a huge area, and he would easily go to the wrong place if he was not careful. The elemental destruction energy lives up to its name, Empyrean Pole Dojo Master said. Ordinary fleshy bodies can't resist against it. Li Hu added, according to hearsay, the prefecture master can control the elemental destruction energy to form a protective barrier. It is even an incisive offensive technique. I'm not sure about this. I'll know when I reach the Yuanfu city. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. 3 months after traversing through the elemental destruction energy, Lin Fei finally saw a faintly discernible prefecture city. It was surrounded by the elemental destruction energy, and it was a very special existence. The prefecture city did not look very big. It was covered in a layer of elemental destruction energy. However, he could clearly see the situation inside. There were people walking around everywhere, especially on the city walls. If he was not wrong, they were definitely here to welcome him. Following the command token, he arrived outside the prefecture city. The layers of elemental destruction energy receded like a receding tide. A door appeared. Under the command token, the elemental destruction energy seemed to be blocked. No matter what, it was unable to approach. Welcome, Prefecture Master. The people on the city walls greeted in unison. Lin Fei brought Empyrean Pole Dojo Master Li Hu and flew through the door. The comfortable aura made one feel refreshed. The people on the city walls were all welcoming him. Lin Fei swept his gaze across the crowd. There were many people here, but no matter how he looked at them, they didn't seem to have much power. It seems like Ning Jin's information was correct. There are indeed many people here to laugh at me. Ning Jin's information didn't only mention the situation of the continents, but it also mentioned the situation of the Yuanfu's prefecture city. Overall, the situation wasn't good. For example, the few important figures weren't here. It's not easy for that Danyu to sit in this position. He probably relied on an iron fist to suppress it. Lin Fei calmly glanced at them. Someone lead the way. Lin Fei said indifferently. Chapter 34-23. Yuan Fu welcomed a new master. As Lin Fei entered the Yuan Fu that stood amidst the primordial annihilation energy, everyone started to watch. The appearance of this super dark horse was out of everyone's expectations. It was a slap to the faces of countless people. Slap slap. Countless people were dumbfounded when they saw the new master of Yuan Fu. He's too young. Yuan Fu, the governor's manor. Yuan Fu was the most dazzling city in the city. Looking down from above, one could see the entirety of Yuan Fu. Governor. This is the heart of Yuan Fu. Once you refine it, you'll have complete control over the city. Lin Fei stood in the middle of the main hall, and the person behind him introduced him. The person standing next to him was the previous chief steward of Yuan Fu, Guan Feng. He didn't look young at all. Lin Fei walked up, took out the token, and embedded it inside the city. The process was short, and an enormous amount of perception power enveloped the entirety of Yuan Fu. Interesting. Guan Feng lowered his head. In fact, even he was surprised by the manor lord's attitude. He couldn't figure out the governor's temperament for now, but he was certain that young governors weren't easy to serve. "Oh right, tell me about Yuan Fu." Lin Fei started asking questions after refining the city. Guan Feng was naturally a competent steward. He didn't hide anything he knew, and his knowledge was very detailed as well. He was able to recount everything he knew without missing a beat. After understanding the situation, he gained a new understanding of the Yuan Fu. "All right, don't disturb me if there's nothing important for the next couple of days." Lin Fei dismissed Guan Feng after he was done listening to Guan Feng. "Senior brother, I need your help to learn more about Yuan Fu." Lin Fei didn't really believe Guan Feng's words. It wasn't easy for a governor to truly control a Yuan Fu. He had to do it himself, and it wasn't something that could be solved just by listening. The Empyrean Terminus Dojo had no objections. "Leave it to me. I'm the best at gathering information." Lin Fei moved to Yuan Fu. For the forces within the Yuan Fu, this was not good news. The only thing worth celebrating was that this Lin Fei did not come from a powerful background, which gave many people hope. Yuan Fu in a mansion. At this time, within the secret room, formations appeared one after another. They were bright and multicolored, completely separating space. Lin Fei is the disciple of that *T stirring stick. There's actually nothing to be concerned about. There were a total of 4 people sitting in the secret chamber. The 4 of them were shrouded in black mist. Even if someone was here, they would not be able to recognize the 4 of them. Tisk tisk tisk. One of them laughed sinisterly. "That's right. If that brat Lin Fei is obedient, then let him sit there happily. If he isn't, then he can stay in the prefecture city and never come out. I think we need to take this seriously. It's not easy to become the disciple of a *T stirring stick. Moreover, he defeated the life-seizing scholar and the 9 geniuses in the eternal sacred land. If we underestimate him, it'll be our downfall." "You're really scared. He's just a brat. Look at how scared you are. How embarrassing." The 4 people who were lost were talking one after another. There was only one meaning in their words: to target Lin Fei and turn him into a puppet governor. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye after Lin Fei's arrival at Yuan Fu. Lin Fei had lived in seclusion for the past half a year. He had basically ignored the affairs of the Yuan Fu, which had shocked many. When the previous Dan Yu had arrived, he'd fought fiercely with the Yuan Fu's forces. Blood had flowed like a river. A new ruler brought with him a new set of officials. Even now it was still fresh in everyone's minds. However, Lin Fei's situation had completely exceeded everyone's expectations. Had Lin Fei chosen to be a carefree governor because he knew he was no match for the other geniuses? Another half a year passed. Then another half a year passed. There was basically no trace of Lin Fei. It was as if he didn't exist. If Lin Fei hadn't been in the city, everyone would have thought that there was no governor in the city. "Junior brother, this is the information we've gathered." The master of the Empyrean Zenith Embassy entered the study. Over the past year, he and Li Hu had spent almost all of their time gathering information. Lin Fei sat in the study, his entire being exuding a lazy aura. That's pretty fast. It's only been a year. The Heavens Pole Dojo chuckled. 1 year is considered long. Junior brother is smart to know about the governor. If I didn't investigate, I wouldn't have known about the situation in the Yuan Fu. The battles here are too intense. Lin Fei asked. Let's hear it. Ever since he came to the Yuan Fu, he wasn't anxious at all. As long as the mainland hadn't been merged, he wouldn't be too worried. As for the people in the dark, they were probably overjoyed. There are a total of 4 forces in the Yuan Fu that can go against Junior brother. They're all top-notch forces in the eternal universe. Back then, Dan Yu relied on the forces behind him to suppress these 4 forces and control the Yuan Fu. The Heavens Pole Dojo's master continued. The first force is the Mu clan, the second is the Nanyang clan, the third is the Ji clan, and the fourth is the Lufeng clan. These 4 forces are all top-notch clans. At the same time, they control the 4 armies of the Yuan Fu. Lin Fei was listening attentively. The forces from the 4 top-notch clans. If nothing unexpected happens, they should have divided the 4 armies. Lin Fei did not need to think to know what was going on. Junior brother is right. The 4 armies of the Yuan Fu are the 4 great sacred armies. They are the White Tiger Army, Azure Dragon Army, Black Tortoise Army, and Vermilion Bird Army. These 4 armies can fight against cosmos gods. Li Hu added. When Dan Yu was around, the 4 armies would listen to him. Now they only listen to the 4 great clans. Outsiders can forget about ordering them around. On the day that the governor came, the 4 clans didn't come. They are deliberately not giving the governor any face. Lin Fei did not care about the 4 armies, and neither did he care about the 4 clans. After collecting 200 trillion faith energy from the God of Wealth Pavilion, Lin Fei was filled with confidence. Furthermore, he had the Eternal God Stone and obtained a backdoor. For top-notch clans. Truly interesting. Lin Fei chuckled. No wonder they are so confident. None of the top-notch clans in the eternal cosmos were simple. For them to be able to survive until now, they were acknowledged by the Eternal Church. One could easily imagine how influential they were. Junior brother, how should we deal with this matter? Should we call them over and have a big fight? The Heavens Pole Dojo master was eager to give it a try. Deal with them. Either we beat them until they are convinced, or we kill them until they are afraid. Lin Fei chuckled. This matter isn't urgent. Don't they control the 4 armies? Then let's spread the news that I want them to hand over the commanding authority of the 4 armies within 3 days. Chapter 34-24. When Lin Fei let someone spread the news, the entire Yuan Fu was in an uproar. That young dark horse Lin Fei finally could not endure it any longer and wanted to act. Those were 4 great clans, and behind them were the apex clans of the eternal cosmos. A single word from them would cause many people to suffer. The previous residence master Dan Yu had struggled for a long time before barely controlling the Yuan Fu. Everyone even remembered that the fierce peak cosmos god in the past had taken a long time to do so. When Lin Fei released the news, everyone was not optimistic about this matter. Using peaceful measures before resorting to force? Would it be effective? It was completely impossible. Everyone was waiting to see Lin Fei make a fool of himself. They wanted to see Lin Fei being humiliated and becoming obedient in the end. Within the luxurious residence of the Yuan Fu, within the secret room, the 4 of them sat together once again. They sipped their tea peacefully and talked cheerfully, completely treating this matter as if it was nothing serious. It seems that brat Lin Fei can't hold on any longer. Mu Tiandi shook his head. He said with disdain, youngsters are so impatient. It has just been a year, and he can't even sit still anymore. Mu Tiandi was the person in charge of the Mu clan. Right, the person in charge. The Mu clan here was not the headquarters. Instead, it was a stronghold of the Mu clan, a branch power. Mu Tiandi was the person in charge. The true Mu clan was an apex clan, a true colossus. Even cosmos gods could not gain any advantage over them. That's true. Who is Lin Fei? He's just a lucky fellow. He wants us to hand over the legion? What a joke. Ji Wufeng sneered. Wait until he knows that his orders are useless. Only then will he understand that it isn't that easy to be a residence master. 3 days later, his expression will definitely be ugly. Nanyang Hua laughed. That year, Dan Yu had to give up his authority. Who is that Lin Fei to dare to fight with us? Drink your tea, drink your tea. Flowing Wen Qingyang poured tea for the three of them. Our main point is the fusion of the Yuanfu continent. Many people are paying attention to it now, and we have to handle it well lest we fail to reap any benefits. Hearing this, the other three immediately changed the topic. They completely disregarded Lin Fei's words. In the Yuanfu, without the consent of the four families, even the Fu master could not do anything he wanted. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The leaders of the four families all said that they were sick and did not come, or that they had gone to the Yuanfu continent to check on the situation. In short, no one came. No one was surprised by this scene. How could a lone man or head fight against the influence of 4 clans? For a moment, Lin Fei seemed to have become a big joke. Look, the Yuanfu is really not easy to control. The influence of the 4 families is so big, even if it's just a branch. In the city lord's mansion, Lin Fei laughed. While others thought that he would be angry, Lin Fei was drinking tea leisurely. It seems like I don't have much influence as the manor head. The master of the Empyrean Skyline Dojo, and Li Hu did not know whether to laugh or cry. You don't have much influence in the first place, okay? The 4 clans are backed by 4 top-notch clans. They have been around since the Eternal Church existed. Who would dare to offend such a top-notch force? That's good. I can take a good look at the situation in the Yuanfu, Yi Xian said while tasting his tea. Junior brother, none of them came, and they are not willing to hand over the 4 legions. Who should we attack first? The master of the Empyrean Skyline Dojo asked. Li Hu also pricked up his ears. Dealing with people from 4 top-notch families was truly an exciting and thrilling matter. Let's start with the Ji family. Lin Fei put down his cup. Because I don't like the Ji family. Since when can chickens, ducks, cats, and dogs dominate an area? The master of the Empyrean Skyline Dojo, and Li Hu wanted to vomit blood. Did the Ji family deserve to be punished? Outside the city lord's mansion, many scouts were watching the city lord's mansion. What they needed to do every day was to keep an eye on the city lord's mansion. However, in the past year, the city lord's mansion had been quiet. Ever since Mansion Master Lin Fei arrived, he had not left the mansion at all. As a result, these scouts were lazy. Nothing could be more relaxing than this. Is there something wrong with Mansion Master Lin Fei's head? He has no one. How dare he challenge our master? I wonder who gave him the guts. He must be an idiot. Did he really think his words would work? Now there's no need for his face to exist anymore. The spies chatted among themselves to kill time. At this moment, a young figure appeared at the entrance of the city lord's mansion. No one knew when he had arrived. After standing at the entrance for a while, he walked into the mansion. Who is that? I think he is. Let me think. Oh yeah, he seems to be the deadly scholar. No way. When Lin Fei was about to go out, the guard brought a message. Mansion Master, someone wants to see you. He says he's an old friend. Lin Fei was surprised. An old friend was here to see him? He subconsciously released his divine sense and immediately recognized the person. It's the deadly scholar. Interesting. Lin Fei did not expect this person to come looking for him. Could it be that he was here to spar with him? Bring him to the main hall. Lin Fei was prepared to meet this life-stealing scholar and see what he was up to. If they were to fight, he would definitely be able to fulfill his wish. A while later, the deadly scholar walked into the main hall. Should I call you Governor Lin or Lin Fei? The life-stealing scholar was the same as before. His sword will was domineering, rampaging through the heavens and earth. His sword will was extremely sharp. He was really blunt. It was only natural for an expert who cultivated the way of the sword to be blunt. Lin Fei did not get angry. Instead he smiled. You can call me whatever you like. The deadly scholar was similarly expressionless. I've heard that you are going to spar with the 4 clans. I'm used to being bored, and I wish to work under you. I wonder if you have the guts to take me in. The deadly scholar was very interested in this person who obtained the first rank. Lin Fei was startled. This was an expert who could fight against cosmos gods, yet he took the initiative to help him. That was truly unexpected. No problem. Lin Fei's thoughts moved quickly. He had just checked on his prestige, and this deadly scholar did not show any special emotions towards him. Such a person was not something he needed to worry about. You came at the right time. Lin Fei chuckled. The 4 clans of the Yuan Fu did not treat my words as anything. Hence, I'm prepared to go and deal with the Ji clan. Are you interested in doing it together? Let's exercise our bodies. The deadly scholar was slightly taken aback by how Lin Fei agreed without hesitation. Was Lin Fei not going to test him first? Was he not worried that Lin Fei had other motives? Before he recovered from his shock, Lin Fei raised another invitation.